Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Millionaire's Bodyguard. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Midoriya Izuku, a happy boy after he found out that he had awakened a gift. Izuku, mother. The boy ran happily around the house and around the kitchen while his mother was cleaning it. Izuku, don't run in the kitchen, you'll hurt yourself, son. The boy stopped in front of his mother and started jumping happily in the same place. Izuku, tonkatsu. Tonkatsu? Has tonkatsu poor favor? It's not a very nutritious meal for a child your age. The mother watched for a second as her son's happiness began to fade, so she quickly raised the tone of her voice. But it's okay. I'm going to make tonkatsu, I'll make the best tonkatsu. Leave it to your mother. The boy's mother smiled happily, her son regained his happiness and started jumping again. Izuku, genial. Tonkatsu. His mother was able to smile when she saw how her son's happiness returned to him, but unfortunately that happiness was not going to last long. He never did the same again after that fateful day. The raindrops fell incessantly, like tears from the sky, soaking everything in their path. A mantle of sadness enveloped the sky that day, with the dark and cloudy sky letting the world know that it was in mourning. In the middle of that scenario, there was a family mourning the loss of a loved one, green hair soaked with rain, tears camouflaged by raindrops, and dull eyes that looked incessantly at a stone tombstone. A day that would forever mark the family of the owner of the tombstone, a day that forever marked the Midoriya family, a day that a family was left without the man of the house. The years flew by, 5 years had already passed since that fatal day that today is only a horrible memory. At a table was an adult woman with appealing green hair, but eyes that showed enormous fatigue, but she still smiled enormously in front of her son. The son had the same hair color as his mother, green eyes like the emerald itself but without any shine, eyes so appealing dulled by past circumstances. Worried about his mother who lately works day and night to support him and herself. Izuku, mama. Tell me honey. Izuku, I've been thinking and I think I can help you with the house expenses. With my gift I can wash the neighbors' cars and save water to wash more cars. The young man was determined to want to help his mother, but she only gave a sigh. Honey, that's very kind of you, but your only responsibility is your studies and enjoying your childhood. Izuku, but mom, let me help you. I can work after school, I promise to keep up my grades. I can't stand seeing you so tired. Izuku, you're only 10 years old, let your mother take care of it. You have to study if you want to be a hero. Izuku, I don't want to be a hero, I just want to be useful to you. I've been talking to the neighbors and... The adult woman holds her son's hand and looks him in the eyes trying not to stop smiling. Please son, don't continue. I've been working strong, my bosses will recognize it and will soon give me a raise. I'm sure of it. Don't worry anymore and let your mother take care of it, just focus on school. Izuku, but mom. This is not to discuss, honey, just focus on being a great hero. Izuku, what's the point of being a hero if I can't even help my mother? He said angrily, I just want to help you. I just want to help. Unintentionally, the younger green-haired boy had raised his voice. He could see how his mother stopped smiling and lowered her head a little, looking sadly at the ground. Izuku, I'm sorry mom, I didn't mean to yell at you. The protagonist rushed to hug his mother and correct the mistake he had made. Please. Let me take care of it. You just worry about. Enjoying and smiling. The older green-haired girl began to speak brokenly and tears began to fall from her eyes. Izuku, okay mom, but please don't cry, sorry. Forgive me. The boy's eyes became crystal clear, he did not want to make his mother sad, he just wanted to help her and be useful to her, he only wanted to ease her burden. It had been a while since the argument, the older green-haired girl wiped her tears, hugged her little one and was about to wash the dishes, but her son stopped her, saying that he would take care of that. She thanked him and hugged him one last time before going to sleep. The protagonist had finished washing the dishes, turned off the lights and went to his room. He began to look around his room. He had not thought about how much it had changed. Previously his room was full of things from All Might and Heroes, but now that was no longer there. Several of the things he had sold to help at home. Now the walls of his room were decorated with photos of his mother and photos from when his father was still alive. The green-haired boy grabs a photo of his mother next to him. She smiled so much and was so happy. The green-haired boy still remembers the reason for that smile. It was the day they had revealed to him the gift he had. He couldn't forget that day and how his mother looked. She looked so happy. The green-haired man had promised to recover his mother's happiness. He had to make her proud and make everything worth it. So the protagonist looks at his cell phone and starts watching a video. The video was about fighting styles and physical strengthening. The protagonist had started watching these kinds of videos almost 2 years ago. It was at the time that they began to bother him at school because of his economic situation. He didn't care at all that they teased him about it, but his blood did boil when they mentioned his mother in the middle of the dispute, which is why he fought a lot at school. Since his gift depends heavily on water, he was practically quirkless in the face of his bullies, where they rarely carried drinks with them, so he started watching videos on how to fight. The protagonist tried to replicate what he saw in the videos as much as he could. He couldn't always follow 100% of the exercise routine he saw, but he did his best to complete what he could. He had a better physique than children his age. It wasn't a big deal, but his physical endurance seemed like that of a preteen. Several days had already passed since that small argument with his mother. The green-haired boy had finished his school day, so he went to the public library in his area to read certain books. The protagonist began to read a book on how to make money quickly. He was not going to give up the idea of helping his mother, so he began to look for how to generate money. He was quietly reading the book when he began to see a black-haired girl running while she had a book and hid near him. Behind her, 2 men in suits who seemed quite agitated were chasing her. "Man went up, boy," he said while trying to catch his breath. "Have you seen a girl with black hair around here?" The black-haired woman who was hiding looked at our protagonist and looked at him as if she needed help, so the protagonist knew he had to do it. "Izuku, yes. Man 2, where is he?" "Izuku, pour below." The green-haired man began to point to the library counter, where there was an older woman with black hair who, from what could be seen, worked in the library. The men clicked their tongues and left without saying anything. The black-haired woman who was still in the hiding place began to look at the green-haired boy and whispered to him, "Girl, I almost thought you were going to rat me out, thank you." "Izuku, I was thinking about it, but it seemed like you were asking for help." The green-haired boy returned to his reading, but a certain look didn't let him. Calmly, "Izuku, they're gone, you can get out of there." "The book? Izuku? Huh? What's wrong with this book?" "Girl, it won't help you." The haired man was disconcerted by the black-haired girl's comment. "Izuku, and how do you know it won't work for me? Did you even read it?" "Girl, no, I haven't read it." "Izuku, and then?" "Girl, those kinds of books are useless. It's just a way for people to buy the book because of the title. The title only serves the author of the book, since he made money quickly from people who impulsively bought the book." The green-haired boy was surprised by the girl's comment. She seemed to be the same age as him, but how can he know that about the book by just reading the title? Maybe she is telling the truth, or is she just talking for the sake of talking? "Izuku, what's your name?" "Girl, Yayarozu Momo, what about you?" "Izuku, I don't tell my name to strangers." "Momo, oh? But if I just told you my name?" "Izuku, no estabas obligada a responder, Yayarozu-san." "Momo, it's not fair." "Izuku, the world is not fair." The green-haired man got up and started to walk away. "Momo, wait, where are you going?" "Izuku, let's find another book." "Momo, do you even know what book you're going to read?" The green-haired man shook his head. He didn't know anything about this kind of book. "Momo, that book will help you." The black-haired woman pointed to a shelf with certain large books. The protagonist takes the book that the raven-haired woman told him about and sits near her hiding place. "Izuku, did you read this book, or are you just saying that because of the title?" "Momo, maybe you don't tell your name to strangers, but you pay attention to them." The black-haired woman started to laugh slightly. The green-haired man took the girl's attitude by surprise, so he didn't say anything and just started reading the book. "Momo, my father made me read that book. I recommend it to you." The green-haired boy continued reading the book. The black-haired girl showed no signs of leaving her hiding place, so like the protagonist, she began to read the book she had with her, but the green-haired boy's voice interrupted her reading. Izuku Midoriya Izuku. Momo? Izuku Midoriya Izuku, that's my name. Momo, I see what a nice name you have, Midoriya-kun. Izuku, thank you. Can I ask you something? Momo, yes, of course. Izuku, why were those men following you? Momo, let's just say I shouldn't be here to begin with. Izuku, and that's just why they were following you? I didn't know the library had a security team. The black-haired girl laughed at the boy's innocent comment. Momo, they don't work for the library, they work for my dad. Izuku, I see, your father must be important if he has a security team. Momo, let's say yes. The thing is that I ran away from the house to read this book. The black-haired woman shows the boy the book she was reading. The book seemed to be about creating objects. In his eyes it seemed like a boring book and not worth escaping to read it. Izuku, is that why you ran away? Momo, yes, this book helps me with my gift. Izuku, what kind of gift do you have, Yaoyorozu-san? Momo, it's called creation. As long as I know how to make something I can create it through my fat. Izuku, brilliant. The green-haired man had raised his voice unintentionally, so he began to whisper again. Izuku, it's a fantastic gift, you're basically like Doraemon's magic pocket. The black-haired girl laughed at the green-haired man's comment. Momo, and yours? Midoriya-kun. Izuku, mine allows me to manipulate water and any of its states. Momo, great, with that gift you can be a great hero. Izuku, yes, maybe. But I don't want to be a hero. Momo, huh? Because? Almost everyone wants to be heroes, and even more so if they have a gift as strong as yours. Izuku, it's just that I have other goals, like helping my mom with the house. Momo, I see. Teenage mercenary, northern mercenary, mercenary enlistment. Hydrokinesis. It had been a few weeks since the Midoriya family had spoken among themselves to discuss the contract. The green-haired man convinced his mother that they just had to sign. There was no reason to argue. In the first week, the Yaoyorozu family had arranged the process of changing schools and the move of the green-haired boys. Their new house was much more spacious and modern than the previous house they had. The protagonist's mother had started working at the Yaoyorozu on the first day, and in the end she decided to work as a saleswoman. The protagonist spent the entire first week being trained on how he should act, what he should do, what he cannot do, and the routine he should follow during the week. After that week, the green-haired man was presented to the Yaoyorozu, having to appear before Ayato Yaoyorozu's wife and also his daughter, this being the person he would have to assist in the future. Currently, Izuku has just finished his daily basic training. This consists of running 2 kilometers to warm up the body. After that, he began sparring with his teacher, who did not hit the green-haired man, he only dodged and blocked him. Coach, well done, young man. The coach leaves after saying that. The green-haired man was catching his breath as he rested on the ground. Momo here. The Yaoyorozu heiress was giving a bottle of water to the protagonist, who graciously accepts it and thanks her. Momo, could you use your gift with the bottle? The green-haired man thought that he had passed it on to drink it, but it seems that it was only so that he could show him his gift again, so he laughed lightly. Momo, what are you laughing at? Izuku, it's just that I thought you were giving me water to drink, but it seems not. The black-haired woman had not realized that, but she quickly shakes her hands. Momo, the water is for you, but taking advantage of it I can see your gift again. The green-haired boy opens the water bottle and leaves it on the ground. He begins to concentrate and to guide himself. He begins to use his hands as guides, so he realizes that with his hands he can direct the water. The water comes out of the bottle and begins to rotate around the green-haired boy and then rotates around the little raven-haired girl and, finally, it hits the protagonist's hair. Momo, did you lose control? The black-haired woman creates a towel and holds it out to her future assistant. Izuku, no. I was just hot. The green-haired man grabs the towel that the raven girl offered him and gets up from the ground while lightly drying his face. Izuku, I'll get ready and we'll go to the study room together. The raven-haired woman nodded and proceeded to leave. The green-haired man went to the showers in the mansion's gym to then change and meet with the black-haired woman. A few hours had passed and Momo and Izuku were in the study room of the Yaoyorozu mansion. The black-haired woman was helping her bodyguard with his studies since he was in the middle of the school year. He needed help adapting to her demands. Both young men got along quite well, although the green-haired boy practically gets paid to be friends with the black-haired girl, but that's the least of it. Momo, you're doing very well, Midoriya-san. You have to pay more attention to this part, points to a part of the exercise. The black-haired girl likes to help our protagonist with his studies. She loves teaching other people and even more so when they are close people, since she wants everyone to improve. Izuku, I think I got the hang of it. The green-haired boy was about to finish the last exercise. It must be emphasized that he never did badly with his grades, but the demands of the school he was in with the one he was previously in were very noticeable, so the black-haired girl's help helps a lot to get used to the rhythm of the classes. Izuku, finish. The green-haired man stretches his arms and puts them on the table while he rests his head on it. Momo, how about we take a break? Izuku, I have a better idea. What if we leave it here? Momo, but we still need to see this other matter. Izuku, can we go over it tomorrow? Begging the black-haired girl. The routine that the green-haired man is carrying out is a little tiring, having to go to classes, then having to train and having to study for the most prestigious school is being difficult for him. Momo, okay, but tomorrow without fail. Izuku, of course. The green-haired man smiled. He finally had free time. Momo, do you want to eat something? Izuku, I would love to. Both young people were on their way to the dining room of the house. In the middle of it, the black-haired girl timidly grabbed part of the green-haired boy's coat to get his attention. Momo, I've been thinking. Izuku, Momo, seeing that we have become close friends. And that in the future you will work for me. Can I call you by your name? Izuku, I wouldn't mind. Momo, just like that? The black-haired woman was a little surprised. She didn't expect him to take the matter of saying her name so lightly. The green-haired boy didn't care much if they called him by his name. They were children after all, and in any case, Yaoyorozu Momo will be his boss, so she can tell him whatever she wants and he will have to accept it anyway. Izuku, it would be an honor if you called this humble bodyguard by his name. The green-haired boy bows before the raven girl, waiting for her reaction, although Izuku was already expecting her actions. Type, Tanto. Izuku Tanto. The green-haired man laughed softly. He liked to annoy the raven girl that way. Although she is the heir to the most powerful and wealthy families in the country, the young girl did not like being treated as if she were a superior being. Izuku? You're wrong. My name is not Izuku, silly. It's Midoriya. Izuku, laughing slightly. It had been 4 years since the green-haired man signed the contract. In that time he had already gained a better physique and better control of his quirk that allowed him to use water in various ways. Currently he is sleeping peacefully in one of the guest beds in the Yaoyorozu mansion, while an Azabesh has just entered the room to look for his friend who was sleeping. Momo, Izuku, we're going to be late. Silence filled the room. Momo, Izuku, get up. Silence once again filled the room. Momo, Izuku, we're going to be late. The black-haired woman grabs the protagonist's ankle and begins to dig her nails in slightly. The green-haired boy quickly comes out of his dream. Izuku, stop. Me laughing. I'm laughing. The green-haired man sits on the bed while rubbing his ankle. Izuku, DMN. Can't you find a better way to get me up, Momo? Momo, it's not my fault you didn't get up. Next time I'm going to tell a maid to do it. Izuku, the maids here are quite pretty. At the green-haired man's comment, the black-haired girl got upset. Momo, what did you say? The reason why Izuku was sleeping in the Yaoyorozu mansion is because his mother had to take a trip abroad for work, so the Yaoyorozu took care of him until his mother returned. Now both young people are having breakfast at the dining room table. A maid from the mansion walks by and serves Izuku her favorite tea, while she serves Izuku water. Momo, do you think that maid who just passed by is cute? Izuku, Yasuparalo. The black-haired girl was a little upset by what happened earlier, but it wasn't that big of a deal. After all, Izuku could find anyone pretty who he liked, although it bothered her a little that he found someone who works for him pretty. Family. Both had left for school to attend their last school year. Next year Yaoyorozu Momo will enter the UA, so his family is looking for a recommendation so he can attend this. while Izuku will be his last year, unless he renews. But if he renews, he will have to take the admission test, since recommendations are very difficult to get. Furthermore, it is not a problem for the green-haired boy to take the normal test. Overall, he is more than prepared for those exams. The young people were already in their classroom. The class had already started, so they entered quietly and sat down quickly. The course of the day passed normally. They were ordinary classes, but the last class was different. Teacher, they are already in their third year, so they have to choose what they will do with their future, although I suppose most of them are aiming to be a hero or manage their parents' company. In any case, I owe them some documents to plan their future. If you want, you can leave. In today's class it will only be this. The DLVY time is within a week, so don't leave it until the last day. The teacher began to distribute the documents to all his students. Some kept the document and left, others stayed in the room while they talked and filled out the form. In the case of our protagonists, they stayed in the class filling out the document to deliver it, so some people came to talk to them. Girl 1, are you both going to apply to the UA? Referring to our protagonists. Boy 1, well, of course yes. In this school everyone who aspires to be a hero points to the UA and they are no exception. Momo, that's right, we both aspire to the UA. Girl 2, that's great, then we're going to be partners again, aren't we, Midoriya? The girl smiles as she turns her head slightly looking at the green-haired boy. The black-haired girl realized the girl's intention, so she looked at our protagonist to see her reaction, but she was indifferent. Izuku? Huh? Yes. Boy 1. But for them to be partners again, you're going to have to pass the admission exam, because it's clear that these two will pass it without a problem, if we all know how strong Midoriya-san and Yaoyorozu-san are. Momo, it's not that big of a deal. Izuku is stronger than me, sorry. Izuku, of course I have to be stronger than you. If I want to protect you I need to be stronger and stronger. It is impossible for a bodyguard to be weaker than his client. The classmates were surprised by what was said. Boy 1. Wow, Izuku, I didn't know you were so protective of your girlfriend. Izuku, girlfriend? We have never been boyfriends. Girl 1, aren't they? But if they always walk together, they are like a 2x1. Izuku, we're just good friends, nothing more than that. Shaking with hands. The green-haired man thought that their relationship was obvious, but it seems that in the eyes of his teammates they were something else. Girl 2, so you don't have a partner? The young lady looked eagerly at the green-haired man waiting for his response. The girl was happy she had the opportunity to go out with the protagonist. Momo, Izuku doesn't have time to think about those things. He has a lot of responsibilities, so he doesn't have the time. It bothered the black-haired girl that this girl wanted to flirt with her bodyguard. Although the raven-haired girl had no reason to get involved in the green-haired man's love life, she wouldn't allow just anyone to go out with him. Izuku, that's true. I have my babysitting job, my training, my studies, and my private classes. The green-haired man had started this year with some classes where he was being indoctrinated to be an assistant, so he barely had. For him. Girl 2, I see. So you're a busy man? The girl looked at the green-haired boy with flirtatious eyes. Izuku, totally. Girl 2, and you don't want to make time for me, Midoriya? Letting out an embrace. Izuku, huh? Confused. Momo, wow, look what time it is, we have to go. The black-haired girl couldn't stand the girl anymore, so she grabs the green-haired boy along with his documents that they had already filled out and hands them both over, then proceeds to leave the room while quickly saying goodbye to his classmates. The black-haired woman continued dragging the green-haired boy until she stopped. She had done it without thinking and dragged her friend with her. Momo, come on, releasing the doll. The green-haired man didn't understand why she acted, but he didn't give it much importance either. It got him out of that uncomfortable situation with that classmate, although it could have been another way. Izuku, did I do something wrong? The black-haired woman gives a big sigh. She didn't want to act like that. She did it impulsively, and now it seems that her friend thinks it's her fault. Momo, no, not at all. Just forget it. Both young people were silent as they walked to the Yaoyorozu limo. When they arrived, the green-haired man noticed that no one opened the car door. It seemed a little strange to him, and he opened the door for the raven girl and then got in himself. The car started and everything seemed normal. The protagonist assumed that it was just some mistake. In the end, it could happen to anyone, But this was not just anyone, it was a worker from the Yaoyorozu family, so his concern was still present. Izuku, Momo, is everything okay? The Raven girl was surprised by the sudden question, so she thought that her friend was still thinking about the situation from before. Momo, yes, everything is fine, don't worry about it. I'm sorry. The green-haired boy was not happy with the answer. It seems that the black-haired girl was not understanding the situation. The protagonist began to look at the front of the car and did not recognize any face. He could not recognize the pilot or the co-pilot. The young man with green hair looked out the window and noticed that this was not the path that the limo should follow today. The car should not pass through these streets, so the protagonist concluded one thing, that they are under kidnapping right now. The green-haired boy starts to act. He takes out 2 bottles of water from his backpack and leaves them on the nearest cup rest where the drivers are, and he changes seats to sit next to the black-haired girl and begins to approach her. Momo, huh? What are you doing so suddenly? Nervous? The green-haired man begins to whisper. Izuku, play along with me and don't talk. I need you to create a rope but make it as discreet as possible. The black-haired woman listens to what her partner says, while he checks his phone and realizes that he had no service. Without service in the middle of the city? This was already key proof that something bad was happening, perhaps a kidnapping, and from what seems like an elaborate one if they managed to find something to deactivate the signal or a person. Izuku, 2 people in front. The green-haired man looks out the window and realizes that he is being followed by 2 cars, one from the front and one from the back. Both are in SERT formation, so I suspect that they are also kidnappers. Izuku, 2 cars. Each one has a capacity of 5 people, so there can be 10 in the cars plus the 2 in the limo. Normally, if they are SCRT cars, there are 4 people in a car, so they would be a total of 8 people in the cars and 2 in the limo. The green-haired man's thoughts were interrupted by the raven girl who was passing the rope around his back. The green-haired boy grabbed the rope with his right hand and hid his hand behind his back. Izuku, Momo, you must follow everything I tell you. When you see him break that window, you crouch on the ground and don't show yourself through the windows for anything in the world, understand? The black-haired girl nods, so the green-haired boy gets to work while sitting near the drivers. He takes off his vest and wraps it in his right hand and knocks on the window so they can open it a little and they can talk. Co-pilot, did something happen? Izuku, no, nothing, it just seems strange to me that I have never seen them here. By any chance are they the new recruits that Mr. Yaoyorozu wanted to recruit? Co-pilot, that's right, it's us, forgive us if we make a mistake, today is our first day. Izuku, I see. We all make mistakes so don't worry, smiling fake. Co-pilot, I've had a doubt ever since I saw you, aren't you too young to be a bodyguard? Izuku, yes I am. But do you want to know something else? Co-pilot, what boy? Izuku, they didn't have to mess with the Yaoyorozu. The green-haired man hits the glass, breaking it, and with the help of his hug he begins to choke the co-pilot. Pilot, but what are you doing, brat? The driver is still focused on driving, but he became more and more distracted when listening to his partner's noises until he stopped listening to him. Izuku, they chose their target wrong. The green-haired man lets go of the co-pilot and begins to choke the pilot with the rope, pulling strong towards him. The driver presses the accelerator strong and begins to go at maximum speed, hitting the rear of the car in front, but he changes lanes and continues at maximum speed. Pilot, we will all die. If you continue. The pilot finds it difficult to speak due to lack of air. Izuku, among all the Yaoyorozu, they chose the air. You have already dug her grave by trying to kidnap her. The green-haired boy begins to use his gift and directs the water to the steering wheel of the car to have control of the vehicle. The green-haired man continued pulling the rope strong until the pilot began to move or react, but his feet were still on the accelerator. He did not have enough water to drive with his gift, so he directed the water to the handbrake, but on second thought, that wasn't a good idea unless he wanted to overturn the car, so the Don took over the steering wheel, while the green-haired man began to break more of the glass to move the driver with his hands and leave him on top of his partner. Now if he could use his gift to step on the brake, the vehicle began to slow down, but as it slowed down, the vehicles skirting the car caught up with them, so they began to collide on the sides of the car while they began to crash. Shoot towards it. The green-haired boy crouches down and begins to crawl towards the black-haired girl. Izuku, Momo, hold on tight. Scared, what am I subjecting myself to, Izuku? The green-haired boy hugs the black-haired girl and places the black-haired girl's head on his settee while hugging her. Izuku, don't let go of me. The green-haired man with his gift pulled the car's handbrake, so the vehicle began to get out of control while it staggered. The limo began to crash into the SERT cars, so in one of the SERT cars lost stability and went out of control, crashing into a building. As one of the cars was no longer on the sides of the limo, its lack of control became more present, causing it to overturn, crashing into a nearby building. The car didn't make that many turns, it only managed to make one turn and then crashed into the building. The green-haired boy received much of the damage from the crash. He was under the jet while they continued hugging. Izuku, Momo, are you okay? Type. Izuku. Momo. Yes, I'm fine. The green-haired man stops hugging the raven girl and lets go of her embrace to start seeing her face up close. The black-haired woman was embarrassed by the protagonist's action. Momo, what are you doing? Izuku, seeing if you have any wounds on your face. If so, Mr. Yaoyorozu will kill me. The green-haired man found no sign of injuries on the raven girl's face, so he breathed a sigh of relief. The biggest threat had passed. He begins to get up little by little, while being careful with the glass on the floor. The green-haired boy and the raven-haired girl were standing on the roof of the car. The protagonist asks the black-haired girl to wait there while he takes care of the rest, but the black-haired girl holds him down. Momo, don't go. The green-haired man could see the black-haired girl's scared face, but more than fear he could distinguish that it was concern. Izuku, don't worry, you'll be fine here. I won't let anything happen to you, just trust me. Momo, it's dangerous. Don't go. Izuku, not for me, just wait and see. The green-haired man smiles at the jet-black girl, a sincere smile on the face of an injured protagonist with signs of cuts on his face, while the blood drips down his face, but his smile remains the same as always. Momo, let me help you. Izuku, never. If you do that I will fail as your bodyguard. Momo, but... Izuku, Momo, this is my job. A man must fulfill his responsibilities. You are one of mine. Just wait for me and we'll go home together. Type. The black-haired girl begins to unbutton the shirt she was wearing. The green-haired boy blushes and gets nervous at what the raven-haired girl was doing. Izuku, but what are you doing? Momo, using my gift. The black-haired woman exposes her abdomen and begins to create a metal shield for the green-haired man. It was a large one for a handheld one. When she finishes it, the girl gives it to her friend. Izuku, thank you. Momo, you have to go back. Izuku, of course, it's a promise. The green-haired man begins to walk, crouching, to one of the open doors of the limousine, and when he leaves he sees that in the distance there are several people watching, recording, talking on their phones, but no one was approaching them. The reason? There was a group of 4 people in black who were armed near the limousine, who had already visualized the protagonist, so they began to shoot him, but he covered himself with his shield and hid with part of the limousine. The green-haired man began to look around him and noticed that the ground was wet. He looked to his side and there was a broken fire hydrant throwing water out of control. Izuku, cease fire. Parley. Bad one. Too late for that. Izuku, it's never too late for parley. Bad 3. Give us the girl and we accept the parley. Izuku, that's not how parley works. Bad 4. Then don't bother and die quickly. The green-haired boy kept seeing the fire hydrant and the amount of water that was on the ground was still not enough for what he wanted to do, but he could still use it to neutralize the enemies. The green-haired man began to make some movements with his hands and the water began to surround him, and then the water began to distribute on the ground in the direction of the enemy's feet. The water was already under their enemies. They did not pay attention to it and continued their flurry of shots. Izuku, I'm giving you the last chance to parley. Are they going to take it? Bad 4. Go to hell. Izuku, you asked for it. The green-haired man made some final movements and the water under his feet quickly covered his legs and part of one arm with their weapon. Suddenly that water turned into ice. The protagonist comes out of his hiding place and begins to walk in the direction of the 4 villains to question them. Izuku, who do they work for? Bad 4. Screw you. Rather dead than speak. The green-haired man sighs. Izuku. I'll take that as an invitation. The protagonist began to gather as much water as possible and began to constantly rotate it around him and the four villains, and then freeze the water sphere and create a fog inside the dome to prevent them from looking. Bad one, what are you doing? Highly strung. Izuku, what are you talking about? Well, clearly I'm going to kill your friend. The green-haired boy forms an ice skate with a small amount of water and buries it in a villain. Bad for it. Izuku, do you think you can mess with the Yaoyorozu and get out without repercussions? They must be prepared to pay the price. Last words? Little 4. Yodit. Izuku. Disappointing. The green-haired man began to drive the stake in each time. The villain's screams echoed in the dome, only being heard by his companions. When he couldn't stand it anymore, one of his companions spoke. Bad too. The Yakuza. The Yakuza hired us. Izuku, whose? The green-haired boy releases the ice stake and leaves it there to start walking towards the talker. Bad too. I don't know the name, we only took the job because the pay was huge. Please don't kill him. Izuku, let's think about it. They hurt an important person, so they will have to pay the price for such an act. How will they do it? Who will die? A great silence was present. The villain saw in the teenager's eyes that he was serious. Bad too. Kill me instead. Bad 4. Don't do it. Kill me. The green-haired boy uses his gift and extends his ice prison towards the villain's mouth so that he does not speak. Izuku, Siege. Don't you see that your partner wants to become a man? Is anyone else offering? The green-haired man begins to look at the villains. The other two just looked away while they had a helpless face. They couldn't do anything. Izuku, okay, it's decided then. You will die, but I will not kill you, you will do it yourself. The green-haired boy releases one of his arms and passes a very sharp ice skate to the villain. He stared at the stake and then looked at the green-haired boy who only looked at him with a smile. Izuku, do it. Bad too, Deepening. The villain was still hesitating, but finally he decided he was going to do it once and for all, so he started screaming while using all the force he could, stab himself in the throat, and when the stake was about to stick into the skin, it fell. Transforms into water. The green-haired man starts to laugh. Izuku, you had to see your face laughing, you were really going to do it. The green-haired boy couldn't stop laughing. The villains were looking at him with fear. Was this really a teenager who was only 14 years old? How could he act like this in this situation? The protagonist stops laughing and becomes serious. Izuku, nobody here is going to die. Well, at least they're not going to die in my hands. The green-haired boy uses his gift to extend the ice prison of all the villains towards his mouth so that they can't speak anymore. Izuku, you will not go to prison as is normally done, you will be taken to one of our compounds and you will begin to be tortured until you release all the information you have. This will not stop here. The green-haired man dissolves the fog and the large ice dome as well. Part of that water is used to strengthen the bonds of the villains. The people who were around began to approach the scene, but Izuku occupied the water so that they could keep their distance. His priority still needed to be secured, so he approached the limo. Izuku, let's go back home. When the black-haired woman sees our protagonist, she begins to cry. The green-haired one worries about what is coming. Izuku, why are you crying? Are you hurt? The Azabash hugs the protagonist while crying on his shoulder. Momo, that was dangerous, you could have died. Izuku, but I didn't. Plus we will become heroes, so we will always be risking our lives. Momo, but we're not there yet. Izuku, but we will be, right? Momo, no? Izuku, yes? Type. Izuku. The green-haired man starts to laugh. The protagonist helps her stand up and they begin to leave the limo. Both young men had gotten out of the limo and saw that a few heroes had already arrived at the scene. One of the heroes approaches our protagonist. Hero, hey, are you okay? Izuku, yes, we both are, they are just minor injuries. Hero, sure? The hero could see that the Raven girl did not have serious injuries, only the occasional scratch on her arms and legs, but the one with the most injuries was the green-haired boy. He had large cuts on his arms and knuckles, and there were traces of BLD on his shirt and head. Momo, why did it take you so long? Hero, we have just been notified of the problem. It seems that there was a signal problem in the area, but it seems that it has already gone away, so we received the information very late. On behalf of the heroes, I apologize. The hero bowed. Izuku, no need, sir. Ingenium, I came running as soon as they told me. Did you by any chance use your gift to do this? Izuku, let's say yes. Am I in trouble? Ingenium, not at all, because the situation is totally reasonable. There was no hero present and it was self-defense. Izuku, oh, thank you very much. The hero could no longer help but ignore the boy's injuries, so he asked them to go to an ambulance. The green-haired boy refused, but the hero and Momo insisted that he had to go. In all of this chaos, you can hear how some helicopters begin to appear and a few black cars arrive at the area. They were Mr. Yaoyorozu's men, and apparently it seems that he was also present. Mr. Yaoyorozu said that he would take care of the damage caused in the city and take the young people to a hospital, so the hero agrees. Hospital. A few hours had already passed since the incident. Both young people were in the hospital room. Although the damage that Momo suffered was not serious, she had cuts and scrapes, so her father paid for the best treatment and service at the hospital for her and for the green-haired man. The green-haired man's wounds had already healed and he only had to rest for a few days to be as good as new, while the raven-haired girl had already been discharged. Outside the room, there was the black-haired girl's father who was talking with the security team and about the kidnapping that the protagonist foiled. They were investigating why there was no signal, and it seems that the limo had a device that blocked the signal within a range of 30 meters, and when the water began to wet part of the limo it broke down. Izuku, how incredible the gifts are. Relaxing in the hospital bed. Momo, they are quite practical for health work, wounds that can take weeks to heal naturally, now they can be healed in the case of a few days, and who knows, maybe there is one or another gift that heals in a couple of hours or minutes. The black-haired woman was sitting in one of the hospital chairs. She kept her friend company. Izuku, how cool. The green-haired man was excited. One of the things he loved were gifts, and he was fascinated by seeing professionals use them. He was excited after seeing how Recovery Girl, the UA's personal nurse, used her gift on him. Momo, aren't you more excited than usual? Izuku, of course. Did you not recognize who the person who served us was? She was nothing more and nothing less than a recovery girl. Momo, I hadn't recognized her. How fabulous. Izuku, yes, that's right. It's fabulous. The green-haired man was very excited with the appearance of the heroine, and that emotion could be felt by the raven girl. She liked to see how Izuku got excited about those things. It gave her a certain peace and comfort to see her bodyguard happy. It's good that you are well. Suddenly a kind of police officer dressed in a warm brown coat had entered the room. He seemed to be a detective apparently. Tsukachi, I hope I haven't interrupted you. My name is Tsukachi Naomasa and I'm a detective. I hope you can answer some questions about what happened. Before the young people could respond, Mr. Yaoyorozu entered the room and grabbed the detective. Yaoyorozu, I think I told you that you couldn't enter. This case is under the Yaoyorozu. Tsukachi, I understand that you will be in charge of this, but I still have to be aware of the situation. Seriously? Yaoyorozu, and you will be aware when the interrogation with the culprits ends, so wait patiently. Tsukachi. Sighs, okay, I better go then. Take care and get well soon. The detective leaves the room and both Yaoyorozu remain with the youngest Midoriya. The older man approaches the green-haired man. He had previously thanked him for what he did, but it was still not enough. So he told the young bodyguard to ask for whatever he wanted and he would give it to him. The green-haired man refused at first because he wasn't going to ask for something just because of his job. But Mr. Yaoyorozu insisted, so without further hesitation the green-haired boy asked for a limited edition poster of All Might in his Silver Age signed by the symbol of peace. Himself. Yaoyorozu, do you just want that? Izuku, yes. Excited, or I'll settle for All Might's autograph. Yaoyorozu, does saving my daughter's life cost so little? Serious. Izuku, huh? Nervous and shaking his hands, I didn't mean that, sir. Yaoyorozu, ask for something else. What else do you want? Izuku, a life-size figure of All Might. Yaoyorozu, it's very little, ask for something more, beginning to get angry. The green-haired boy thinks that continuing to ask for things from All Might will only make him angry, So he thinks about what else to ask him for and decides. Izuku, un bono. A Yaoyorozu, de quanto? Izuku, whatever you find correct, I trust you. The green-haired man did not want to say a price, because he considered it out of place to give a price to the man who helped his family when they needed it most. Yaoyorozu, okay, I will have all the things delivered to your house, and regarding the bonus I will transfer it to your account. After that, Mr. Yaoyorozu says goodbye to both teenagers, clarifying that after the incident the head of the Jet family increased the security of the mansion, in addition to the fact that for a time, they were going to see guards who would be watching over the mansion. Jet black and green-haired from afar when they are at school. After Mr. Yaoyorozu left, both young people were alone again. The first to speak was the Raven Girl. Momo, so a full-scale figure of All Might. Izuku, of course yes, just imagine the possibilities. Momo, chances of what? Izuku, that you wouldn't understand, looking into nothingness. Momo, come on, tell me. In Izuku's head he could only imagine how he could recreate the hundreds of fights that All Might has had or how the peace symbol would be in the stands while he trains. So many things could be done with a full-scale figure that the question offends. Izuku, I'm not going to tell you, let's get out of here. The green-haired boy tries to get out of bed, but the black-haired girl stops him. Momo, but what are you doing? You have to rest. Izuku, but if I'm fine I can rest at home. Momo, what are you talking about? They haven't discharged you yet. Izuku, pero. Momo, no buts, you have to rest, medical orders. The black-haired woman was not going to give in to the green-haired man. Seeing that she was not going to change her mind, he just lay down again. The black-haired girl saw that the green-haired boy lay down again, sat down again and took out a book. Izuku, hey Momo, how long do you plan to stay? Momo, what are you talking about? Izuku, it's already getting late and it's going to be dark in a while. Momo, well until you recover. The green-haired man is surprised by what the black-haired woman said. Izuku, why? You should go home and rest before it gets dark. Momo, because it is my duty to take care of you. Izuku, no, that is my duty. Your duty is to be the next heir of the Yaoyorozu, not to take care of a simple bodyguard. Momo, you're not just a bodyguard, you're also my friend. My only friend. The green-haired boy remained silent. He knew it was true. A large part of the people did not approach the black-haired girl because they think that she is in another league or that they cannot socialize with her because they are from different social classes and one of the few people. The reason he talks to her is because of hidden intentions. Izuku, okay, you can stay but only for a while, then you go home. Momo, but Izuku, it's not up for discussion. Tomorrow you can come back, you don't need to take care of me so much. Momo, okay. The black-haired woman, a little discouraged, returns to her reading. From time to time she glanced at the protagonist, who was looking at his cell phone. Suddenly she received a call and answered. Apparently it was her mother who was worried about her son. It had been a few weeks since the incident occurred and after interrogating the gang, it was learned that the Yakuza wanted to kidnap the black-haired girl to have an advantage in a business they had with Mr. Ayato Yaoyorozu. The green-haired boy's mother had already returned from a work trip, so the green-haired boy returned to live at home. After that incident, Yaoyorozu Momo intensified her training in Bukijutsu. Its meaning is weapon techniques. Basically, it is using weapons in combat, and increased her reading of encyclopedias. In short, Izuku has more free time, although he must also be in the Yaoyorozu mansion accompanying his partner. For example, when the Raven Girl is training with her tutor, he takes the opportunity to read. What has he read? Well, clearly his daily novel How All Might Saves the Day in the City. After a while, the black-haired girl finished her training, so Izuku stops reading the news and takes a towel to his future boss. Izuku, Miss Yaoyorozu, here is your towel, using his two hands to hold the towel waiting for her to pick it up. Momo, stop talking like that or I'm going to get angry, grabs the towel and wipes the sweat. Izuku, I remind you that at night you have to attend the meeting with your father, so I recommend that you not do activities that use up a lot of energy. I recommend that you take a nap from 4 to 6, Miss Yaoyorozu, holding back laughter. Momo, Izuku annoyed. Izuku, what? I'm just practicing for the night, I have to treat you like this at the party. Momo, yes, but we're not at the party yet. The black-haired girl crossed her arms and puffed out one of her cheeks. She had made a cute pout at the sight of the green-haired boy. Izuku, but I'm practicing. If I do it wrong, your father will be angry with me. The black-haired girl looked askance at the green-haired boy. Although she knew that he also did this to make her angry, she was going to take advantage of this situation to her advantage. Momo, so you're practicing for the night, right? Izuku, yes. Momo, well, then as my assistant and bodyguard you have to follow my orders, right? Izuku, yes. Momo, that's good to know, laughing. Izuku, I think I just had to hand him the towel and stay quiet. Thumbskip. The Yaoyorozu had already arrived at the party. It was a huge room in a large mansion. That room could easily hold 200 people. The Yaoyorozu were accompanied by the head bodyguard, Mr. Yaoyorozu's personal assistant, and the bodyguard of the youngest member of the family. In total there were 6 people, who upon arriving at the room, saw that all the guests were clearly important people from Japan. The host had not yet arrived, so all the guests present were socializing with each other, so Mr. Yaoyorozu sent the youngest jet girl to go meet people her age. The black-haired woman didn't know who to talk to or how to approach others, so without realizing it, a lady with blonde hair approached her. Melissa, hello, my name is Melissa Shield, but you can call me Melissa, and are you? The young woman who introduced herself is neither more nor less than the daughter of David Shield, a prominent scientist in singularity research and who also received a novel award. Momo, my name is Yaoyorozu Momo. It's a pleasure to meet you, Melissa-san. Melissa, the pleasure is mine, Yaoyorozu-san. Melissa, it seems like she comes accompanied, looking at the green-haired man. Momo, that's right, he's my bodyguard. Melissa, and does it have a name? The protagonist was silent, being the girl's shadow, but she looked at him so he could answer the question for himself. Izuku, I'm sorry I didn't introduce myself. My name is Midoriya Izuku. Nice to meet you, Miss Shield. Melissa, please call me Melissa. Izuku, I'm not allowed to do it, Miss Shield. Melissa, please insist. I feel uncomfortable if they call me by my last name instead of my first name. In my country it is not usually done. The green-haired man didn't know what he had to do, so he looked slightly at his boss, and when he saw that she nodded, he answered. Izuku, then it's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Melissa. Melissa, the pleasure is mine, Midoriya-kun, although there is something that intrigues me about you. Izuku, what can we know? The blonde began to walk around the green-haired boy, analyzing him from top to bottom. Melissa, you seem to be very young to be a bodyguard. And not for just anyone, but for the Yaoyorozu family. What kind of uniqueness do you have? The boy was thinking about whether to answer that question, but at the end of the day, the girl didn't seem to be dangerous. Izuku, hydrokinesis, allows me to control water. The green-haired man tried to hide the little nervousness that the blonde caused him, since she was watching him very closely. Melissa, it sounds strong. I don't see any supporting elements. Even though you look young to be a bodyguard, you look older than me and I'm Momo. Don't you think he's already looking at it a lot? The blonde didn't realize that. The truth is that she is excited about the gifts and the support teams. Melissa, sorry I got carried away, but how old are you? Izuku, I'm 14. Melissa, you're 14 and you're working as a bodyguard for the Yaoyorozu. You must be very strong. Izuku, yes, something like that. Scratching the back of his neck slightly. Momo, Midoriya-kun, could you bring some drinks for Melissa-san and me? Izuku, of course. The green-haired man leaves both girls alone, although he was watching them for anything. Melissa, you have an excellent hidden treasure, Yaoyorozu-san. Momo, yes, I'm clear. Melissa, you should really treasure it, before it can be stolen from you. Momo, wow, and who would be stupid enough to steal it? Melissa, anyone would be tempted by something like that. You couldn't say with certainty, smiling. The green-haired man arrived and gave each of the teenagers a drink. He noticed a tense atmosphere and that neither of them were talking, so he was going to bring up a topic of conversation that everyone likes, which is talking about their gifts. Izuku, Miss Melissa, may I ask you a question? Melissa, sure, ask me whatever question you want, Midoriya-kun. Izuku, since I told you about my gift, I thought I could ask you about yours. Melissa, I don't own one. The jet black girl and the green-haired boy were a little surprised. Izuku, forgive me, I think I may have touched on a delicate topic, lowering his head. Melissa, it's okay, I stopped worrying about that a long time ago. But that's not going to stop me from helping people either, smiling. Momo, and how do you plan to do it? I hope it's not exposing yourself to danger, worried. Melissa, well, I'm already doing it. I'm in my second year at the I-Island Academy, an academy that trains scientists, like my father is. Someday, the support items I make will help a hero. Someday, I'll be someone's hero. Momo, wow, I hope I'm able to do it, Melissa-san. Melissa, thank you so much, Yayarosa-san. The host of the party has just arrived, so he begins to give a short speech to start. Host, thank you all very much for coming. I am pleased to have your presence. Please enjoy the great party. In the living room, a place began to be made in the center where several couples or people began to dance. The raven-haired girl and the green-haired boy returned with the black-haired girl's father and mother, in addition to the blonde accompanying them, since her father was discussing some business with a certain group of people. The two teenagers were chatting while watching the dance. Melissa, that looks fun. Momo, yes, it seems that way. Melissa, what's wrong, Yayarosa-san? Don't you like to dance? Momo, it's not that I don't like it, but it's not my style. Melissa, Siege looks at the green-haired boy. Do you want to dance? Izuku, I'm sorry, my duty is to be with Miss Yayarozu. Melissa, oh come on, Yayarozu-san is with her parents and her employees. Nothing will happen to her if you leave her for a few minutes, taking the green-haired boy's hand to drag him to the dance floor. Izuku, I'm sorry but... The green-haired boy received a slight elbow from the head of the bodyguard. The green-haired boy turned around and looked at him. He began to whisper to him. Chief Bodyguard, if you want to dance, go ahead. Take a break, I'll take care of Miss Yayarozu. The green-haired man thought about it a little, but in the end the person who told him was his superior. Izuku, okay if you say so. The green-haired man stops whispering to his superior and looks at the blonde. Izuku, okay, you win Miss Melissa. The blonde guides the green-haired boy to the center of the dance floor. The green-haired boy had turned his head slightly to see the black-haired girl, and the only thing he saw was her face that was telling him not to go, but as he moved further to the center, he lost sight. She saw her friend who was being covered by the couples who were dancing. Melissa, have you ever danced? Izuku, no, never. Melissa, that's great, I'm not the only one who doesn't know how to dance anymore. Izuku, huh? So why did you want to dance, Miss Melissa? Melissa, looks fun, don't you think? Izuku, yes, I think a little. The blonde was leading the dance between the two. From time to time they stepped on each other or blocked each other, but they were having fun, and that's what mattered. Melissa, well, what do you think? Happy. Izuku, good, it feels good, Miss Melissa, smiling. Melissa, please stop being so formal with me. Izuku, I'm just doing my job. Melissa, please, you are only 14 years old, talk to me comfortably, and you are also on your break. The green-haired man was doubting it, but when he saw the face Melissa made, he relented. Izuku, okay, you win, Melissa-san. Melissa, no, Melissa-san, no, you have to say Melissa-chan. The green-haired boy got nervous because of the blonde's words, so he started to stutter. Izuku, what are you talking about, Blossoft? Highly strung. The blonde started to laugh lightly. Melissa, I was just kidding, I didn't know you could get so nervous, Izuku. The green-haired man had gotten nervous and caused both teenagers to accidentally collide with another couple. They both quickly apologized, but the green-haired man recognized the man who collided. It was nothing more nor less than the head of the Yakuza, the same ones. Yakuza who had attacked them. The green-haired boy remained calm and grabbed Melissa's hand to leave the dance floor. Melissa, what's going on? Do you want to go somewhere or private? Blushing, I'm not ready for that. We barely know each other. Nervous. Izuku, Melissa, you have to go with your father right now, this place will stop being safe in a while. Melissa, what are you talking about? The truth of everything is that the Yayarozu were going to miss the party, but they found out from external sources that the Yakuza were going to be present, so it was a good time to take revenge for the previous accident. So outside the building was surrounded by agents from the Jet family, in addition to having people infiltrated in the security team of the same party. Thanks to the information that the villains of the accident gave, they were able to know the type of person they were dealing with and how they could make him pay. Izuku, this place won't be very nice to say the least. Melissa, you're scaring me. The green-haired man turns around and sees that the blonde was not joking. He realized that he had made a mistake and had upset the blonde. Izuku, don't worry, you'll be fine. Trust me, okay? The green-haired man looked into the eyes of the blonde. The blonde, seeing the protagonist's gaze, could only see trust and sincerity through his eyes. Melissa, okay, are you going to take me to my dad or am I going to have to go alone? After the blonde asked the question, she began to grab the protagonist's hand more tightly. Izuku, well, of course I'm going to take you to your father. The green-haired man begins to walk around the room looking for the blonde's father. The protagonist did not know who Melissa's father was, so Melissa was guiding him where he could be. The blonde found him, so they went towards him, where the green-haired boy realized that Melissa's father was David Shield, a former partner of All Might, the person who designed all the peace symbol costumes. The young man with green hair tried to contain the excitement of being able to meet him in person because of the situation he was in. Melissa, David Shield, Melissa, you're back? And you're back with what I see. Looking at the green-haired man. Izuku, nice to meet you, Mr. Shield. I was just skirting Miss Shield with her father. David, I see. Aren't you too young to SRT people? Melissa, Dad, this is not the time for that, we have to go. David, because? If the party is at its best. Izuku, Miss Shield is right, in a few minutes this is not going to be a safe place, so I ask you to leave. David, The green-haired man did not want to waste much time on this. He had to warn the others that the Yakuza were already present, but he did not want to leave Professor Shield like this. Izuku, I don't have much time to explain, but there are some Yakuza who don't have good intentions. What the green-haired man said was a lie. Those who did not have good intentions were the Yaoyorozu who wanted revenge on the Yakuza, but everything had a reason at the end of the day. David, then I should. Melissa, Dad, there is no time to talk, we have to go. Izuku has to go back to the Yaoyorozu. Inside Mr. Shield's head there were still several unknowns. Yakuza gang? Yaoyorozu? Pending accounts? A minor working as a bodyguard? That minor working for the Yaoyorozu? That bodyguard knows your daughter? Izuku? Izuku? Why would his daughter call a mere underage bodyguard who has to go with the Yaoyorozu by name? Melissa, Dad, come on, you got stuck, trying to drag your dad out of the place? Mr. David reacts and begins to leave the place, but first he sees how his daughter approaches the green-haired man. Melissa, wait Izuku, I forgot something. She hands him a piece of paper with her number. You have to write to me, okay? The green-haired boy nods slightly and goes back to the Yaoyorozu. Now in the head of All Might's former partner, only one thing crossed his mind, that this Izuku guy who is a minor who works for the Yaoyorozu has just stolen his most precious treasure, his daughter. The protagonist has just returned to where the Yaoyorozu were. The younger black-haired girl was with her arms crossed while she was in a bad mood. The green-haired man approaches the head bodyguard and tells him, Izuku, Joe, the Yakuza are already here. The head bodyguard takes his phone and sends the signal. Joe, chief bodyguard thanks Izuku. The Yaoyorozu leave the party, being skirted by the head bodyguard, the assistant, and the protagonist. Everyone gets into the limo and leaves the place. A few minutes later shots start ringing in the place. The limo was on the way to the Yaoyorozu mansion. The black-haired girl's parents were in the front of the limo along with the head of security and his assistant, while the raven-haired girl and the green-haired boy were in the back in complete silence. The young woman with black hair stood with her arms crossed as she looked out the car window. Izuku, Miss Yaoyorozu, are you okay? The raven girl looks at the green-haired boy for a few seconds, then looks out the window again. Momo, we're not at the party anymore. Izuku, so could you explain to me what's bothering you, Momo? Momo, no, nothing is bothering me, you better go and have fun with your new friend. Izuku, do you mean Melissa? Momo, yes, who else do you think I'm referring to? Silly. Izuku, I don't understand, did it bother you that I talked to Melissa? The black-haired woman stops looking out the window and looks at her bodyguard face to face. Momo, I'm not bothered by that, I'm bothered that you left me alone, stupid. Izuku, but you didn't want to go dancing, and Melissa seemed like she really wanted to dance with someone. Momo, Melissa didn't want to dance with someone, she wanted to dance with you. Izuku, and what is it about you wanting to dance with me? Momo, you are my bodyguard, you should be with me, not leaving me alone. You are mine, not hers. Izuku, Pero. Momo, no buts. Next time don't leave me alone again, okay? Izuku, okay. Will you forgive me? Momo, I forgive you, but on one condition. Izuku, which one? Momo, from now on, when we have to go to a party or any social gathering, you must not call me Miss Yaoyorozu, you must call me Momo. The green-haired man was a little surprised by the condition. Izuku, Momo, I can't call you that, your father would kill me. Momo, then Miss Momo. Izuku, Momo, I really don't. Momo, either that or you'll have to call me Momo-chan in front of everyone from this moment on. The black-haired woman was being serious. She showed no sign that she was joking. Izuku, okay, I'll call you Miss Momo then. Momo, no, now that I think about it, you better call me. The green-haired boy, a little daring, uses his hand to cover the black-haired girl's mouth without her parents noticing. Izuku, Miss Momo, okay, let's leave it at that. The green-haired man removes his hand from the jet-black girl's mouth. Momo, okay. But the next time you leave me alone, you'll have to tell me Momo-chan, understand? Izuku, okay Momo. Momo, that's good. Let's be clear that next time we have to dance together. Izuku, huh? Weren't they not your style? Momo, if it's with you I can make an exception. After that conversation, the black-haired woman stopped being moody and was chatting comfortably again with her beloved bodyguard. Meanwhile, in the other part of the limousine was Mr. Yaoyorozu talking with the head of security. Senior Yaoyorozu, and well? Are they finished? The security chief was looking at his phone until he received a message. Joe. Yes, sir, our men are asking what they should do with the leader. What do I tell you? Mr. Yaoyorozu, it's not obvious. Behead him, behead everyone, don't leave any of those bastards alive. Let our message be clear. No one messes with the Yaoyorozu. Months passed and the entrance exam had arrived, and our protagonist was minutes away from taking the Hero Academy exam. That also meant that the green-haired man had already negotiated his contract renewal. In the negotiation, there was only the protagonist with Mr. Yaoyorozu and his team. In the end, the green-haired man renewed for 20 years. His salary was increased and his job was basically to protect the black-haired girl at the UA. Since it was a school of heroes, it was not necessary for him to be with her the entire school PRD, but in practice, in internships or in any hero activity that is not within the same academy, he had to give priority to Yaoyorozu Momo before anyone else, including his life. The black-haired woman had already taken the admission exam for those with a recommendation, so our protagonist was alone. Our protagonist was in an auditorium listening to a talk about the exam, but to his bad luck, his old childhood friend was sitting in the seat next to him. Bakugo, D-man idiot, did you also apply to the UA? Speaking softly. The green-haired boy was thinking about whether to talk to him or not, but well, why not? Izuku, yes, although it seems a little strange to me that you are here speaking softly. Bakugo, huh? Are you underestimating me? Izuku, I never said that, I meant that you are applying to a hero academy. I thought you liked hitting children in the parks and you would go more down the path of a bully. Bakugo, tisk, clicking his tongue, we were just kids. Before the green-haired man could respond, he realized that a young man with blue hair and glasses was pointing and talking to him. Also, the one with curly hair and the blonde who is sitting next to him are talking all the time. They distract me. If you are here for a walk, leave immediately. The green-haired boy was going to let him pass, but it seems that the other teenager didn't. Bakugo, huh? Who do you talk to like that, DMN extra? Before the dispute could continue, the hero in charge intervenes. Present Mike. Okay, let's calm down. After that, the hero continued giving the talk, until he finally finished it and began the written exam, which lasted 1 hour. Our protagonist did not find it difficult. He finished earlier than expected, so he handed it in and left. After another hour, everyone was warming up to start the practical exam. Since his quirk depends on a water source, he was wearing a type of belt that stored some water. Izuku, whispering to him, well, I can't use my gift as I would like, but this will be enough. Present mic. Okay, let's get started. Our protagonist barely noticed that the door opened and ran to the combat zone in search of robots. The other participants stared at the presenter. Present mic. What's up? There is no countdown in real battles. All the other participants started running. Our green-haired boy had already taken advantage and found the first robot, one with 3 points. Began to use his gift, and the water began to come out of his belt and took the shape of a WHP. With the WHP he hit the robot, destroying it in a few moments. Izuku, well, they're weaker than they look, this will be a piece of cake. Time skip. 8 minutes had already passed since the practical exam began. There was a group of people in a room while they watched the participants on screens. It seems that this generation of heroes is quite promising, seeing a green-haired guy breaking robots on the screen. You're quite right, Midnight said, some kind of rodent or whatever. Well, we can't know for sure. The real test will just begin by pressing a red button. Meanwhile, with the green-haired man. Izuku, 67 points, I think this is more than enough. I'll take a little break. The ground of the entire test city began to shake. In the center there was a large cloud of dust. When little by little began to dissipate, a huge robot could be seen. Izuku, sigh, so I can talk. Everyone present began to run and get away from the robot. Our green-haired boy was going to do the same. Overall, that robot gave 0 points. It wasn't worth it, but he heard something that wouldn't allow him to. Oh, DMN. A small noise of pain, a noise enough to attract the attention of our protagonist. He was thinking about leaving. It was just an exam and the UA. He wouldn't allow anyone to get seriously hurt, plus if he helped her his gift would be totally useless. But when the green-haired man saw the young woman's face, he could see how that brown-haired girl seemed to be asking for help, so she instinctively started running towards the girl. The green-haired man arrived with the girl, who had her leg trapped under some robot debris. Izuku, calm down. Let me help you. I can't get my leg out, speaking with pain. Izuku, but can you move it? I think so. The green-haired man did not have much time to think. The robot could step on them at any moment, so he only used his brute strength to try to lift the robot debris. The rest of the robot was heavy, but he was able to lift it enough so that the leg could be removed. Izuku, put your leg out. Fast. The girl listened and thank goodness she could move her leg, so she pulled her leg out of the rubble. The girl tried to stand up but couldn't completely. The green-haired man, who was seeing that the robot was going to step on them, drops the remains of rubble and grabs the young brunette in his arms to start running. Izuku, there's no time. Let's go. The green-haired man began to run with the young woman in his arms. He was running down a central street. He starts to look around and sees that there is an alley, so he decides to take a detour there. Both young men were in the alley. The robot just continued past. In the alley they were not alone. There were more people who got in to hide from the robot. Izuku, are you okay? Yes. Slightly blushing, could you put me down? Before the green-haired boy could do anything, an alarm was heard throughout the city and Present Mic's voice shouting that time was up. The green-haired man leaves the young brunette on the ground, but seeing that she is having trouble walking, he tells her to get on his back and that he will take her to a doctor. The girl just nodded while blushing a little. As soon as the time was up, the 0-point robot remained motionless in place, so it didn't seem dangerous. The green-haired man started walking, trying to leave the trial city, and on the way he met a recognized face. It was nothing more and nothing less than Recovery Girl, so the green-haired man walked towards her. Izuku, Recovery Girl. We need help around here. The old woman began to walk towards the protagonist. Recovery Girl, are you hurt? The old woman began to analyze the green-haired man and saw him well. Although she did not recognize the protagonist, it gave her the feeling that they had already seen each other somewhere. Izuku, not for me, for her, pointing at the brunette. The old woman saw the young woman who had a bad leg, so she used her gift on her. In a few seconds the girl's leg was completely fine, although the girl felt a little more tired than before. Recovery Girl, ready? Grab a lollipop. The green-haired man takes the lollipops and gives them both to the girl. The old woman leaves, leaving the teenagers alone. The green-haired man leaves the girl on the ground to go home. Wait, what is your name? Izuku. My name is Midoriya Izuku, to serve you. Uraraka. My name is Uraraka Achiko, let me buy you something to eat to save me? Izuku. No ase falta, Uraraka-san. Uraraka, please let me thank you. The green-haired man was thinking about it. The Yaoyorozu gave him the day off and he didn't really want to go out. He wanted to take the opportunity to rest and spend time at his house, so the protagonist used an excuse. Izuku, I can't now, Uraraka-san. Next time we meet, invite me, what do you think? Uraraka, okay, let's leave it for next time then. The green-haired man says goodbye and goes back to his house. The months passed and the day had already arrived when classes began at the UA. Regarding the results of the exam, the green-haired boy was surprised because he had more points than he had counted. In the written exam he was among the first, while in the practical he was the person with the most points. It seems that they gave rescue points and for saving Uraraka they gave him 40 points, so he passed the practical exam with 107 points. The green-haired boy and the black-haired girl had been in the same class, so they arrived at the classroom together. The classroom had a huge door. Both of them crossed the door, but it seemed that some faces familiar to the green-haired boy were putting on a show. Don't put your feet on the desk. Bakugo, don't bother 4 eyes, with a mocking tone. Don't you think it's rude towards the higher grades and the people who made the desk? Serious. Bakugo, of course not. What high school did you go to? Extra. He said mockingly. The green-haired man grabs the raven girl's hand and begins to guide her to the furthest seats possible from that pair of characters. The black-haired girl blushed a little at the green-haired boy's sudden action. Upon reaching the desks, the green-haired boy begins to whisper. Izuku, Momo, you shouldn't get close to that duo, they're both crazy. Momo, huh? Why so suddenly? Do you even know them? Izuku, only the blonde one, he's a JRK and I think he falls short. I don't know the one with blue hair, but he seems to be a little strange. Momo, Izuku, prejudices are bad. Don't judge a book by its cover, referring to the blue-haired one. Izuku, that's true, but if it's a cover like the one, discreetly pointing to the one with glasses, who was still arguing with the blonde, it's better to walk away. A young woman with brown hair entered the classroom and recognized the green-haired man, so she approached him. Uraraka, Midoriya-kun. We're in the same class. Izuku, oh, Uraraka-san. Nice to see you again. Uraraka, I wanted to thank you before, but I had forgotten to ask for your number. Scratching the back of his neck, what do you say if I buy you something from the cafeteria? Izuku, okay, thanks for the invitation. The green-haired man forgot for a moment that he was with the black-haired girl, so when he realized, he introduced her. Izuku, oh, where are my manners? Nervous about forgetting your boss. Uraraka-san, this is Yaoyorozu Momo. Momo, this is Uraraka Achiko. Uraraka, nice to meet you, Yaoyorozu-san. Momo, the pleasure is. Uraraka-san. The green-haired man had already told the raven girl in advance what the admission test was like, so he also told her that he rescued the brunette. If you're going to put on a show, it's better to go to a theater, referring to the gray-haired man and the blue-haired man with glasses. The person who just spoke was a homeless-looking person who was inside a sleeping bag on the floor, normal for a hero academy. The man crawls with his jacket to the center of the class and stands up from the floor. Aizawa, this is a hero course, behave like one. I'm your tutor, Aizawa Shota. Nice to meet you. I know it's something sudden, but put on this uniform, taking a sports uniform out of the bag, and go to the playground. All the young people listened and went to change clothes. Everyone with their clothes on, gathered on the patio where their teacher was. Apparently his teacher would do a peculiarities test. Unfortunately, the green-haired boy depends on water, so he won't be able to do much in these tests. Aizawa, Midoriya, you were first in the entrance exam, right? The green-haired man only nods at his teacher's question. Aizawa, at your school, what was your record for throwing a softball? Izuku, I don't remember well, but I think it was about 83 meters. Aizawa, well, now try your quirk. Izuku, Aizawa-sensei, I don't think that's going to happen. Aizawa, can't you generate water? The boy just shook his head. Aizawa, I see. Can someone lend Midoriya a bottle of water? Apparently no one had a bottle of water, so he couldn't use his gift. Aizawa, well. So Bakugo, you were second in the practical exam, right? Bakugo, Aizawa, throw this softball using your quirk. The blonde listened and used an explosion on the ball, achieving a mark of 705 meters. Several of his companions were surprised. Some became overly excited at being able to use their gifts, causing the teacher to decide to expel the person who will be last in all the tests that will be done. Most were surprised by the teacher. After a while, the particularities test was over, thus leaving the table. Yaoyorozu Momo, Todoroki Shoto, Katsuki Bakugo, Midoriya Izuku, Mineta Minoru. The short boy thought he would be expelled, but the teacher said it was a lie about the expulsion. As soon as he heard that, he started celebrating like never before, as if he had won the lottery. After that exam, classes continued as normal until it was time to go home. When they were about to leave, Uraraka approached. Uraraka, hey, you two, are you going to the station? They both turned to see the young brunette who was happily approaching where they were. Momo, no, we're going by car. Uraraka, I see. The brunette was about to leave, but the black-haired girl had thought of a plan to spend time with her friend. Momo, but if you want we can accompany you to the train, it wouldn't bother us at all to accompany you, smiling. Uraraka, if it's not on the way, it's not necessary. I don't want to be a bother. Momo, please, we insist. Uraraka, okay, thank you. The three teenagers went to the station that served the brunette. On the way they started talking about the first day at the academy. When the brunette arrived at the station, she said goodbye to the protagonists and thanked them. The green-haired boy was about to call the limo to pick them up, but the raven-haired girl stopped him and told him to go to a cafeteria, so the green-haired boy accepted and they spent the day talking about the academy. The next day, Class 1A had basic training for heroes, so they were in a room waiting for the teacher of that class to arrive. All Might, I'm entering like a normal person. All the students were surprised and excited, but the most excited of all was a young man with green hair. Izuku, it's All Might. Oh my god, it's All Might. Momo is All Might. All Might, I love you. A little excited. All Might, I'm glad to meet my fans. Izuku, I have to ask for an autograph, looking for a notebook in his backpack. All Might, today we are going to start with the hero classes. Kaminari, what are we going to do? With stars in their eyes. All Might, hero battle. Tsuyu, isn't it too soon? All Might, practice makes perfect. Press a button and suits appear from the walls. Now everyone put on your suit and be heroes. The green-haired boy was still looking for his backpack, but he couldn't find his diary. At that time, the protagonist wanted to die and you could see it in his face. Izuku, I didn't bring it. In a low voice, the black-haired girl, seeing that, creates a new notebook and a pen especially for him. Momo, here's one. Izuku, thanks Momo. The green-haired boy accepts the notebook and hugs the raven girl. He begins to approach his sensei, while everyone else looks for his suit. Izuku, All Might, can I have your autograph? All Might, this is not the time for that, young Midoriya. It's time to fight villains, ha. Immediately afterwards the symbol of peace left the room to go to the meeting place. The green-haired boy remained static in the room. His idol did not want to sign his new book. He seemed depressed. Momo, are you okay? Hurried. Izuku, yes. I'm fine. I just learned a valuable lesson. Momo, like this? What did you learn? Izuku, that you can't count on anyone. Especially your heroes, disappointed. Momo, oh come on, don't be dramatic Izuku, maybe at the end of class he'll give you his autograph, making him fond of the head. Izuku, no, I don't want it anymore. We'll be late for class, let's hurry up. A while had passed. The symbol of peace was waiting for his students to arrive to start class until he saw everyone arriving wearing their respective suits. All Might, the suits look good on you, now let's get started. The green-haired boy was wearing a suit that his mother had made, although before she sent it he modified it a little, since the suit that he had made was one that he had made when he was 4 years old. Author's note, this was the only image I found that worked for me. Think that instead of that red belt, it is a belt of the same color but it works as a water storage. Momo, it looks good on you. Izuku, thank you, my mom made it. The The green-haired man saw the black-haired girl's hero costume from head to toe. Izuku, your still looks good on you. Momo, thank you, although they didn't accept the first design I sent because there is a restriction on how revealing the suit can be. Laughing slightly. Izuku, you'll look good in anything, Miss Momo. Momo, oh enough blushing. Izuku, wow. I thought you'd be upset, not that you'd be upset. Momo, shut up you fool. The green-haired man laughed lightly. The peace symbol began to explain the class, and they will do a mode of heroes against villains in a bomb situation. The teams will be random and are as follows. A. Midoriya and Uraraka. Beat Todoroki and Shoji. J. Yaoyorozu and Mineta. D. Bakugo and Ida. E. Mina and Aoyama. F. Sato y Koda. G. Kaminari and Jiro. H. Lived in Tokoyami. I. Hagakure and Ojiro. J. Kirishima and Siro. The first team to fight is A as heroes and D as villains, so all the other teams went with All Might in a room to watch the training. The green-haired boy was outside the building next to the brunette to plan what they would do. Uraraka, All Might is the same as on television. He seems less tough than Aizawa-sensei. Izuku, you're wrong. All Might is a fool. Uraraka, Echuch. But a moment ago you were happy to see him. Izuku, not anymore. All Might is a fool. Fool, All Might, fool, throwing a childish tantrum. It was obvious that the green-haired man was a little resentful of the peace symbol. Uraraka, I see. Patting the green-haired boy on the head, everything will be fine. The green-haired man looks at the brunette. In her eyes he was a kind person who wouldn't hurt a fly, but she didn't understand what a villain All Might was. Izuku, do you have any plans? Uraraka, yes. Enter and defeat the villains, raising his fist. Izuku, wow. What a good plan. Uraraka, and you? Do you have any plans? Izuku, no, the plans are overrated. Uraraka, what do you mean? Izuku, Uraraka-san, I have a method with 4 rules for making plans. Do you want to know what it is like? Uraraka, how is it? Izuku, make the plan, execute the plan, wait for the plan to run its course, and abort the plan. That's how I make my plans. Uraraka. Izuku, I was kidding, I saw that in a series. I know the blonde, he is very impulsive and probably wants to fight me. The one in blue is very square, so he will be defending the bomb. Obviously they are all assumptions, but it is something. The idea is that I will distract the blonde and you will have to stop the bomb. This whole plan depends on you, Uraraka-san. Will you be ready for that? Uraraka, yes. I have never been more prepared than for this moment, with determination in her eyes. Izuku, I trusted you, I know you won't let me down. Both young people began to laugh. The peace symbol gave the signal that the confrontation began, so they both began to enter the building. The green-haired man and his partner were walking through the building, when suddenly the blonde ambushed them and attacked them with an explosion. The green-haired man reacted in time and managed to cover his partner. Izuku, wow, you learned to use your head. Bakugo, laughing. Bakugo, shut up. Uraraka, are you okay? Izuku, yeah, stick to the plan. The brunette nodded and left. The green-haired boy stayed talking to the blonde. Bakugo, today I will show you that I was always better than you. Izuku, please Katsuki, I'm no longer the child I was 5 years ago. Bakugo, me neither. The blonde approaches to attack him and makes an explosion with his right arm. The protagonist dodged him and grabbed his arm and with his body lifted him up and then slammed him to the ground. Izuku, well, I don't see any change in you, Katsuki. Bakugo, shut up. The blonde took an explosion from the ground, so the green-haired boy had to distance himself from his classmate. The blonde quickly stands up and with his explosions he quickly propels himself towards the green-haired boy to kick him. But the green-haired boy blocks him with both arms so that he quickly grabs the blonde's leg. The blonde was going to hit him with an explosion, but before he could do so, he received a blow to the face from the protagonist that sent him flying through the hallways. Izuku, I warned you Katsuki, I'm not the same person, I'm better now. The blonde just clicked his tongue, but he was not going to let himself be humiliated, so he raised his right arm and with his other hand he took it to his glove. Bakugo, as you already know, my gift makes me sweat nitroglycerin and makes it explode. These gloves store my sweat and the green-haired boy already knew what was coming, but he was locked in a hallway. He didn't have many options to escape or cover himself, and using the little water he had to cover himself won't help him at all. All Might tries to stop the blonde, but he excused himself saying that if he doesn't hit him, he won't kill him. The gray-haired man pulls the trigger on his glove and causes a huge explosion that generates a small tremor in the training area. All Might, young Midoriya. Speaking through a loudspeaker. The green-haired boy did not receive the explosion, but being in a hallway, he also received damage from this. Izuku, DMN demented. Seriously? Bakugo, the more he has stored, the more powerful the explosion will be. Izuku, Katsuki, this time you really made me angry. Bakugo, then start using your gift and stop fighting with your hands. All Might, young Bakugo, if you use that again I will stop the fight and your team will lose. Attacking on a large scale indoors endangers the place you must protect. It's a terrible plan for both heroes and villains. Bakugo, the green-haired boy begins to make some movements with his hands, and the water that is stored in his belt comes out of it and a water tentacle forms on his right arm. Bakugo, is that the best you can do? With a mocking tone. Izuku, if I don't want to hurt you seriously, yes. The water tentacle grabs the blonde's leg. He was going to use his explosion, but quickly the protagonist begins to hit him with the walls of the hallway and then hit him to the ground. Bakugo, DMN. The blonde approaches the green-haired boy again with his explosions. He was going to hit him with a right hand again, so the green-haired boy was going to wait to give him another hold, but the gray-haired boy used his explosions to avoid the grip and be able to hit him with an explosion on his back. The green-haired boy reacted quickly, so he dodged the attack and grabbed him with his tentacle to hit him on the ground. Use the water in the tentacle to cover the blonde in water and then turn him into ice. The blonde was going to escape with his explosions, but he received a strong kick in the face from the green-haired man. The young man with Muslim tendencies was still conscious, so the green-haired man kicked him in the face again, leaving him unconscious. The protagonist was going to use the tape to capture, but decided that it was better for him to be trapped with the ice. The protagonist left the place and went to support his partner, so he decided to contact her through the headset. She was in the center of the 5th floor. The green-haired boy ran to where his partner was, and as soon as he arrived he saw that Uraraka was fighting with the blue-haired boy, so he attacked him from behind. Izuku, Uraraka-san, Asegura la bomba. Ida, I won't allow it. The heroes won't win. The young man with glasses was going to use his peculiarity to intercept the brunette. His gift was charging, but before he managed to start running, the green-haired man grabbed him by his suit and threw him strong backwards, putting his foot on him so that would fall to the ground. His quirk activated, so he began to spin on the ground. The chestnut manages to touch the bomb and the peace symbol gives the team of heroes the winner. Uraraka, we did it. Izuku, yes, well done Uraraka-san. Both young men give each other a high five and begin to return to the room, but the green-haired boy sees the blue-haired boy who is still on the ground, so he extends his hand to him to stop. Everyone returns to the room where the entire class was. The black-haired girl approached the green-haired boy to make sure that he was okay and was relieved to find out that everything was okay, but she was angry because of what the blonde did. The explosion he generated was very dangerous, so he was glaring at him. When everyone arrived, the symbol of peace began to give an analysis of the battle. All Might, the best of this battle was young Midoriya. The green-haired boy was glad that the symbol of peace said that, but he wasn't going to show it. He was still resentful about what happened before. Kaminari, well, it was quite obvious, I defeated both of them. All Might, very good, now let's change places and start the second fight. The next team began to prepare and went to the right place. Almost all of the green-haired man's teammates were congratulating him for the performance. As the fight had not yet begun, the symbol of peace approached the green-haired man. All Might, young Midoriya. The green-haired boy heard the peace symbol call him, so he was serious and looked away while he was talking to him. Izuku, yes, All Might sensei, did something happen? All Might, you had asked me for an autograph before, so if you still have your notebook? Before the peace symbol finished speaking, the green-haired boy had the notebook and a pen in his hands as he extended it to the number 1 hero. A new day had arrived. Yesterday they had their first class on hero training and today they had to elect the president of the class. Everyone in the class wanted to be the delegate. The room was a total scandal, but Ida proposed holding a vote. Some thought that the majority were going to vote for themselves, but it was a good idea to vote anyway. At the end of the vote, the green-haired boy had 3 votes and the black-haired girl 2. The rest of his class had 1 vote and others had therefore. The green-haired boy was going to be the delegate and the raven-haired girl would be the subdelegate of the class. The protagonist, without thinking about it, passed the presidency to the black-haired woman. According to him, he could not have a higher rank than his boss. Although the black woman did not want to accept it, she could not change the protagonist's opinion. The rest of the classes continued as normal until they reached the last class. Aizawa, today's basic training will be a class with All Might, a surprise guest and me. All Might will join us in the middle of class. Zero, and what was it about? Aizawa, in rescue, we will be in catastrophe situations, shipwrecks and so on. Everyone was excited by what the teacher said. Aizawa, you decide if you put on your suit or not. The training will be in a room outside the academy. We will take a bus. That's it, get ready. All the students listened and went to put on their hero costumes to get on the bus. In the transport, the green-haired man was talking to the black-haired woman. Izuku, why will All Might be late? Momo, maybe he fell asleep. Izuku, that doesn't make sense. All Might is All Might, he doesn't fall asleep. Momo, maybe he stayed fighting criminals and now he's resting. Izuku, that's not true. If that happened, I would be the first to know. The green-haired man lowers his voice more and more and begins to check his cell phone. In his group of All Might fans, they were commenting that the symbol of peace caught several criminals a few hours ago. Momo, huh? What happened? Izuku, it seems like you were right. The black-haired woman only smiled and later laid her head on her friend's shoulders. Izuku, what happened? Momo, I'm so tired. Would you be my pillow? Izuku, no problem, although my shoulders don't look very comfortable. Momo, so can I use your lap? Izuku, the shoulders are fine, now that I think about it they are quite comfortable, laughing nervously. On the way, the raven girl and the green-haired man were in a pleasant silence, one that did not want to be broken, while the protagonist was listening to a conversation that his companions were having. Kirishima, Bakugo and Todoroki win in strength and attractiveness, right? Tsuyu, but Bakugo is always angry. I don't think he's popular. Bakugo, what the hell? Angry. Kaminari, I think Midoriya wins. If it is by force, he was first in the admission test. Also, if you propose Bakugo, wouldn't it be logical to think about the person who defeated him? Bakugo, what are you saying? I'll kill you. Angry. Aizawa, we're here, leave the jokes for later. Everyone got off the bus and saw 13, a hero who was the special guest. The hero explains to them that they are in the USJ facility, and that the gift must be used conscientiously. The hero finishes giving his speech and they are about to start class when a portal opens in the center of the place and intruders begin to enter. Kirishima, wow, they brought fake villains for class, how cool. Mine, laughing face. Aizawa, don't move. Those are real villains. The students were surprised and others were a little scared. From the portal stood out a man with light blue hair covered in hands and a 2-meter-tall muscular black man with the head of a chicken, in addition to the portal that seemed to be alive. Izuku, Momo, stay behind me, everything will be fine. The black-haired woman pays attention while trying to analyze the situation. Momo, Professor, what about the intruder sensors? 13, it seems that they are not working. Todoroki, will they only be here? Or also in the rest of the school? In any case, if the sensors don't work, they must have a gift for it. And they are attacking a compound far from the main one. So this attack was planned. Many of the students were surprised. The homeless-looking teacher asks his colleague to start the evacuation and contact the school, while he goes to fight with the villains to buy time, so he immediately starts running in the direction of the enemies. After Eraserhead launches himself against the villains, Hero 13 begins to guide the students to the exit, but the portal guy appears in front of them. Nice to meet you, we are the League of Villains. We're sorry for coming uninvited, although we don't care much about that. We come here with the aim of letting the symbol of peace breathe its last, but apparently it is not here. The guy in the portal began to get bigger. 13 was going to occupy his quirk, but Bakugo and Kirishima charged at the villain using their gifts. The two teenagers thought they had done something to him, but the villain was intact. That was dangerous, but not for me. My job is to separate them. 13, be careful. Back off. The villain began to expand around all the students. The green-haired boy, seeing that the villain used his peculiarity, grabbed the black-haired girl and left his attack zone. Only some escaped the attack, the rest did not make it and disappeared. Izuku, are you okay? Momo, yes, thank you. Izuku, Momo, these villains are dangerous. If their goal is to defeat All Might, they must have a way to eliminate him. Serious. Momo, I realize that, but what worries me is that since they found out that All Might would have to be here, right in this place at this time. Both teenagers were with some of their companions alongside the hero 13, but their problem was the guy with the portal and the physical attacks did not seem to have any effect on him. 13. Class representative. Go and inform the school about the attack. Izuku, I'm sorry, I don't think I can do it. That task seems more suitable for Ida-san, since his gift makes him go faster. 13. Okay, then young Ida, go ahead. Ida, understood. Shiro, we'll cover you. The students who were with the protagonist were Ida, Uraraka, Sato, Shoji, Mina, Shiro and the Jet, in addition to the pro hero 13 being present. You just told your plan in front of me and you think I won't do anything to stop it? The villain begins to expand to attack the aspiring heroes. The hero uses his gift and from the tip of his finger he begins to use his gift that SCKS in everything in its path as if it were a black hole. The villain uses his gift and opens a portal behind the hero, so the professional uses his gift on himself, destroying a large part of his back and falling to the ground. Mina, Sensei. Momo Ida. Start running now. Sato, hurry Ida. The young man with glasses begins to run to the large door of the compound. The villain uses his gift to create a portal in his path. The young man with several arms jumps to the cloud that was in his companion's path. The green-haired man quickly uses his gift and with the water he has in his belt, he creates an ice spear and throws it with all his strength at the main body of the villain. Thanks to the fact that his childhood friend along with his red-haired companion attacked the villain, he managed to see a metal body in it, so he attacked in that place. The green-haired man hits the target, managing to pierce the villain's body. The villain was not going to stop, he was going to prevent the aspirant from escaping at any cost. But a young woman with brown hair touches the main body and uses her gift, removing its gravity. Subsequently, Shiro uses his ribbon gift on him and Sato takes the other end of the ribbon and throws it as far away from the place as possible. The young man with glasses crosses the door and runs as quickly as possible to ask for reinforcements. The green-haired man turns to look at the Raven girl and notices that she, along with her companion in pink, are with the hero 13 trying to help him. Izuku, do you know how to do first aid? Momo, no, I'm doing what I can, creating bandages, gauze, among other things. Izuku, okay, then be my assistant, your family taught me first aid. The black-haired woman nods and begins to create medical things. All her other companions were around the hero in case they needed help, except Shoji who was using his gift to watch if any villain approached. The green-haired man analyzed the wound and it was not as serious as it looked. There were no internal wounds and that was good, but the wound was bleeding. The black hole only affected a large part of the suit and a little of the hero's back. The green-haired man begins to apply gauze to the wound and asks Mina to take his place and apply pressure to the wound. While his companion in pink applies pressure, the green-haired boy teaches the others as quickly as he can how to bandage the wound, since he will need help to do the dressing. Shoji sees that the villains defeated Eraserhead and that they are apparently going to kill him, so he warns the others. Shoji, Vanamatari Aizawa-sensei. Momo, we must help him. Izuku, no, it's very dangerous. Although the protagonist was the person who wanted to help his teacher the most, he knew that his priority was another person, so he restrained himself as much as he could from helping his sensei. Mina, if we don't do something, they will kill him. Izuku, if they do anything, they will end up killing them all. Momo, but if they kill Aizawa-sensei, they'll still kill us. Izuku, maybe. But we will have more time to wait for reinforcements. Momo, Are you planning to let him die just like that? Annoyed. Izuku, yes. He chose to be a hero and knows the risk of being one. He is taking care of his responsibility, like I'm taking care of mine, looking at Yaoyorozu. Uraraka, but we still have to help however we can. Izuku, and you're right about that, worry about saving the one in front of you first, pointing to 13. Momo, Izuku. Are you serious? Izuku, yes. The green-haired man was trembling. He had never felt this feeling. He felt helpless, frustrated, angry with himself. There were so many feelings that were causing him to let someone he knew die and that he had shared with him, even if it was only for a few days. Momo, stop lying, just look at yourself. You seem desperate to want to go help him. I know you better than anyone. You always talk about heroes and care about others. Izuku, it's not true. Momo, Izuku, what do you want to do right now? Answer honestly. Izuku, the black-haired woman approaches her friend and with both hands grabs his cheeks. Momo, what do you want to do? Just answer honestly. Izuku, I want to help you. Momo, then do it, let's all go together to help him. Izuku, no, not everyone, you stay here. Momo, what are you talking about? Izuku, I won't put you in danger like that. Your father would kill me. The green-haired man grabs the black-haired girl's hands and moves them away from her face. Izuku, only I'll go, you guys take care of 13. Uraraka, but it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Momo, let us help you. Izuku, I'm not going to discuss this anymore, help 13. Play your role and I'll take care of mine. Shoji, Tsuyu and Mineta are there. They are being chased by the villains near the lake. If you are going to do something, let it be now. Izuku, Siro-san, Sato-san and Uraraka-san, I need you to throw me as close to that lake as you did with the fog guy. The three young people listened and together they threw the green-haired boy into that place. The protagonist was in the air and could see how his teacher was being stepped on by a strange thing, but apparently he was still alive and a little further away he could see how Tsuyu was running next to Mineta while they were chased by villains and the blue-haired villain who was getting closer to them. The green-haired boy was about to fall near the lake, so he used his gift and much of the water in the lake began to float and rotate around the green-haired boy. The water is placed at the protagonist's feet, beginning to slide and surf across the lake. The protagonist addresses his companions while surfing and grabbing more and more water. It was as if the green-haired boy was going to help them riding a large wave of water. The green-haired man had already reached his companions and destroyed them with the wave, along with all the villains, including the one with light blue hair. The protagonist, with the control of his gift, gets off the wave and takes his companions out while continuing to guide the great wave. Shigaraki Tamura? Worried about the light blue-haired boy, Nomu. The monster, which seems to be called Nomu, jumps with great speed onto the moving wave and from 1 second to the next manages to remove the blue-haired villain, whose name is Shigaraki Tamura, from the great wave. The green-haired boy continued moving the wave but this time accompanied by a dance. The large wave rotated at high speed around the protagonist to later direct it upwards and freeze the entire wave. The protagonist was next to his companions that he had just saved, while on the other side was the fog guy with the Nomu, Shigaraki and Eraserhead. A few hours had passed since the USJ. After the main villains escaped, they managed to catch all the second-rate villains who were in the compound. Of the 20 students, only 2 showed injuries and one of them was Jiro. The one who caused her injuries was his classmate Kaminari. After both teenagers fell into an area of the place, several villains surrounded them. They tried to fight as best they could but they were outnumbered, so Jiro told her partner to use his quirk at maximum power. He didn't want to because it would hurt her. But his partner was willing to take the risk. The other injured student was our green-haired student. He had not noticed it due to the adrenaline of the moment, but when Noma hit him and sent him crashing into the wall, he broke 2 of his ribs. It was already getting dark and all the injured from the accident were in the academy's infirmary. They were treated by Recovery Girl and were resting. Jiro was the one who healed the fastest. She retired as soon as she could. Her partner Kaminari was waiting for her outside the infirmary to accompany her home. It was the least she could do, since she felt guilty. The protagonist was in the same room as all. He had already recovered, but he had to have a conversation with the symbol of peace. Izuku, well? Could you explain to me how? How are you? This? Pointing to the body of the peace symbol in its slim form. All Might, it happened a long time ago. Everything I'm going to tell you, you can't tell anyone. The blonde lifted his shirt and you can see a huge wound located near his stomach. All Might, it's a wound that an enemy gave me 5 years ago. It destroyed half of my respiratory organs and I lost my stomach. Because of this injury, I can only be a hero for 3 hours a day. Izuku, it can't be. What kind of villain could leave you like this? All Might, a very powerful one. I ask that that fight not be made public. The symbol of peace cannot be torn down by evil. I will save people with a smile. He smiled to show the strength of heroes. Izuku, I understand. All Might, now that I told you this, I want you to tell me something. Izuku, what do you want me to tell you? Confused. All Might, why did you go to help me? At that moment I couldn't move, but you didn't know it and you went to help me. But the green-haired man didn't know what to respond. He didn't know for sure why he helped the symbol of peace. He didn't know why he was helping Aizawa, but with All Might it was different. Izuku, I don't know, I had a bad feeling when you didn't start moving. I guess my body moved on its own. All Might, I see. You know young Midoriya, I came here with a reason. I came here because I'm looking for someone. Izuku, and were you able to find that someone? All Might, yes, and it's you, young Midoriya. The green-haired man was surprised. Izuku, what does All Might mean? All Might, I came to the UA looking for my successor, do you accept or not? Izuku, I don't understand what you mean. All Might, it's about my power, the one for all. After an explanation of his power, All Might, and young Midoriya, will you agree to become my successor? Izuku, I don't know All Might. I don't want to become a hero, I just want to protect Yaoyorozu Momo. All Might, and what does it have to do with it? You can be both, young Midoriya. Izuku, it's just that I didn't want to join the UA because I wanted to, I only got involved because my job is to protect her. Obviously when I was a child I wanted to become a hero, but that's all it was. A child's dream. All Might, I understand young Midoriya, but I still want you to become my successor. Believe it or not, you have the makings of becoming a hero. Izuku, but All Might, my priority is to keep Yaoyorozu Momo safe, not to save the others. All Might, young Midoriya, in risky situations people show their true nature. Anyway, I want you as my successor. I see the spirit of a hero in you, sooner or later you will accept it. It's just a matter of time until you realize. The blonde pulls out a hair and hands it to the green-haired boy, who grabs it but is confused. Izuku, what do I do with this? Do I keep it as a family heirloom? All Might, Kamatello. Izuku, what? All Might, it's my gift. The green-haired man remembered that the hero's gift is transmitted through his DNA, so he just listens to his hero and eats him. All Might, thank you, young Midoriya. If you ate it, it's because you accepted, smiling. Tomorrow I'll see you at the gym so you can learn how to use it. Izuku, okay, All Might. Thank you. The green-haired man leaves the room. Momo, well? How did it go? The green-haired man was surprised by the presence of his boss. Izuku, well, it went well, but what are you doing here? You should be home right now. Momo, I was waiting for you. Izuku, I see that. Won't your father be angry about this? Momo, no, I already warned him and told him everything. The black-haired girl without warning lifts the green-haired man's shirt. Izuku, but what are you doing? Blushed. Momo, checking your wound, doesn't it hurt? The black-haired girl is giving small touches to the green-haired boy's torso. The green-haired boy couldn't speak because of how embarrassed he was. The raven girl noticed that he was not responding, and when she looked at his face she realized that her partner was completely red and realized what he was doing. Momo, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to make sure you're okay. Embarrassed. Izuku, okay. I understand, just don't do it so. Just let me know you will. Momo, so if I tell you I can touch you? The black-haired woman blushed after saying it. She had not thought her words through. Izuku, yes. I mean, no, you can, but... Both teenagers became nervous. The green-haired boy began to breathe more calmly to calm down and be able to speak well. Izuku, you can touch me, but you have to ask my permission. That's what I was trying to say. The Raven girl just nodded embarrassedly as they walked back to the limo. The co-pilot opens the door for them and both teenagers sit down. Momo, well? Playing with his fingers. Izuku, well what? Confused. Momo, you know, that. Izuku, what are you talking about? What's that? The black-haired girl was embarrassed and the green-haired boy didn't understand what was happening at all. Momo, can I touch you? Izuku, The black-haired woman, although embarrassed, was staring at the protagonist waiting for his response. The green-haired boy was embarrassed and nervous, but he just nodded. In short, the green-haired man thought she was interested in the wound. The protagonist lifts his shirt, the black-haired woman changes seats, sitting next to him and begins to touch his torso. Momo, didn't it hurt when you were fighting? Izuku, no, because of the adrenaline you don't feel anything. Momo, you know, when I saw that thing hit you, I really worried about you. I thought I was going to leave you as Aizawa-sensei for a moment. Izuku, type. Momo, I wanted to go and help you, but I know I would only get in the way, since you would worry more about me than the fight. I just want to be useful to you. Izuku, you shouldn't feel that way, it's just part of my job. Plus I wouldn't like to see you hurt. Momo, I know, I understand. But I'm tired of you always having to protect and save me, I want to protect you too. Izuku, with time I'm sure you'll make it. It's just a matter of time. Type. They were both silent. The Raven woman continued touching where the green-haired man's bandages were, but she noticed that something was bothering her. Momo, wouldn't it be better if you took off your shirt instead of lifting it? The green-haired man couldn't say anything out of embarrassment. He just nodded and took off his shirt in silence. The Raven woman continued touching her subordinate's naked torso. It seemed that she had been left in a trance after her friend had taken off his shirt. It had been a few minutes since they were like this. Izuku, Mom. Type. Izuku, Momo. Momo, oh? Were you talking to me? Izuku, we're about to get to your house. The black-haired girl had not realized and stopped touching the green-haired boy. Momo, sorry, I think I went too far playing with her hair. Izuku, okay. The green-haired boy was about to put his shirt back on but his partner stopped him. Momo, wait, I'm missing something. The jet begins to create a marker. Momo, can you let me sign? Izuku, huh? Sign what? Momo, your bandages. Like they do with casts, I thought I could do the same. Izuku, you know that they will be removed tomorrow, right? Momo, I didn't know. But I want to do it anyway. The black woman begins to write on the protagonist's bandages and writes his name. After I wrote his name, he seemed happier than usual. It was already night and green-haired was already at home, after a long day where there were several things to process. He still had to process the attack by the League of Villains, All Might's gift, that he is now All Might's successor and what happened to the black-haired girl. After this day, he just wanted to rest and go to sleep. The green-haired boy lay down on his bed and fell into a deep sleep. In the green-haired man's dream he was in a completely dark place. He was not understanding anything and he could not speak either. His mouth and much of his body were covered in a black cloud. Around him, 8 people began to appear from what he saw. He had never seen those faces in his life. Among those people there was a yellow silhouette that looked familiar to him. People seemed to be trying to talk to him, but he couldn't hear them. A black-haired woman approaches him and grabs him by the shoulders. She starts to say various things to him, but Izuku doesn't understand anything she says. The green-haired man tried to concentrate as much as he could to listen to what they were saying. His ears didn't work at all, but he managed to hear something. "That you won't stand it?" The protagonist could only hear that before suddenly waking up. His body was glowing and smoke was emanating. The entire room was in disarray. It seemed as if a tornado had passed through his room. Some posters were peeled off, his books were on the floor, and his life-size All Might figure had fallen. He didn't understand what was happening. What was that figure referring to when he told him not to put up with it? What can't you stand? It was a very strange dream, but it seemed so real. He only thought of one thing, and that was that he should talk to All Might about this. Time passed and the green-haired boy was in class. He was more thoughtful than normal. Everyone was talking about yesterday's attack, but he still couldn't find the meaning of that dream, so much so that after waking up he couldn't go back to sleep. I was just waiting for the moment when class was over so I could go talk to All Might. The protagonist was so lost in himself that he didn't realize when Aizawa entered class. The teacher was covered in bandages and had his arm in a cast. Everyone worried about him, but Aizawa did not give importance to his condition and announced that the sports festival will be held in 2 weeks. The hours passed and lunchtime arrived. The green-haired boy skipped his lunch and quickly went to the peace symbol's office. Luckily for him, All Might was there and let him pass. All Might, young Midoriya, what brings you here? Our training will be after classes. Izuku, I didn't come for that, All Might. I came because I had a dream. All Might, what kind of dream? The number 1 hero was confused. What dream is he referring to? Could it be one of those wet dreams that teenagers have? The symbol of peace did not understand why he would want to talk about that with him. Izuku, I had a dream where there were several people. I couldn't speak, I couldn't move, my ears were malfunctioning. All Might, young Midoriya, everyone has a weird dream sometimes. Izuku, I'm not talking about All Might, it seemed so real. There was even a person who looked like you. Everyone tried to talk to me but I didn't understand anything. Until a woman with black hair approached me to talk to me and I could only hearing that I couldn't stand it. All Might, someone who looked like me? Serious. Izuku, yes, he was just like you but that person was yellow. All Might, how many people do you see? Izuku, 8, there were 8 people. All Might became serious. It seems that he discovered that it was. All Might, I think you had a dream about one for all. Izuku, Con-L one for all? All Might, but it doesn't make sense. When I was young I also saw those people. It's a sign that you understand the one for all. But you only got it yesterday so it doesn't make sense. Izuku, is this something bad? All Might, I'm not sure, young Midoriya, what you're telling me has never happened to me. Something similar only happened to me. I only saw figures, only traces, but you saw them. And they told you that you couldn't stand it? Izuku, yes, I couldn't understand the rest, it's the only thing I could hear. All Might, I'm not sure what to do, but there will only be one way to find out, follow me. We'll go train. The green-haired boy nodded and left with All Might to the academy gym. As soon as they arrived, the blonde went to the warehouse and took out several mannequins that would be used for training. To begin with, the peace symbol explained to him how to use his gift and told him to use it on that mannequin. The green-haired man nodded and got ready. Izuku, squeeze your buttocks and scream inside smash. What a way to explain to me how to use it, whispering to himself. The green-haired man clenched his right fist and hit the mannequin with everything. The blow was so powerful that it destroyed the mannequin and created a huge breeze that carried away everything that was close to the impact zone. If it were not for the fact that the building was prepared for this, it is most likely that a large part of the building would have collapsed. The blow was so powerful that in addition to destroying the mannequin, it completely broke the green-haired man's arm. The protagonist felt enormous pain in his arm, but he was still standing. Oh my, I thought for a moment that you weren't going to break. Izuku, what are you? Bearing the pain. All Might, wait, let's go quickly to Recovery Girl. The symbol of peace carried his successor to the infirmary. After he cured the green-haired man, he felt tired, but he was still awake. They were both in the infirmary and started talking. All Might, well, it was a little obvious. Izuku, did you even know this was going to happen? All Might, of course, your body is not used to such power. It's like asking a baby to run when it has barely learned to crawl. Izuku, am I a baby? Confused. All Might, no, I didn't mean that. You understand what I mean. The nurse approached them both and was completely serious. Recovery Girl, your injury was very serious. Your arm was completely destroyed. You had several internal injuries. I had to operate to remove pieces of bone and treat the wounds internally. Even if I use my gift to heal you, your arm will never be the same. Izuku, All Might, you knew this would happen and you still let me do it. All Might, you are wrong, young Midoriya. I knew you would get hurt, but I didn't know that it would end up so serious. It wasn't my intention. Izuku, now I'm going to be an invalid. Thank you very much, All Might. You are my hero. All Might, don't say that, young man. Both were hit in the head with Recovery Girl's cane. Recovery girl, stop yelling, you're not going to become disabled. You should learn to control that power or you could lose your arm. The green-haired man was surprised by what the nurse said. It was his first time giving the gift and he almost lost his arm. Was this what the black-haired woman was referring to? Or was he referring to something else? Recovery girl, All Might, you have to get out. I'm going to finish healing my patient and the damage will most likely make him unconscious, unless I heal you enough so that you can walk and from there you will heal over time. Izuku, I prefer to be cured as much as possible. I don't care about resting for a couple of hours. All Might, young Midoriya, it may be days. Izuku, All Might, it was Izuku, this is not the time for jokes. The peace symbol retreats, while the green-haired man remains silent. The heroine took her gift and the green-haired boy immediately noticed the tiredness and without realizing it he ended up falling asleep. The green-haired man was having the same dream again. He was in a dark place and still couldn't speak or move, although this time there weren't as many people, there was only one with white hair. Hello, Ninth. The green-haired man was surprised. Now he could hear what they were saying to him, but he still couldn't speak or move. You have to listen to me carefully, you have to return your gift to the 8th. Your body can't handle one for all and I'm afraid that if you keep using it you're going to end up dying. The green-haired boy was shocked, so by this he meant that he couldn't stand it. As time has passed, one for all has become stronger and stronger, which at this point is poison for people like you. I mean people who were born with a gift. It should be returned to the 8th as soon as possible. It needs to be returned to a suitable container. The white-haired man began to fade little by little. It seems like I have forced this conversation. You have to do it as soon as possible or you will die along with one for all. The green-haired boy woke up from sleep. He was sweating too much. He didn't know how many hours had passed, but when he looked out the window he could only see that it was dusk and that it was about to get dark. She had to meet All Might as soon as possible. Luckily he just walked into the room. Izuku, All Might, we must talk about one for all. All Might nodded and sat near him. The green-haired man explained what the white-haired man had told him. All Might understood the situation, but there was a problem that the green-haired man did not understand. Izuku, he told me that one for all was a poison for gifted people, but why can you use it and I can't? All Might, it's because I was born without a gift, young Midoriya. The green-haired man was a little surprised by the news. Izuku, I see. I would never have imagined that you didn't have a gift. The green-haired man takes out a hair and gives it to the peace symbol. Izuku, take it, I'll give it back to you. All Might, I can't. Izuku. All Might, I don't have to stay long either, young Midoriya. I can barely use it for 3 hours. You won't have to hand it over to me, you'll have to hand it over to the next successor. Izuku, and who is it? I hope you have one in mind because I don't know how much time I have either. All Might. Before you, I had thought of 2 people, but one of them has a gift, so I only have one option left. Izuku, I understand, I also have someone in mind, so we have 2 possible people to be the successor. All Might. Then let's go visit the person you have in mind. The person I know is not from Japan. Izuku, the person I know is not from Japan either. All Might. The symbol of peace and the green-haired man began to organize, and by coincidence of life, both people reside in the United States, and what a coincidence that both people live on Island. They were going to leave as soon as possible. There was a flight tomorrow, so they are going to take that one. The green-haired man will have to ask for a leave of absence to miss a few days of work. The good thing is that he had an arm that took a while to recover, so he had the perfect excuse to be absent. When the green-haired boy left the infirmary, he found his friend Mom who was waiting for him. Izuku, Momo? How did you know I was here? Momo, you suddenly disappeared and you weren't answering my messages or calls. I started asking if they had seen you and they told me that they had seen you with All Might. I guess you can imagine the rest. The black-haired girl didn't know for sure why she was in the infirmary, but she knew it wasn't good when she saw that cast on her arm. Izuku, don't worry, it's nothing serious. The green-haired man told a subtle lie so that his friend wouldn't worry too much. He knew that she cared a lot about him, and that's why he couldn't tell her that he almost lost his arm. Momo, a broken arm is serious enough. Izuku, things that happened downplaying their importance. The black-haired girl was a little upset that the protagonist took her health as something unimportant. She pouted and grabbed the green-haired boy's good arm. Izuku, what are you doing? Momo, helping you walk. All Might told me that you were sleeping because you were tired. Both teens walked to the limo. It's the second time that Momo waits for him outside the infirmary. The green-haired boy was praying that the raven-haired dad wouldn't be angry with him for delaying his daughter. Both were already in the limousine returning to the Azabesh's house. On the trip back home, the Azabesh signed the cast for the protagonist. After that, the green-haired boy asked her what they saw with her friend in class, and she told him that in the last class, several people from the other classes came to her classroom for the sports festival. Both teenagers had arrived at the Yayarosa mansion. The green-haired boy had to talk to the black-haired girl's father, so he accompanied his friend to the room to later go to his boss's office. The protagonist knocked on the door and the head of security opened the door for him and let him in. The green-haired boy told him about the trip and Mr. Yayarozu gave him permission. The next day, the green-haired man with the peace symbol had just landed on I Island. In a few weeks he was going to open the I Expo, an event that the place has and that the Yayarozu are shareholders of the sponsors. Since the event had not yet started, the place was not as full of people as it would have been to go on that date. First they had decided to go visit All Might's acquaintance, so they were waiting at the meeting point. Uncle Might. The protagonist turned to see where the voice came from and saw a blonde girl approaching on a jumper. The green-haired man had recognized her instantly. It was none other than Melissa, the girl he had met at that party and also his candidate to be the bearer of One for All. As soon as the blonde arrived with them, she jumped where the peace symbol was to hug it. All Might, Melissa, how much you have grown. The peace symbol effortlessly lifted the blonde into his arms. Both were happy to have seen each other. Melissa, my dad told me you were coming. I was so happy to see you again. All Might, I almost don't recognize you anyway. Melissa, it's because I'm 17 now. The blonde put the blonde down and she realized that her uncle was accompanied, but not by just anyone. Melissa, Izuku. The blonde jumped to hug the green-haired man. Izuku, long time no see, Melissa. The green-haired man hugged the blonde back. Melissa, you had written to see me tomorrow. If you had told me that we would see each other today, I would have dressed up more. The blonde is happy to see the green-haired man again. After that party, they both spoke through messages, but they had never met or the opportunity to see each other again had arisen. Izuku, well, it was something unexpected. I didn't know that All Might was your uncle. The green-haired boy had just found out that the blonde was his hero's niece. He had so many questions to ask the blonde about that, but it wasn't the time. Melissa, I've known him since I was little, so I consider him family. The blonde couldn't continue talking. She had just realized that the green-haired boy had a cast on his arm. The teenager, worried about her friend's condition. Melissa, but what happened to you? Izuku, oh, nothing serious. Looking at the peace symbol, it was a bad move in training, but don't worry, in a few days they will take it away from me. Melissa, but how is a broken arm nothing serious? The blonde began to look more closely at the green-haired boy and the type of injury he had. She hadn't realized what she was doing until she heard her uncle cough. Melissa, I'm sorry. All Might, I didn't know you two already knew each other. Izuku, we met a year ago at a party. All Might, I see. The blonde approached the aspiring hero and put his hand on his student's shoulder. All Might, I guess you didn't do anything to him, right? Serious. Melissa, but what kind of things are you saying, Uncle Might? Embarrassed. Izuku, we're just friends. Melissa, well, we better go to my dad's. I was looking forward to seeing you, Uncle Might. The blonde grabbed her jumper and in a second it was hidden in a red bracelet she was wearing. Melissa guided them to where her father was. He was in his laboratory when the three people burst in on what he was doing. Melissa, Dad. Uncle Might arrived. All Might, David, Toshi. They were both happy after not seeing each other for so long. All Might, I traveled so far just to see you. David, how nice to see you. How many years have it been? All Might, I don't know many. Good to see you again, Dave. David, good to see you too, All Might. Both professionals fist bumped amicably, but they had to put their plan into action, which couldn't maintain its shape forever. All Might, Dave, let me introduce you to one of my UA students. He is David, Izuku. The peace symbol was surprising, as was the green-haired man. He didn't know that his friend knew his friend. Maybe he could have met him at that party, but to call him by his name was strange. Our protagonist was still surprised. He doesn't remember introducing himself to Melissa's father when he met him at that party. Izuku, nice to see you again, Mr. Shield. I didn't know he knew me. I guess Melissa told him about me. My name is Midoriya Izuku. Nice to meet you. David, yes. Love it. Melissa, why don't you show Midoriya around the island? All Might and I have several things to talk about. Words that were difficult for the man to say. He didn't want to leave his daughter with the brat, but his friend needed him. Melissa, fantastic. Come on Izuku, this way. David, wait, go together. The teenagers had already left and they couldn't hear the last of it. David, Toshinori, why of all people did you have to bring him to him? All Might, what's wrong with young Midoriya? David, everything. Everything is bad, that shameless one stole my daughter's heart. She talks about him all day. Izuku this, Izuku that. All Might, I see. I didn't know anything about Dave, but I have something to talk about you. David, what is it about? It's about your daughter. And it's also related to young Midoriya. The only thing heard next was a cursing scream. The green-haired man and the symbol of peace had a plan and it had been put into motion. Although it was unexpected that their candidate was the same, the plan remains in place. Flashback. The protagonist and Japan's #1 hero were on a plane bound for Island. Since the trip was last minute, the hero had to buy the most expensive tickets, these being VIP, so the privacy they had to talk was good. Taking advantage of the fact that they were flying and that they were first going to visit All Might's candidate, they decided to plan how to do it. All Might, young Midoriya, the person we are going to see is my best friend's daughter. She is a little older than you, but she is a good candidate, I assure you. Izuku, and how will we do it? All Might, my friend is a little overprotective of his daughter, so I will be in charge of convincing him that she is the new bearer of my gift. He already knows a little about the One for All, but not completely, while you will take care of his daughter. I am more than sure that she is perfect to be the new carrier, but I want you to also find out if it is a good idea or not to give it to her. Izuku, what do you mean by that last one? All Might, I have known your daughter since she was just a child, so I think that my judgment at the time of the election might not be correct. That's why I want you to find out if she is a good candidate or not, but you can't tell her. Tell nothing about One for All. Izuku, okay, I understand. All Might, thank you, young Midoriya. You like her, she's a very nice girl. After that, we will visit your candidate to see if he is also a good option or not. Izuku, rest assured, yes, she is ideal to be the new successor. And a flashback, with the teenagers. The blonde guided the green-haired boy to her laboratory. The first thing she wanted to show him was the place where she worked and spent most of her free time. Melissa, this is my lab, sorry for the mess. Izuku, how cool. The green-haired man looked around and saw a fairly modern place. He didn't understand what all the machines were for, but they looked great. There was also a shelf where she had several books and photos of her with her father and a few with All Might, but at the top you could see several trophies. Melissa, the first time we met you told me that your gift was basically being able to control water, right? Searching in a box. Izuku, well, something like that. Melissa, Ichi. But you told me that was your gift. Exalted. Izuku, sorry, I think I expressed myself wrong, scratching the back of his head. My gift does allow me to control water, but it allows me to take it further. I can control water in all its states and I can even modify its density, pressure and other things. Upon hearing that, the blonde relaxes again and continues searching in her box. Melissa, you almost scared me. Izuku, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Melissa, since I met you, I realized that although your gift is powerful, it depends a lot on water. Or am I wrong in jumping to a conclusion? Izuku, you're right. Melissa, that's good, then I think it will help you. From a box comes a bracelet that was the size of the forearm. The girl pressed a button and the bracelet enlarged its shape, taking on a gauntlet shape. Melissa, it is a support tool to cover those limitations. Although it looks like a simple gauntlet, it is a tool that collects moisture from the air and quickly transforms it into water. It doesn't weigh much and I tried my best to ensure that it wouldn't be a nuisance when fighting and that you could always carry it with you. Izuku, wow Melissa. Looking at the support article they had made for her, it's great, I didn't expect it at all. Melissa, I'm glad you like it, I made it especially for you. Playing with her fingers. Izuku, thank you very much Melissa, let me buy you something to eat. Melissa, no, it was a gift, I don't want anything in return. Just allow me to be your heroine, she whispered the last thing so he wouldn't hear it. Izuku, no, let me buy you something, seriously. Melissa, well if you insist. Izuku, great let's go. The green-haired man grabbed the blonde's hand and they left the place. The blonde wasn't expecting that and was a little embarrassed, but that wasn't going to stop her, she had been presented with an opportunity that she wouldn't let slip away. Both had already left where they were, but the green-haired man who had taken the initiative had stopped dead. Izuku, hey Melissa, I think I was too hasty. I don't want it. Place here where we can eat haha, releasing the blonde's hand to rub the back of his neck. The blonde laughed a little, but now she took his hand and started to guide him. Melissa, you know, I've wanted to go to a coffee shop around here for a long time, but I haven't been able to because of school. Izuku, then let's go to that. Let's go wherever you want, I'll invite, smiling. The blonde had liked the smile that the green-haired boy gave her. The previous time they saw each other he showed a serious attitude and the only time she could see him change that expression was when they danced together. The blonde smiled back and they went hand in hand to the cafeteria. The protagonist tried to get out of their hands, but the blonde gave the excuse that he might get lost. When they arrived at the place, they both went to a small table and sat down. The place was quite cozy and nice to hang out. Melissa, everything sounds fantastic. Do you know what you're going to order? Izuku, no. I guess I'm going to order the same as you, smiling. Melissa, okay. A few seconds later, a waiter arrived and served them. The teenage couple had ordered 2 slices of vanilla-flavored cake and some milkshakes. The waiter took the order and left. While waiting for the order, they started talking about trivial things until the order arrived. Everything looked spectacular but the blonde just realized something, that her friend had a broken arm and was having a strong time eating. Melissa, do you want me to help you? Izuku, no, it's not necessary nervous, don't worry about that, I can eat well just give me time. Trying to pick up a piece of his cake, it's just a matter of time. Melissa, are you sure? Izuku, yes, just give me a second and you'll see. With patience and saliva, the elephant will. The green-haired boy still couldn't eat a piece of his cake, but he wouldn't give up. The blonde saw how he was trying strong to do it alone, but she was seeing an opportunity that she clearly had to take. Melissa, let's see, say ah with a flirtatious look. The blonde raised her fork with a piece of cake towards the green-haired boy. The protagonist was instantly embarrassed. Izuku, BB, but what are you doing? Blushed. Melissa, helping you eat, Seiya. The blonde continued in a flirtatious manner and continued with her hand outstretched. She was not going to back down after having started. The green-haired boy just accepted his fate and listened to what the blonde told him. He opened his mouth and the blonde started feeding him. Melissa, well, did you like the cake? The green-haired man just nodded. Melissa, do you want another slice? The green-haired boy didn't move for a few seconds, thinking about what he should do, but he was hungry and already knew what he had to do, so he nodded and opened his mouth again. The blonde fed him again. It was very cute to see the green-haired boy blushing. Melissa, now that I think about it, when we danced at the party we didn't finish our conversation that day. The green-haired man looked at the blonde confused since he doesn't remember what they talked about. Melissa, we had agreed that you were going to call me Melissa-chan, whispering in her ear. Izuku, BBB. The blonde put a finger on the green-haired man's lips so he wouldn't continue talking. Melissa, my name doesn't start like that. Come on, you can say it. The green-haired boy was embarrassed. The blonde liked to see that side of the green-haired boy, although she realized that perhaps he was taking the joke too far when he saw that his friend was silent with a big blush on his face. Melissa, don't worry, I was just joking. Izuku, Melissa-chan. Melissa, Izuku, Melissa-chan. The blonde blushed when she heard it. She didn't think he would really say it. She just wanted to see him nervous, although she liked him saying it. Melissa, yes. That's my name, laughing nervously with a blush on her cheeks. Come on, keep eating. The blonde continued helping the green-haired boy eat. The green-haired boy had already forgotten his embarrassment and was very calm eating, until he remembered something. Izuku, Melissa-chan, you never told me you were so talented, you talked for so many months and you kept the secret. The blonde didn't know what the freckled guy was talking about. She looked at the green-haired guy in confusion until he spoke again. Izuku, when we were in your laboratory I noticed that you had several trophies. Melissa, do you believe it? The truth is that lately I have been studying strong since my grades dropped, rubbing his arm. Izuku, I see. It must be difficult to become a scientist. Melissa, yes, but it will all be worth it as long as I can help, smiling. Izuku, what if they gave you the option to become a hero? Melissa, but I'm already doing that, surprised by the question. Izuku, I mean if for some reason you had a gift and had the chance to become a hero, just like All Might. Melissa, Izuku. When they told me that I didn't have a gift, my father tried to encourage me by saying that it wasn't that big of a deal, that the gift was overrated and that his could only bend his fingers, laughing. At first it didn't bother me that I didn't have a gift. Born without singularity, but the more I realized, I noticed that the people around me looked at me with confusion and pity. That every time I met someone, I realized that they had a gift. That everyone had one except I. The green-haired man was just listening attentively to his friend. Melissa, you know, I wanted to become a hero like everyone else. When I asked my dad why he didn't become a hero despite having a gift, he told me it was because he had a weak one. The day I met Uncle Might, he came to visit my dad to pick up a suit he had made for him. I didn't understand why he was wearing my dad's suit until I saw it with my own eyes. That same day, a big tornado formed out of nowhere. Everyone started evacuating. But Uncle Might scattered with a single punch. The tornado. There he had understood that he could become a hero because he had a strong gift. The green-haired boy continued silently listening to his friend, waiting for her to finish speaking so he could console her if necessary, but it seems that it wasn't going to be necessary. Melissa, but he told me that thanks to my father's help he is capable of being a hero, that only he could make suits that would hold his power and allow him to save people. Uncle Might said that my father is his hero. It was then that my dad told me that despite having a weak gift, the reason why he made costumes for the heroes is because he wants to give all his support to keep the peace. That by helping that way it also makes him a hero. At that very moment I decided to become a person just like my father, creating support items for heroes. I wanted to create support tools so that one day, I can also be someone's hero. I don't need any gift to become a hero. A gift does not determine whether or not someone can be a hero. I will forge my own path. The green-haired man was impressed by the blonde's words. He had a fixed goal and it seems that that will not change for anything. The blonde showed a determination that captivated the protagonist. Izuku, wow, I'm impressed Melissa-chan. Melissa, Izuku. What I aspire to is not something simple, but I am going to achieve it no matter what the cost. Izuku, so, regardless of whether you have a gift or not, you just want to help people. Melissa, yes, that's what I want. Eating a piece of cake? Izuku, that's quite admirable Melissa, so I would love to help you achieve it, smiling. Melissa, what are you talking about? Confused, will you help me study? Laughing because if that's the case, I'd love to accept your help. Now that I think about it, I'm older than you, so it wouldn't help me, although you could help me make my test subject. Izuku, something better, but we'll talk about it later, in a more private place. It's not the time yet. Melissa, Aichi. Blushing, www, who do you take me? Nervous, we must get married first to do that. Izuku, huh? Confused, what are you talking about? The green-haired man had not understood what the blonde was referring to. The young woman with golden hair was blushing as she ate her cake and glanced at the green-haired boy from time to time. She thought the green-haired boy was innocent and pure, but now she had the impression that he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. What Melissa didn't know is that Izuku was too innocent when it came to love. From so much time he spent with the Raven girl, her innocence infected him, so his words never have a double meaning and he doesn't understand the double meaning either. Both teenagers received a message. The blonde received a message from her father, while the green-haired received one from All Might. Both messages said the same thing, to go to Melissa's father's laboratory. Time after Both teenagers were in All Might's laboratory, both adults were serious. The young people had noticed that, the blonde missed that, but the green-haired boy had an idea. All Might, young Midoriya, how did what I asked of you go? Izuku, very good. All Might, looking at the peace symbol and then looking at the blonde, I think it will be a good decision. Melissa, what are you talking about? What did he ask you? Curious. Izuku, you'll already know. The blonde's father approached the green-haired boy and looked at him seriously. David, Izuku. Serios? Izuku, Mr. Shield, smiling. David, if what Toshi told me is true, do you consider my daughter a good successor or do you just need her so you don't end up dead? Melissa's father was totally serious. He dislikes the idea of his daughter becoming the successor to One for All, because he knows the risk that entails, but he dislikes the idea that this brat only wants to use his daughter. The green-haired man was surprised by the question. Of all the ones he expected, he couldn't imagine that one. The blonde was surprised by her father's question and was about to speak, but All Might puts his hand on her shoulder and whispers to her to ask the questions later. Izuku, I'm going to be completely honest, for both reasons. His daughter is an excellent candidate from my point of view, and she is also an excellent candidate for All Might. When I found out that I needed to find someone else to carry this power, the first person I thought of was his daughter, because it came to me to mind that person I met at a party, and after saying that she has no gift, she still wanted to help people and be a hero. Also today, her daughter showed me that I saw it that day. No. They were empty words, but they were words that came from his heart, but also it's true that if we don't find a successor soon, I'll end up dying. David, I see. The man just looked at the peace symbol and nodded. Japan's #1 hero saw the sign and left his muscular form to return to his original form. Melissa was very surprised when she saw that her uncle Might went from being a very muscular man to becoming a skinny man who seemed to be dying. The teenager didn't seem to be understanding anything that was happening, but her father and All Might began to tell her about the gift of the peace symbol. A long explanation later. The blonde had only been listening attentively, trying to process everything that had happened, from One for All until she had the responsibility of eliminating All for One. The green-haired man did not know about this All for One guy and was surprised that only now the symbol of peace will talk about him. After All Might told everything he had to tell, the blonde was silent for several seconds, but after a while she began to ask several questions that her uncle answered sincerely, but there was still a stop to go and the blonde's and the boy's trip depended on that decision. Green-haired. All Might, so Melissa, what do you say? Would you accept One for All? Melissa, aye. The blonde did not know what to say. All Might did not hold back and had told her all the weight that being the next successor of the OFA had. He told her so many details that the preference that the hero had between both teenagers was noticeable. Melissa was still thinking about what to say until she turned to look at the green-haired man. He just smiled at her and pointed to his heart, whatever he decided to decide with his heart. The blonde just took a big breath and spoke. Melissa, low hair. All Might, it will be a difficult path to follow. Especially since you will have to transfer to the UA. Melissa, I know. I'll do my best to live up to expectations. The blonde knew better than to transfer to the UA. It would be starting his studies from zero, but he will also have to give everything of himself to enroll in the hero course. The teenagers and adults began to think about how to get Melissa to enter the hero course, and they could only do one thing: enter through the sports festival. The blonde could apply for an exchange and study in the UA support course, but it would take too long and she would not be able to participate in the festival, but what they could do was have All Might talk to Nizu so that he would include Melissa as quickly as possible in the support course, but most likely you will have to start from the first year. It was a sacrifice that the blonde was willing to make, but there were still two problems to solve. David, and how will Melissa control the power in less than 2 weeks? All Might, strong training and faith to stand out at the sports festival. We were lucky that Melissa has a good physique and can be a recipient for the OFA, because otherwise we would have had to wait a year. Izuku, don't worry Mr. Shield, I'll help Melissa-chan so she can control the gift in time. David, Aichi? What did you call her? Izuku, Melissa-chan. The best friend of the symbol of peace wanted to kill the green-haired man at this moment, but he knew that it was not the time for that. The protagonist had not yet passed the gift on to his daughter, so he could not die yet. All Might, I could also call my teacher. Terrified. Melissa, well, if I'm going to start in the support course, I could use my support items to better use my gift. Remembering a tool I build in my laboratory, I have some gloves that can withstand like 3 of your blows, Uncle Might. I could wear them at the festival. All Might, it's a good idea, but there your inventions would stand out and not so much your gift. But it would be different if you finished among the first places. Yes, it's a good idea. David, and how will you do it with accommodation? All Might. After the UA was attacked by the League of Villains, the council decided to create a building where all the students could stay there to maintain their safety, but the problem is that it took a few weeks to be completely built and my apartment is too small to accommodate anyone. Everyone was thinking about where the blonde would stay, but the green-haired boy already had a place where he could stay. Izuku, he could stay at my house. David, no way. Izuku, I spend most of my time. David, no way. The blonde's father was not going to let her stay with the green-haired man, so she had become upset when she heard the proposal. All Might, calm down David, first let's listen to the proposal well. David, nor has. Melissa, please, keep talking. Izuku covering his father's mouth. The blonde was excited by the idea of the green-haired man. Izuku, thinking carefully about what I was going to say, my house has a guest room so he could stay there without problems. My mom wouldn't have any problems either if I told her a little about the situation Melissa-chan is in, besides the fact that I spend most of my time away from home, either at school or at the Yayarosa house, for that matter. What will not live with me all the time will have its space and privacy. David, well, I don't mind. Interrupted. Melissa, sounds good to me. All Might, like me, then it's decided 2 against 1, you will stay at young Midoriya's house for a while. Let's continue. David, but All Might, let's talk the rest more calmly. For now let's get to what's important. Looking at the blonde, are you ready? The blonde just nodded with determination. The moment had come. The green-haired man approached the blonde and pulled out a hair from her hair, then handed it to her. Izuku, you should eat it. The blonde grabbed his hair and looked at him for a few seconds, thinking for a moment what she was going to do. Melissa, Uncle Might. All Might, die Melissa. Melissa, you had said that 1 for all is transferred by DNA, right? Looking at the hair. All Might, yes, as long as you have young Midoriya's DNA you can receive the OFA. The blonde, upon hearing the confirmation that All Might had given her, was filled with courage to take the step she was going to take. If you want to achieve something, you have to go for it until the end. He takes a deep breath to calm down and puts the green-haired man's hair in his pocket. I missed that. All Might. Melissa, what are you doing? Melissa, nothing. There's just a better way to spend it. The blonde stepped forward and stood in front of him, her eyes shining with incredible determination as she stared into the green-haired man's bright emerald eyes. The blonde's heart was beating strong. She gathered all the courage she could and gently took the protagonist's cheeks with her hands. The green-haired man did not understand what his friend wanted to do, but he could feel the warm hands that touched his face, a sensation that transmitted an impressive calm to him. The world seemed to stop at that moment. The blonde didn't care that her father and uncle were present. She was not going to back down after getting here. Finally, in a gesture full of tenderness and bravery, the blonde approached Midoriya's face and their lips met in an awkward embrace. The blonde was taking the lead, her friend's eyes were wide. He took a while to react, but he let himself be carried away by the moment and began to return the embrace. As they relaxed, the embrace began to become softer and more natural. They had gotten lost in the moment. When they finally separated, their faces were flushed and the girl's eyes were radiating happiness. This was how both teenagers, Midoriya Izuku and Melissa Shield, had experienced their first embrace. Both teenagers were blushing and didn't want to say any words. No one wanted to break the silence in the room. All Might was surprised by the event that just happened. He couldn't believe it, but that was reality. He looked at his best friend and could only see how he had an empty face. Without feelings, without anything, he showed no reaction. He had a lost face that seemed not to be there. The hero didn't want to break the silence, so he waited for one of the teenagers to do so. It didn't take long until Melissa was the first to break the silence. Melissa, laughing nervously, so that's what 1 for all feels like. All Might, coughed. In fact, you will feel something within 2 or 3 hours. So what you feel is not the one for all. The blonde laughs nervously and looks away. The green-haired boy still hadn't said a word since that embrace. He didn't fully understand what had happened. Did Melissa do it because she didn't want to eat his hair or because she liked it? A total idiot. All Might. Well, giving a loud applause, what do you think? Thinking about something, let's go eat something, I got hungry huh? Laughing. The peace symbol only saw how the teenagers nodded without modulating any words. He placed a hand on each of their shoulders and guided them to a nearby place to talk. The three of them left the laboratory without realizing that the blonde's father was not following them. He was still motionless in the same place he stayed. Time after. The teenagers together with the peace symbol were in a hamburger restaurant. All Might ordered the house special, while the teenagers had some milkshakes. There was a tension that the peace symbol noticed. He only thought of one thing to do, and that was to go to the bathroom to wait for everything to be resolved. When the hero excused himself, silence filled the table of teenagers, a silence that was broken by the blonde. Melissa? And then? Nervous. Izuku. The blonde had realized a while ago that the green-haired boy had not said a word since he embraced her, and she began to worry that maybe it was a mistake to do so. Melissa? Are you upset? Hurried. The green-haired boy looked at the blonde and took a deep breath. Izuku, no, I'm not upset. I'm just caught off guard. The blonde started playing with her fingers. Melissa, and the embrace. What did you think? Izuku, why? Why did you do it, Melissa-chan? Melissa, I don't know. It was just an impulse, I felt like I wanted to do it. Izuku, I see. The green-haired boy was a little thoughtful. Don't you like the shampoo I use? It's Uncle Nacho. Melissa, that wasn't it. The green-haired man started to laugh lightly. He wanted to bother his friend a little. Melissa, what are you laughing at? Izuku, you have to relax a little more. What's worrying you so much? The blonde remained silent. She began to look at the ground while continuing to play with her fingers. Izuku, I really don't mind the embrace. Don't worry about it. Melissa, it's just, I don't want you to walk away. Izuku, that won't happen. The blonde looked at the green-haired man. She could tell that he meant what he said. Izuku, why would I stay away from the future symbol of peace? I need you to give me several signatures to sell in the future. The blonde laughed at the green-haired man's comment. Izuku, just think about it, in the future I can be your manager. We organize several events so that people can see us. We raise a lot of money and we divide it into 70. Melissa? Yes, that sounds good, laughing. Izuku, 70% for me and 30% for you. Melissa, Ichi? Wait a little, why would you keep 70% and I take 30%? Izuku, isn't it obvious? I will be over-exploiting you to get the most out of my golden egg. I can't leave you that much, you would become independent and leave me alone. Now that I think about it, you will only have 20%, 30% was a lot. The blonde tried to refute what her friend was saying, but he would start putting her down every time he did it. In the end, they both ended up laughing, making that awkward atmosphere go away. The peace symbol was looking from the door of the men's bathroom while smiling enormously. Everything went as his plan. The problem was that the bathroom door was next to the women's bathroom, so several ladies treated him as a pervert. The symbol of peace approaches the young people again who are laughing out loud. All Might, I'm back as a normal person. It's good that they were encouraged again, because they needed that encouragement. The teenagers who were laughing looked at the peace symbol in confusion. All Might, tomorrow we return to Japan. Izuku/Melissa? Tan pronto? All Might, yes, the time for the festival is getting closer and young Midoriya must go to his classes. The next day, the Shield, along with the hero and the aspiring hero, who had his cast removed in the morning, were at the airport. They were about to board the plane to Japan. The blonde was saying goodbye to her father to get on the plane, although the strange thing is that Dave has been quieter than normal since his daughter received the OFA. She was hugging him and then separating and going to the plane. Melissa, bye, Dad. The 10th carrier said goodbye for the last time to enter the plane. His father did not say anything and only made a gesture that showed his paternal affection. All Might, Dave, take care of yourself. David, you too, Toshi, and take care of my daughter. All Might, of course. The peace symbol entered the plane. The green-haired man was going to enter the plane too, but he was detained. David, Izuku. Izuku, dig aim, sir. Shield? David, if you break my daughter's heart, I will personally take care of ruining your career and ensuring that you never set foot in the US again. Am I clear to you? The green-haired man didn't understand what all that was about, but he had an idea. Izuku, of course. Don't doubt that. David, you have to take care of her. The green-haired man just nodded to get on the plane. Everyone was already on the plane, except for the blonde's father who stayed on the island, looking sadly at the plane. David, because it's all I have left. The plane had taken off and Melissa's father was still at the airport watching the plane get further and further away, and then looking at the ground. Silence had invaded all the houses on Island. Above the airport, David's shield looked towards the ground with his arms on his hips. It was not a simple image of loss. It was as if that prodigy had lost its soul. Already on the plane, the green-haired man and the blonde were chatting friendly, while the peace symbol was sleeping. It was the perfect moment for the blonde to clear up a doubt she still had. Melissa, hey. You never answered me if you liked the embrace or not. Shy. Izuku. Remembering that moment and touching his lip a little, I liked it. It tasted like vanilla. Melissa, that's good. The blonde looked at the window blushing. She was happy with the response. She had a clear opportunity to go out with the youngest Midoriya, but it wasn't the time. She had to concentrate for the sports festival. After the festival, she was going to confess to him, the bearer of one for all already decided. She was going to tell her feelings to Midoriya Izuku. Time after 12 hours of travel, they arrived home at night. The green-haired boy's mother welcomed the blonde and showed her the room she was going to stay in. The teenager was surprised by the green-haired man's house. She did not know that he lived in such a big house and in a good neighborhood. She did not understand the reason why he was working so young. If for money, it is clear that it is not. The blonde began to look around her room. A new beginning for her life had begun, and this was the beginning of everything. After a while they called her to go to dinner, so she went immediately and had dinner together with the Midoriyas, where she was able to talk with her friend's mother. As some say, if you want to conquer someone, conquer the mother-in-law first, and that is what she was going to do. The next day, the green-haired boy got ready early to go to the Yaoyorozu residence. It was a Sunday, so they didn't have classes at UA. Midoriya had arrived. He was going to do his daily training and then meet the Raven Girl, but to his surprise, the gym he occupied specifically for his gift was being used by a person. He did not expect that. Normally that gym was not occupied, plus the daily training of the rest of the security teams is in a few hours. Upon closer inspection, he notices that the person occupying the gym was no one more and no one less than the jet black girl. He entered in silence and sat on the stands to watch her. His partner was training. The black-haired girl was SWNG the metal stick, and at the same time she was creating objects with her arms. Apparently he wanted to be able to create objects on the spot for hand-to-hand fighting situations, because there was also a table full of candy next to him. After a while, the Raven Girl seemed to have finished because she began to retreat, but to his surprise she was approaching him and sat down next to him. Izuku, hello Momo, I'm sorry I didn't greet you earlier, I didn't want to interrupt you. The black-haired girl didn't say anything. That was strange for the green-haired boy, so when he turned to see her, he noticed that she had a pout and had her arms crossed, looking away. Izuku, are you okay? Are you upset? Momo, you didn't send me any messages on your trip. Izuku, huh? Are you upset about that? The green-haired man did not receive a response, so he assumed that she was upset about that. Izuku, sorry for not writing to you, I was very busy. Momo, so busy to not even send a message? The black-haired woman turned to see him. She had stopped crossing her arms and looked at him intently. Izuku, yes. Didn't your father tell you that it was for a medical issue? The black-haired woman had remained silent for a moment. Momo, no, he didn't tell me. Izuku, also, you didn't send me a message either. Momo, well yes, but... I thought for a moment, don't change the subject. Izuku, huh? But if I don't change it? Type, Tonto, Izukudanto. The black-haired woman let down her hair and laid her head on the green-haired man's legs. Izuku, what are you doing? Surprised. Momo, I'm tired. Blushing, can't I do it? Izuku, if that's the case, fine, but... Wouldn't it be better to create a pillow than occupy my legs? Momo, shut up. If you want you can make love to my hair. Izuku, and why do I want to do that? You're sweaty. The black-haired woman was going to answer him, but she felt how the freckled man's hands were touching her hair, she felt how the boy began to caress her hair, she felt how he moved his fingers delicately and moved the hairs that were covering her face. The black-haired woman was blushing slightly. The feeling of the fingers moving delicately through her curls gave her a satisfactory sensation. Izuku, Momo. Momo, yes, tell me happy. Izuku, why are you training so early? Momo, I want to win the festival with determination. Izuku, can I ask why? Momo, it's a secret. Smiling, I could only tell you if I win it. The truth is that the black-haired woman had realized that she felt something for her friend, something beyond friendship, and she wanted to confess if she won the festival, to show him that she is no longer the same as she was a year ago. Izuku, well, you'll have to try your hardest, you'd have to be prepared to beat everyone in our class. Momo, I know. The people who stand out the most are always the hero class, so possibly one of our class will win, plus everyone is targeting our class because they know that they are the ones they have to defeat if they want to win. Izuku, it's good that you keep that in mind. If you want I can give you my book with the gifts of the class. Momo, no, I don't want your help, I want to win on my own. But accept your help, it wouldn't make sense to win the festival. Izuku, okay, then I'll be supporting you. Smiling. The girl smiled at having the support of her friend. Before the first day of classes at UA, the green-haired boy had researched all the gifts of the people in his class, discovering what they do, their weakness, how they work, everything he could find from their records. He did it for the reason of investigating what kinds of people they would be living with and protecting the black-haired girl if one of them tried something against her. Not because he considers them to be bad people, but it is better to be prepared for any situation and make sure it is safe for her. Izuku, speaking of the sports festival, you reminded me of someone. Momo, like this? Izuku, oh Melissa. The black-haired woman is surprised, because he mentions her. Momo, and why does it remind you of her? Izuku, it's just that his gift recently awakened and he is in the process of transferring to the UA. He will participate with us in the festival. The black-haired woman's eyes widened. She had never heard of someone waking up so late. Momo, what? Did you receive a gift at 17? That's surprising, so happy for her. Izuku, yes, he will also stay at my house for a while. The black-haired woman gets up from the protagonist's lap. She was totally agitated by such news. Momo, what? Because. Izuku, because we are friends. Momo, but why at your house? Izuku, I didn't have anyone else. Momo, he can stay at my house, it doesn't have to be at your house. The black-haired girl was worried that the blonde would do something to the green-haired boy. The raven girl was trying to convince Melissa to stay with her and not him, but he refused. He had promised his father that he would take care of her and he had already given him his mother's number for whatever reason. After that brief discussion, the raven woman once again laid her head on the protagonist's lap, worried about the situation. Time passed and the day of the UA. The sports festival has arrived, one of the most watched events in all of Japan. In the weeks of preparation, Melissa trained with Gran Torino, the All Might Emissary, where thanks to him she learned to correctly use the OFA, using it all over her body. His entire class was waiting in a waiting room wearing the sports suit. Todoroki declared war on the green-haired boy, since for the last 2 weeks, All Might has been constantly talking to Midoriya. After that statement, the entire class went to the stadium field along with the other first-year classes. The presenter of the event was Midnight, who invited the freckled man to give a few words for being first in the admission exam. Izuku, our greatest glory is not in falling, but in getting up every time we fall. I hope that we all give our maximum effort and that the best wins. Plus ultra. For a moment there was silence when the green-haired boy finished giving his speech, but in a few moments applause could be heard and the people's extra ultra. He returned to his classmates. Midnight, let's start the UDOTA Sports Festival. Spinning a roulette wheel, the first test is obstacle course. The teacher gives an explanation of what the test consists of and thus begins the UA festival. In a tunnel. All the first-year classes were in a tunnel to start the race. Everyone was preparing to run and win. Melissa, good luck Izuku. Izuku, thank you, good luck to Melissa-chan. The Raven girl who was in front of them heard the brief conversation and was a little bothered that they got along so well. She didn't know how their relationship had advanced so much if the green-haired man had seen very little of the blonde. He still doesn't occupy the channel with her. And they have known each other for more than 5 years, but she was determined, when she wins the festival she will confess everything she feels about the protagonist. Midnight, begin. All of the academy's first-year students began running. Most of them had already left the tunnel, but most of the participants had their feet frozen, courtesy of Todoroki Shoto. Their classmates had already foreseen it, so they anticipated it and did not let themselves get trapped by the ice. The young man with 2 hair colors had the lead. Large robot similar to the one with 0 points on the admission exam appeared in front of him. He used his gift and froze them all to continue running. The green-haired boy, who was a little behind him, took advantage of what his companion did to thaw the ice and create large masses of water that came out in all directions. He took advantage of a mass of water that was heading towards his partner and climbed on top to move faster. The rest of the bodies of water took the direction of the first-year students, including their classmates. The black-haired woman, seeing that large waves of water were approaching, unbuttoned part of her shirt and created a large shield to later stick it into the ground and withstand the masses of water, while the blonde occupied 5% of her gift and occupied the back of one of the people to make a big jump at speed to overcome the wave with ease. Thanks to the wave he created, the green-haired man managed to surpass his partner and take the lead. Izuku, thank you Todoroki-san, but if you're going to declare war on me, you'll have to do it without using your ice. The green-haired boy gets off the wave and occupies it to create a wall of ice that obstructs the rest of the people. Todoroki was about to do something, but an explosion created a hole in the wall to break through. Bakugo, move over extra DMN. Thanks to that, the green-haired man had gained a great advantage and he was not going to waste it. He continued running until an obstacle where there were large pillars of earth that were connected by ropes. The protagonist did not care and continued running with great bravery over the ropes. All the people in the stands who were watching the festival were surprised. Perhaps the one who was going first didn't care if he fell or something like that, but their surprise quickly changed to applause and ovation when the green-haired boy's plan was working and he didn't. There was a sign that he was going to fall off the ropes. In fact, he passed the obstacle easily. The freckled man continued running until he reached a minefield. He continued advancing but he slowed down a little. Without realizing it, he realized that his partner with an explosive gift was about to catch up with him, so he started running as fast as he could. The blonde caught up with him and was next to the green-haired man. He uses his gift and with a right hand tries to hit the protagonist, but he steps back a little and grabs her arm to throw him strongly to the side, causing him to step on some landmines. By doing that, the green-haired man stepped on a landmine, but he didn't care about it and continued with his goal. The only thing he thought about at that moment was winning. He was about to pass the obstacle, but without him realizing it, a large explosion was heard behind him along with a huge gust of wind. Along his side a person passed at high speed. It was nothing more and nothing less than Melissa's shield. The blonde was using her support items and on her extremities she had a red armor. Thanks to that she was able to use her gift to the maximum in her legs and take a huge jump that made her overcome the third obstacle with great ease, causing her to wherever he jumps, all the mines will be activated. Thanks to that action, the blonde was able to take first place in the UA festival test, thus leaving the positions. Melissa Shield, Midoriya Izuku, Katsuki Bakugo, Todoroki Shot, Yairozumam, Liam Ayuga. A large part of the public was excited and euphoric about the comeback and the great power that the blonde showed, although the other side of the public was already expecting that result. If in total, the blonde was someone from exchange who came from the United States. And he was 2 years older than the rest of the students who still don't know how to use their quirk well. Midnight, very good. Let's continue with the festival. The next test is Cavalry Battle. The +18 teacher gives an explanation of the test, in addition to how the points of the first test are distributed, clarifying that the difference between the first and the second is 10 million points. All the students who were participating looked with predatory eyes at the blonde, who was shocked by the event. All the students began to form teams. The green-haired boy approached the black-haired girl to ask her if she wanted to be part of his team. Izuku, Momo, do you want to team up? Momo, I'm sorry Izuku, but I want to win the festival and that includes you. Izuku, okay, then I wish you luck. Momo, thank you, I still wish you luck, because I'm not going to make it easy for you. The green-haired man could not smile at his friend's statement. Izuku, show me how strong you became. The green-haired man stretched out his fist in front of his boss to bump fists in a good competitive manner. The black-haired girl bumped fists with her friend and left with her team. The protagonist does not have a group yet, but a person approaches him. Uraraka, Midoriya-kun, let's team up. Izuku, oh Uraraka-san, surprised, okay, let's team up. Uraraka, that's great, it's better to team up with people you like, don't you think? Izuku, taking into account that it is a festival that can help you with your future, the logical thing would be to team up with strong people, but looking at his excited partner, it's not bad to team up with people you like either. Yes, what? Glad that we form a team. Uraraka, I say the same happy. Izuku, now we would need to include more people. Looking around, the green-haired man and the brown-haired girl were looking to see if they could find companions who were alone. By coincidence, the protagonist's eyes fell on a blonde-haired girl who seemed a little frustrated. Izuku, Uraraka, Sagime. His partner nodded and followed him. Both had arrived before the person who had managed to win the first test of the festival. Izuku, hello Melissa-chan, by chance you are missing a team, because if so you can join ours, pointing to his partner and him. Melissa, oh Izuku, you are my savior, with teary eyes, for a moment I thought it would just be me and my partner. Izuku, your partner? Confused, he thought he was alone. Melissa, yes, I'm with my classmate, Hatsume, pointing to a girl with pink hair. May, do you want to see my babies? Izuku/Uraraka? Confundido. Melissa, it refers to his inventions. Izuku, oh well, nice to meet you. The green-haired boy stopped talking when he realized that the girl began to murmur about her inventions and seemed not at all interested in his presence. Melissa, don't worry, he doesn't mean anything bad. Izuku, it's okay, it doesn't bother me scratching the back of his neck. Did you happen to come up with a plan for how we'll survive? Melissa, not yet. We have May's inventions that are good and creative for the situation. The support tools that I brought only serve my gift, but that will serve as a last resort. We also have your gift that doesn't. We can use and... Looking at the green-haired man's companion, hello, nice to meet you, I'm Melissa Shield, you can call me Melissa. What is your peculiarity? Uraraka, ah, nice to meet you Melissa-san, my gift is gravity, I can remove the gravity from things or people. Melissa, impressive, thinking we could become lighter and gain agility with that. Izuku, Melissa-chan, considering your gift, you should be the writer. Melissa, maybe, but you are more qualified to be a writer. Izuku, you're wrong, at this moment it's like I have no gift. Melissa, don't worry, I was thinking that if we constantly face Todoroki-san, you could use your gift and thus easily eliminate the competition if you vote for the writers. Before the competition, the green-haired boy had given him his notebook with all the gifts and weaknesses of the people in his class, so he knew the protagonist's entire class, although not by face, but by name. Izuku, that's true, but there is a problem. Melissa, which one? Izuku, that guy is on my boss's team. Thinking carefully about the words he will use when being with Uraraka, he is on Momo's team. Melissa, and what does he have? We are in a competition, that doesn't mean you won't face them. Izuku, yes, but... You know the situation is complicated. Uraraka, what are you talking about? The blonde just sighs. Melissa, you're welcome, we better come up with a plan if we want to win this. The four teenagers began to plan a plan to survive the test. Melissa would be the rider and Izuku would be the front horse while Uraraka and May would be the rear horses. Time after the test was about to begin, the teams were in their positions waiting for the test to begin. Present Mike, very good. Let's start on the count of let's go. Most of the teams began to go against the protagonist team, a move that they had previously anticipated, so with Hatsume's inventions, they began to fly and began to move away from the students who wanted to attack them. While they were flying, Jiro's headphones were going to attack them, but before they reached the blonde, The protagonist grabbed them. Izuku, I'm sorry, Jiro-san. I hope it doesn't hurt too much. The green-haired man pulls the headphones with enough force to make his partner lose her balance and fall, but her team holds her tightly. Hatsum, Midoriya-san. That was dangerous. Izuku, sorry again, but wouldn't that count as a slap on the wrist? The protagonist team was still in the air, but while they were flying, a teammate with a highly explosive peculiarity approached. Bakugo, the 10 million will be mine. The blonde tried to give the green-haired team an explosion, but the blonde occupied 5% of the OFA and very quickly managed to hit him on the arm to deflect the attack. The explosion didn't hit the 10 million team, and the green-haired man grabbed one of the blonde's legs to forcefully pull him to the floor. The young man with blonde hair began to fall, but some ribbons caught him and brought him back to his corresponding equipment. Melissa, that was close. Izuku, you're wrong. He didn't come close to achieving it for anything in the world. The team of 10 million landed in a place where there were not so many students, and they began to run to avoid them as much as possible. The propeller began to fail, so it was no longer possible to fly. While they were running, they realized that a group was getting too close to them, so they took distance. Todoroki, Midoriya, do you want to win? Because if that's the case, it's a bad decision to be part of the 10 million team. Izuku, you're wrong. She is my ace up my sleeve to win. Melissa, in the end we might face your team, whispering. Izuku, I know we better get out of here. Melissa, but... At one point, several teams began to surround the green-haired man's team and they all went after him. Momo created an anti-electricity blanket and all of her equipment except one was covered. Kaminari, 1.3 million volts. Izuku, Uraraka, make us float. The blonde from the bicolor team launched a strong electric discharge that affected all the teams that were nearby, except for the 10 million team that managed to float and avoid the attack, but they left themselves exposed by floating that way. Todoroki, it's time. The green-haired man thought he was going to use his gift, but he was wrong. The black-haired girl had created a WHP that she gave to the bicolor and he used it to attract the protagonist team. Izuku, sheet. Melissa, Uraraka cancels your gift. The brunette listened and they stopped floating to fall to the ground, so the blue-haired boy from Todoroki's team used his gift to go at high speed after them. The blonde didn't think twice and was ready to fight back. Melissa, hold on. He raises his fist and his entire team listens to him, smash. The blonde had given a strong blow to the air. The blow caused a strong gust of wind in the direction of the blow, causing the bicolor team to retreat. Todoroki had to create pillars of ice behind his team to avoid flying past them. Todoroki, sheet, what a powerful gift. The bicolor team withstood the gust of wind, but unfortunately for the teams that were nearby, they were eliminated by the gust of wind that caused them to fall and touch the ground. Momo, Todoroki-kun, get rid of the ice quickly. Izuku, very late. The green-haired man used his gift and transformed his partner's ice into water. He began to manipulate it and caused a current of water to surround his team. Now he had a defense that would help him keep enemy teams away. Ida, DMN. We were so close. Todoroki, there is less than a minute left. It will no longer be useful for us to face them, looking at the gift of his green-haired companion. Ida, there is still a possibility, but from there I won't be able to move and I won't be any more useful taking a running position. The green-haired boy, upon seeing the pose of his blue-haired companion, had an idea of what he would do by investigating it previously, so he tells his brown-haired companion to remove their gravity. She does so and they jump to start floating. Later the protagonist transforms the stream of water into two tentacles that were being used as support on the ground. The brunette was surprised. Did his partner know about his technique? For him that was impossible, no one from the academy knew about that. Todoroki's group couldn't move and they were at the edge of the field. Melissa, how did you know I would do that? Confused. Izuku, a feeling. Uraraka, it was amazing. Melissa, we're still among the first. Just hold on. Present Mike, it's over. Time's up. With this we conclude the second test of the festival. The blonde and the green-haired team were happy. They managed to maintain the 10 million ribbon and were crowned first. Melissa was standing out as her uncle told her. Despite having the OFA 2 weeks ago, she has been doing well. But in the eyes of some people in the public it was unfair to the others. They found it unfair that a student 2 years older participates in the festival with the first years. The teams that could qualify were the following. First place, Melissa's team. Second place, Todoroki's team. Third place, Bakugo's team. Fourth place, Shinso team. Present mic. These 4 teams moved on to the next test. After giving the results, they gave them some time to rest. His bicolor partner had asked him to talk for a moment, but he couldn't. It was his lunch time and for him it was a sacred time, although he invited him to eat with him in case he liked. The bicolor had no choice and accepted. He wanted to talk to him, but he didn't expect that he would also sit down to eat with more people. At the table were the protagonists, clearly Yaoyorozu, Melissa, Uraraka, Ida and some of her other classmates, although the green-haired and the two-colored were at one of the ends of the table. Izuku, well Todoroki? What did you want to talk about? Todoroki, the bicolor was having a strong time saying what he wanted. He didn't expect that there would be so many people around him. He hoped to talk about it more privately. Todoroki, the green-haired boy, seeing that his partner couldn't say what he wanted, gave himself a vague and erroneous idea of what he wanted to say. Izuku, sorry Todoroki, I don't bat for that side. Tried to maintain a serious composure even though I was nervous? Todoroki? Huh? What are you talking about? The green-haired man remained silent for a few seconds. Izuku, I don't know, you tell me. Todoroki. Izuku. Todoroki, you beat me. In both rounds you have been ahead of me. Izuku, so what was that? Releasing a sigh of relief. Todoroki, my right side is not enough to defeat you. I will never be able to defeat you, a little annoyed. Izuku, absolutely right mate. Melissa, and why don't you use your other side? The blonde had joined the conversation. The green-haired man made a sign for him to remain silent. They were totally in a competition and if he wanted to restrain himself it was up to him. Better for the others who take this seriously. The bicolor felt a little uncomfortable because he didn't know her, but overall. Todoroki, because it reminds me of my father. My left side disgusts me, touching the scar on his face. I'm going to win with only my right side. The bicolor had said it with a tone of disgust that was noticed by the people who were closest to him. The majority felt out of place. It was not a topic of conversation that they expected or that they felt could be told to so many people, so no one knew what to say and a silence ensued that was broken by the protagonist. Izuku, I wish you luck with that Todoroki. After the green-haired boy said that, silence once again invaded part of the table. The two-colored boy wanted to say something else, but there were many people to say it, but now this time the silence was broken by his blonde-haired friend. Melissa, Todoroki-sen, I know we don't know each other, but your left side shouldn't be an anchor that holds you to your father or whatever happened. After all, your left side is yours, right? That power and all your gift is yours and no one else's. Many of the classmates who were listening to the conversation were nodding while the green-haired man was gesturing for them to remain silent. Why are they helping the competition like that? The two-colored man thought a little but decided to speak. Todoroki, Shield-san, right? The blonde nodded. Are you, by any chance, All Might's secret daughter? Everyone, Todoroki, I have experienced All Might's power up close and it is very similar to yours. I could say it is identical. Plus you have blonde hair and you managed to be transferred thanks to him. Not to mention that you are from the United States, the place where All Might spent a long time. Melissa, it's just coincidence. Nervous? The bicolor did not say anything else and proceeded to leave the table, although before leaving he said something. Todoroki, maybe. But everything is very suspicious. After the two-color was removed, there began to be great doubts about Melissa's father. She could really be All Might's daughter. Izuku, what were you planning to do? Why do you help him? Don't you see that it is the competition that you must defeat, sighing? Melissa, because that's what heroes do, help others. Momo, heroes don't take what doesn't belong to them, looking at the blonde. Melissa, there's nothing wrong if they take something that doesn't belong. Anyone looking back at the black-haired girl. Uraraka, I think they are referring to something else. They both looked ugly. The green-haired boy didn't understand what they were referring to and neither did the others, so they just continued eating while letting the topic go. Time passed quickly and the lunch break had already passed. During that PRD, Mineta and Kaminari approached Momo to tell her that Aizawa had ordered that the girls in the classes dress as cheerleaders, but Izuku said that it will not be possible, that if the sensei was going to make a request he must tell the delegates of the class, so he will take the blame if the teacher gets angry. The duo of perverts tried to convince him, but the green-haired man was a wall of steel. At the end of the break, all the young people who passed the second test gathered in the center of the stadium where the tournament matches were drawn, but 2 people who were part of the Shinso team left since they did not feel they should be there, so Shiozaki Ibara and Tetsu replaced them. The fights were as follows. 1. Midoriya Izuku vs. Shinso Hitoshi. 2. Shiro Hanta vs. Todoroki Shoto. 3. Shiozaki Ibara vs. Kaminari Denki. 4. Ida Tenya vs. Hatsume. 5. Ashido Mina vs. Aoyama Yuga. 6. Melissa Shield vs. Yaoyorozu Momo. 7. Tetsu vs. Kirishima Ijiro. 8. Bakugo Katsuki vs. Uraraka Achiko. The green-haired boy was left thinking about the 6th fight. Both of his friends had to fight in the first round. She wanted to support the black-haired girl, but she also wanted to support her blonde-haired friend, since she knows that she needs to win this sports festival. While both women looked at each other with great rivalry, neither of them wanted to lose. While the protagonist was thoughtful, Shinso approached him to wish him luck, but when the green-haired man was about to respond, his tailed companion covered his mouth so that he would not respond. The young man with purple hair, upon noticing this, laughs and leaves. His partner Ojiro was going to explain to him why he was acting, but his partner stopped him and told him that it was not necessary, so he thanked him and left. Time was passing and Todoroki's fight against Midoriya was about to begin, but there was a problem, and that was that the protagonist had not yet shown up at the stadium. He was sitting waiting outside his friend's dressing room. They announced over the loudspeaker that if he didn't show up within a few minutes he would be disqualified, but he didn't even flinch as he waited patiently. Suddenly the Raven girl leaves the room. Her eyes were a little red, but she tried not to let her friend notice, which didn't happen. The green-haired man was going to say something, but the raven-haired girl took the first word. Momo, come on. You have to go fight. The protagonist stayed silent for a few seconds to think about what he was going to say, until he tried to ask something. Izuku, did they find you? Disrupted. Momo, Izuku. The black-haired woman had raised her voice a little. This took the green-haired man by surprise, so he remained silent only. Momo, please. Forget that fight. Erase that from your head, please. Head down. The black-haired woman looked at the ground with a discouraged voice. She didn't want to be seen like that. The green-haired man stayed silent for a few seconds and then approached his friend and ruffled her hair. Izuku, what combat are you talking about? I haven't seen any combat. The black-haired woman was silent for a moment, but a few seconds later she broke the silence. Momo, thank you. The green-haired man started running to get to his fight on time. Along the way he meets several companions who were in the tournament who help him along the way, ensuring that he arrives at the platform just in time. Present Mike, the winner who left the audience frozen in the first round. From the hero course, Todoroki Shoto. The audience applauds euphorically against him, who quickly won the last fight but almost lost this one due to arriving late. From the hero course, Midoriya Izuku. The entire stadium was euphoric about the fight. All the people in the stadium and those watching on television were eager for the fight, but people did not know that this fight had a clear winner from the beginning. Present Mike, both of you have shown your great performance at the festival. Like two rivals facing each other. And now Todoroki versus Midoriya. Start. The first to make a move was the young man with red and white hair who launched into hand-to-hand combat with the protagonist. The green-haired boy clearly had the advantage. He was playing on his playing field, so in the blink of an eye, he broke the rhythm of the fight by breaking Todoroki's block and hitting him with a strong and forceful kick that pushed him back. The two-colored man held his stomach, but the green-haired man was not going to let him recover, so he began to take the offensive. The difference was clear. The protagonist was destroying his partner. Most of the public knew who Todoroki was. He was Endeavor's son, and they also knew what he could do, since for many the young man was already better than the average professional, but that they are doing that to that person means that his opponent it was on a higher level, which made them wonder who Midoriya Izuku is. The bicolor could no longer withstand the beating, so in one movement he used his ice quirk and created enormous pillars in the direction of the green-haired man, causing him to end up buried in the ice. Present Mike, will this be the end of the green-haired man? Before the public celebrated the victory, they began to see how the green-haired boy began to walk across the ice. The attack had not affected him at all, and for Todoroki this already meant defeat. The green-haired man comes out of the ice and transforms all the ice into water to form a huge wave. Todoroki no longer had any options, so he began to form more ice to overload the green-haired boy, but the protagonist loosened the ice and transformed it into water to increase it in his wave that now looks like a huge tsunami. The entire audience was surprised by the powerful gift that the teenager had. The mass of water had already reached 30 meters. The protagonist knew that if he threw it at his partner he would be killed along with the entire audience behind. Before he could say anything, his partner gave up and accepted defeat. The protagonist transforms the entire mass of water into steam. The public was animated and applauded the fight fiercely. The fight did not meet expectations, but seeing the enormous attack power of the green-haired boy drove them crazy. Present Mike, Midoriya Izuku is the winner. For pain and for glory. Shoto. Fits of fury. The cousin. /delete later /. The protagonist leaves the platform and begins to return to the locker room to prepare for the next fight. Time had passed. The green-haired boy had already beaten his partner Ashido and his partner Ida, thus reaching the final, where the last fight is with Melissa, who had defeated Bakugo after a long fight in which he had to use 100% on his leg and arm, making his support tools have only one use on each limb. Both teenagers were already face-to-face in the combat arena, facing each other in the final. For Izuku this fight has no value, but for the blonde this fight is her pass to the hero course, the reason for the sacrifice she made for an opportunity to take her dream further. Present Mike, finally, the last battle of the UA festival. The best of first will be decided in this fight. For the first time at the festival, someone from the support course reaches the grand final. From the support course, Melissa Shield versus from the hero course, Midoriya Izuku. On your marks, ready. Start. Yeah. Shotem. The green-haired man kneels and puts both hands on the ground. Everyone was confused, but within seconds, the grass surrounding the platform began to change to a darker tone and water began to levitate above them. Izuku, gracias had. Nijire. When the blonde saw the water she was surprised. She didn't know that her friend could do that, so as quickly as she could she activated the 5% OFA throughout her body, one for all, full cowl, and began to dodge the currents of water that the green-haired boy began to use to attack. The blonde was trying to take the offensive, but the green-haired boy wasn't leaving her any chance. Melissa knew that if they continued like this she was going to lose, so with 100% of the OFA in her left arm she hit the ground strong, creating a strong gust of air that sent the water currents flying. The green-haired boy was pushed back, but he created a wall of ice. The green-haired man was quickly going to counterattack, so he dismantled the ice wall and transformed it into 4 pillars of ice that went in the direction of the blonde. Melissa tried to avoid them, but one managed to hit her on the shoulder. The moment the pillar hit, Melissa knew immediately that the green-haired boy was holding back. The strength of that pillar could not be compared to the ones he used in the short time they trained. She got upset, so she quickly advanced towards him to fight hand-to-hand. The blonde hit a left foot in the direction of the protagonist's face, but he stopped it with one hand, but that movement was a feint on the blonde's part to quickly hit a strong blow in the green-haired man's abdomen, but he stopped it with his another hand. The blonde tried to hit him strong in the abdomen, but the protagonist deflected it and with footwork he moved quickly behind the blonde, pushing her, causing her to lose her balance and fall, where the green-haired man took advantage and distanced himself from her. The blonde had deactivated OFA, full cowl. Melissa, why are you holding back? Others. Izuku, because the idea is that you win and transfer to the hero class. Melissa, but this way you're throwing away all my effort. You're throwing away the whole speech you gave me. If I lose to you I just have to try next year. So fight with everything you have and don't write me off. Izuku, but Melissa-chan. Looking with pity. Melissa, no, don't look at me that way. Of all the people in the world, The one I least want to look at me like that is you. Don't treat me like I'm less. Don't you dare look at me with pity. Of all people in the world, I don't want you to look at me like that. So don't hold back in this fight and fight with everything you have. The blonde was upset. She had told her that as a child she always received those types of looks for not having a gift and being different from the rest. She had told him how she felt about that, and now that he looked at her that way it hurt her. The green-haired man realized his mistake, so he hit his face strong with the palms of his hands. Izuku, you're right. From now on I'm going to fight with everything I have, so I won't hold back. The green-haired man begins to take a more defensive posture and becomes serious. The blonde adopts a stance ready to attack and occupies the OFA, full cowl. Melissa, let's give it our all, Izuku, and may the best one win. Izuku, I'm telling you the same, Melissa-chan, I'm going to win this no matter what. Before the blonde could move, a puddle of water had positioned itself beneath her and from it began to emerge upwards, enclosing her body in a prison of ice. The blonde began to move abruptly to break the ice, and when she did, the green-haired boy was centimeters away from her and hit her strong in the face. The blonde recovered quickly from the blow, but the green-haired man had started a close combat and began to massacre the blonde. She could neither dodge nor block the blows. Melissa had to escape from there and regain her rhythm, so she hit a 100% smash with her arm, but the green-haired boy, having trained her in his free time, knew that she was going to use her gift, so he deflected that blow upwards and a strong gust came out. The protagonist quickly takes advantage of this and hits him strong in the abdomen. The blonde kneels and holds her stomach. The green-haired man steps back and gives her space. Melissa, he's far superior to me. The green-haired boy knew that he had the advantage against her, and an idea crossed his mind. Thanks to his talk with Nijire, he began to think of several ways in which he could use his gift, so he was going to put it to the test. Therefore he takes a posture and begins to concentrate. The blonde had just gotten up and she saw how the green-haired boy walked away from her and began to move his arms and body in a more rigid and abrupt manner. She was going to take advantage of the fact that he was still and was going to use the OFA on her legs to reach him in no time, so she began to channel the energy into her legs, and when she was going to release it she realized that she could not move. Melissa, but what the hell? Izuku, so if I could do this, laughing and smiling with happiness, I'm sorry Melissa-chan, but this is the end of this fight. The green-haired man was taking Melissa's BLD to control it, so he began to concentrate and make more rigid movements that he was taught to stay focused and be able to better control his gift. The blonde began to move in a very clumsy way since the green-haired man was controlling her to leave the combat platform, but this was taking time since she had never done it. The longer the protagonist was controlling Melissa, the more difficult it became for him. Doing this was demanding a lot from the green-haired boy. The blonde thought that this was her end. She was nowhere near leaving, but suddenly she regained control of herself. When she turned to look at the protagonist, she could see him crouching on the ground holding his head while his nose dripped BLD. Izuku, sheet. The use of BLD control demanded a lot from the protagonist, which made him reach the limit of his gift, causing headaches and nosebleeds to appear. The blonde was going to take advantage of this to beat the protagonist, so she started running towards him and gave him a strong kick that knocked him to the ground. She wasn't going to stop, she had to take advantage of this to beat him, so she started running towards him to get him off the platform, but he got up and formed a strong current of water that would push the blonde back. Occupying the gift caused the headache to increase, as did the bleeding due to which he writhed in pain. The protagonist was not going to give up and was going to win no matter what, so he was going to endure the pain no matter what the cost and take a defensive stance. The blonde began to run again towards the protagonist while he began to use powerful currents of water to attack her, but she dodged them, but the closer she got, the stronger the currents of water were, and now they were powerful pillars of ice that began to attack her. The BLD ran like a river from the protagonist's nose. The headaches were so intense that he thought that at any moment he was going to lose, but he had given his word to Melissa to give his all in this fight, and that was what he was going to do. Melissa had already gotten close enough to attack the protagonist in that weak state, but masses of water began to surround the protagonist's arms, forming tentacle shapes. Melissa tried to dodge those tentacles as much as she could, but one of them grabbed the blonde's foot and started shaking her in the air and then slammed her to the ground. The water tentacles were going to continue hitting the blonde, but it occupies 100% of the OFA on her free leg and creates a gust of air that disperses the tentacles and pushes the protagonist, causing him to fall. The protagonist felt that his head was going to explode at any moment. He was losing control and his vision was beginning to blur, but he could see how a female silhouette was approaching him, so he used all the strength he had left and began to create hundreds of fully sharpened mini ice spears in the air. Izuku, I'm going to win. More and more mini ice spears were generated. The soft drinks and sweat of the audience began to levitate and took the form of mini spears that joined the protagonist's attack. Child, my coke. Now they no longer looked like hundreds of mini spears, but thousands of completely sharp spears that were ready to be used. The blonde was totally surprised by the power of the attack. If she didn't dodge that, she could die, but she was so tired that she wouldn't be able to dodge it in time, so she was going to go all or nothing against the protagonist. Cementos and Midnight began to use their gifts to stop the fight, but it was too late. From one moment to the next, all the spears advanced at high speed towards the blonde. The attack had raised a curtain of dust. The entire public was shocked and waiting to see what had happened. Everyone in the stadium was looking forward to the fight, from professionals to students from other grades. When the curtain of dust dissipated, you can see Melissa kneeling on the ground. She was totally fine. The green-haired man had missed the attack by centimeters. The protagonist was passed out on the floor with a pool of BLD. He had fainted from BLD loss. Still no one had said anything. Midnight approached the protagonist to check his condition and he only fainted, so he gave the signal that everything was fine. Present Mike. The hero was shocked by the combat, so he was deep in thought until a blow from Aizawa's elbow brought him out of the trance. Present Mike, oh my god. A big round of applause for both students. Long live life. Oh yeah. The public began to applaud and celebrate euphorically for the fight. Present Mike. Midoriya Izuku can no longer continue, so Melissa Shield is the winner of the sports festival. First time that someone who is not from the hero course wins the festival, so a big applause. The blonde was still in shock. She tried to stand up but couldn't. She wanted to check on her friend who was being carried on a stretcher. For her, the noises from outside began to decrease to almost nothing. She could only focus on how they were taking the green-haired boy away. His breathing began to get more and more agitated until he felt a hand on his shoulder and he abruptly turned his head to see who it was, and it was Midnight. Midnight, do you want to go see it? The blonde did not say anything and only lost her gaze on the ground to begin to nod her head, so with the help of her teacher, the blonde stood up and followed the protagonist's stretcher. Time had passed. The green-haired man had woken up on a hospital stretcher. He was disoriented. He began to look around and could see some blurry figures that were grouped on the side of his stretcher. When he looked closely at those figures, he realized that they were his companions. He was able to recognize that there was Momo, Melissa, Uraraka, Nijire, Kirishima, Tsuyu, Kaminari, and Ojiro. The other figures he could not recognize. The green-haired man raised his head and realized that there was a bag of BLD and another of serum, which is why he was hospitalized. Before he could continue analyzing the room, he realized that his companions realized that he had woken up. They seemed worried about their friend's condition, but the green-haired boy was not listening to them well. There was too much noise and his ears began to hurt. He instinctively closed his eyes and covered his ears. Several seconds had already passed, and he felt a hand on his arm to uncover his ears. When he opened his eyes, he saw that several of his companions had left the room, and those who were with him now looked calmer, so he finally uncovered them. Your ears. The ones in the room were Momo, Melissa, Nijire, and Uraraka. The black-haired girl was sitting next to him holding his arm. The others were standing around him, the light blue-haired girl being the first to speak. Nijire, how do you feel? The green-haired boy felt discomfort in his ears, and everyone noticed the expression of annoyance he had on his face. Momo sensed that he was sensitive in that area, so with his gift he created some earmuffs and carefully put them on the protagonist. Momo, better? Izuku, yes. Thanks, Momo. The green-haired man spent a few seconds thinking about something, so he decided to ask about it. Izuku, how long did I stay asleep? Nijire, for 3 long days. The green-haired boy stirred a little and quickly reacted to the light blue-haired girl's words. Izuku, what? The brunette nudged the third-year student lightly. Uraraka, for 30 minutes. The green-haired boy was relieved to hear that. He looked at the Pelichase confused as to why she made a joke like that, and she stuck her tongue out at him. Izuku, huh? Did I do something to upset you, Nijire? Nijire, yes, by doing something stupid, you made everyone worry about you. The green-haired boy looked around carefully and noticed that everyone had a distressed face and teary eyes, so he realized what he caused. Izuku, sorry, I didn't mean to worry you like that. The brunette wipes away the tears that were in her eyes. Nijire, Tanto, Izuku Tanto. Momo, Hato is right, you did a stupid thing. The black-haired woman was crestfallen. Tears were coming out of her eyes non-stop. The green-haired man put his hand in the young woman's hair. Izuku, sorry Momo. Momo, no, I don't forgive you, you're a fool, wiping away her tears, it's not worth crying for you, you big fool, removing the green-haired boy's hand. The black-haired woman raises her head, but when she sees her friend in that state she begins to cry again and lowers her head so that they can't see her. The green-haired man again puts his hand on the teenager's horse and caresses her so that she calms down. The protagonist looks at the blonde and notices the anguished expression his friend had. I was going to say something, but she beat me to it. Melissa, why did you go to that extreme in the fight? Izuku, because I gave you my word to give everything I had. The blonde, with crystalline eyes, took his hand tenderly. Melissa, but that's no excuse for ending up like this. You could have severely damaged your brain. There was the possibility that you would end up disabled, holding back tears. Melissa's words reached those who were present. Looks of concern and anguish were expressed on their faces again. Just remembering that Recovery Girl had told them that, they became distressed again. Izuku, you're right, laughing slightly to get serious, but in the fight I hadn't taken your feelings into account and I ended up hurting you. I had to take charge of correcting my mistakes. Melissa, but... Izuku, there are no buts, it was my decision. Melissa-chan, it can't be changed anymore so we just have to move forwards, he said smiling. That's why I want to congratulate you on your victory and congratulations on entering the hero course. The blonde was moved by the protagonist's last words. The mix of emotions she had at that moment was enough for her to start crying. She could no longer hold back the tears. Melissa, you're such a fool. Izuku, entre tantos nos entendimos, oh no Uraraka? Uraraka, no, the truth is that I don't understand you, wiping her tears. Izuku, Uraraka, you did something very stupid Midoriya, your health should always come first. Izuku, but I already apologized. Uraraka, it's not enough, forgiveness doesn't solve everything. Nijire, Uraraka is right, if you want forgiveness you should buy me an ice cream. Izuku, huh? But it's not even hot. Nijire, but ice cream is never bad, you can eat it whenever you want. Momo, it's true, you owe it to us to invite all of us. Izuku, Everyone present was nodding at the black-haired girl's statement. Izuku, well, I end up in the hospital and now they raid my wallet, joking okay? Okay, after the festival let's all go get some ice cream. Smiling, and if you want, I invite all the people who were outside too, laughing lightly. Time had passed and Izuku already wanted to get out of there. Total Recovery Girl already confirmed that it was nothing serious and it's just rest, so he started to get up. Everyone was opposing him doing it, but he didn't listen and removed everything that was connected to him. When he stands up, he loses balance, so Melissa and Uraraka help him walk by putting the protagonist's arms on his shoulders. Upon leaving the infirmary, the protagonist realizes that most of his classmates were outside waiting for him, as were Nijire's friends. Izuku, the last thing I said wasn't true. The green-haired man had murmured what he said, which only Melissa and Uraraka heard, making them laugh a little. After all that, the time for the awards ceremony had arrived. Present Mike had been putting up with a show all this time so that the audience wouldn't get bored and could wait for the boy. In the center of the stadium was a podium. In first place was Melissa Shield, in second place was Midoriya Izuku, and in third place was Katsuki Bakugo. Ida had also come in third place, but due to family problems he had withdrawn. After a while, All Might fell from the sky and the awards ceremony began. All Might, young Bakugo, congratulations. You are very strong, keep working strong and you will become one of the best. The blonde just clicked his tongue and clenched his fists in frustration. The fight between the green-haired boy and the blonde had overwhelmed him. He knew that the difference he had with his childhood friend was a lot. The peace symbol placed the medal around his neck, but he instantly took it off and squeezed it tightly. The symbol of peace continued with the others and was now face to face with the 9th bearer of the OFA, which lasted just a few days or less than that. All Might, young Midoriya, congratulations on your fight. Placing the medal around his neck, you have to be happy with what you have achieved and what you demonstrated on the field of play. The peace symbol gives the protagonist a hug, but he whispers something in his ear. The next time you fight like that with my niece, there will be no more good days for you. The number 1 hero separates from the protagonist and goes to the blonde. He looks at her for a few seconds and smiles at her. All Might, Melissa. It is a pride for me to tell you that because of what you have achieved in the sports festival and what you demonstrated, from this moment on, Melissa Shield, you are part of the UA Hero course. Everyone in the stadium began to applaud to encourage the blonde. The bad reviews that previously criticized the age difference were now part of the applause that filled the stadium. The blonde was too happy. She turned her head where the protagonist was and saw him applauding her and smiling at her. She had finally achieved her goal and was ready to face the long road ahead to become worthy of One for All. As the 10th bearer, she had the task of one day defeating All for One, and she had to work strong to one day achieve it. After the sports festival, the green-haired boy took the light blue-haired girl, the blonde girl, the black-haired girl and the brunette girl to eat ice cream. The group of friends looked like Power Rangers with so many different hair colors. Everyone seemed to be happy enjoying their respective ice creams, although the girls ordered the same flavor of ice cream, which was mint with chocolate chips, while the green-haired boy had ordered an ice cream of various flavors. Time passed. After the sports festival and the new incorporation of Melissa Shield in the Heroes course, it had to be decided which class she would be in, so on the board of directors of the UA, they decided that due to her performance, she should be in 1A. Therefore, with the help of the hero Cementos, they expanded the living room and added a desk. It was the first day of classes in the blonde's hero course. She was currently in front of all her classmates to introduce herself. Aizawa, go ahead Shield-san, introduce yourself quickly, we don't have all day. Melissa, nice to meet you, I'm Melissa Shield, my pleasure. You can call me Melissa with complete confidence and I hope we get along well. The class began to greet her and say their respective names, until Aizawa asked for order and everyone quieted down. The hero told Melissa that his desk was at the very back, right behind Yaoyorozu Momo. Melissa, good morning Momo. Momo, good morning. Melissa. Next to the black-haired girl sat the green-haired man, so when he exchanged glances with him, the blonde waved at him, which the protagonist reciprocated. They were living in the same house for now. The professor started talking about the hero agencies and that they are going to do an internship for a week, so he shows a table showing the requests that each one collected at the festival. 1. Midoriya, 4123. 2. Melissa, 4056. 3. Bakugu, 3143. 4. Todoroki, 2530. 5. Type, 2370. 6. Ida, 272. 7. Kaminari, 108. 8. Kirishima, 68. 9. Tokoyami, 47. 10. Uraraka, 20. Aizawa. In previous years, all the offers were almost the same for everyone, but this year they have their eyes on these. Tokoyami does not have as many votes since he was not in the final tournament, and Todoroki has many votes due to the influence of his father, just like Momo. Several began to talk about the difference of the first 5 votes, but Aizawa once again indoctrinated the silence in the room as if it were a tyrant. Silence reigned again in the classroom, and the sensei continued to inform them that they would have to choose a hero's name. Then the heroine Midnight entered. Midnight, choose your names well, your life can be hell. Normally the names you choose in your first year become your professional names. I will be in charge of checking if they are okay or not. The black-haired girl began to give mini blackboards to all the students. The green-haired boy had never thought of a hero's name since he gave up that dream a long time ago, so he remained thoughtful for a moment until he saw the black-haired girl. An idea crossed her mind and she was ready to execute it, so she started writing the name on the board. The green-haired man raises his hand. Midnight, Midoriya-san, have you chosen a name yet? The green-haired boy nodded and got up from this to address everyone. He shows his blackboard and sees how everyone looks at him with strange faces. Izuku, this is my hero name. God of the sea, Poseidon. Silence invaded the classroom. Midnight. Izuku, it seems like this place lacks comedy. Erasing the name you put on the board and writing the real one and then showing it. Izuku, my hero's name will be this. Guard dog. Midnight, bodyguard? Thoughtful, I like it. Proved. The green-haired man sits at his post and watches as his friends give him a thumbs up in approval. Time passed and the black-haired girl had chosen the name Ikriati, while the blonde had never thought of a hero name, so she wasn't sure which one to choose, so in the meantime she chose to use her last name, temporarily calling herself Shield. After finishing choosing their names, they quickly choose the agency they will go to. Momo wanted to go to Iwabami's agency, so Izuku chose the same one as her bodyguard, while Melissa decides to go to Gran Torino to train again, although for some strange reason he was trembling while choosing his agency. Time flew by and the day of the agencies had arrived. The whole class was at the train station where they would separate at that place. Izuku found out what happened with Ida's brother, so as vice president he was going to talk to him about the issue. He approaches his partner. Izuku, Ida. Ida, hello Midoriya. Izuku, are you okay? I recently found out what happened with your brother. Ida, yes, I'm fine. The expression he had changed and he had become more serious. Izuku, I'm sure he will improve. Last year I had the opportunity to meet him, and let me tell you that your brother is one of the few heroes who have hearts. Ida, thank you for your words Midoriya. Izuku, if you want to talk about it, I'm all ears. Ida, no thanks. I don't like to talk about this with anyone. Izuku, okay, I understand. The green-haired boy had noticed the blue-haired man's face a while ago. This guy wanted to seek revenge in any way. Ida, thank you for understanding Midoriya. His companion began to leave to take his train. Izuku, but let me tell you something first. His partner stops short. Revenge is not good. It kills the soul and poisons it. I guess you know what I mean, right? His classmate didn't say anything else and left the place. Uraraka, how tense. Izuku, and where did you come from? Uraraka, I was always here, you just ignored me. Izuku, I'm so sorry, that wasn't my intention. Uraraka, no, I don't forgive you, you hurt me. I will never recover from this pain, over-exaggerating. Izuku, what if I buy you ice cream? Uraraka, with 2 ball? Izuku, 2 ball? Surprised if you want, ask for 3 ball since we are. Uraraka, how kind you are Midoriya, thank you. Izuku. The green-haired boy just smiled and laughed lightly. He grabbed the brunette's hand and bought her ice cream. In the end, the girl bought a scoop, although the boy told her that if she wanted to add more, she should do so with pleasure, but she didn't want to. After that, he said goodbye and went to the black-haired woman since her train was about to leave. Both teenagers arrived on time and sat together. It was a 2-hour trip, so 15 minutes after the train left, the black-haired girl fell asleep and rested her head on the green-haired boy's shoulder. On the way to his destination, the green-haired boy realized that the president of the other class was on the same train. Time passed and both teenagers arrived at their destination. Both were with Kendo Itsuka, the president of the other class. When they arrive at the agency, they see that they were not what they expected, and it seemed like they were working with models. The task Iwabami gave them was basically to be her secretaries, but in Izuku's case she had something else in mind. Upon seeing the green-haired boy in detail, the heroine wanted to use the green-haired boy as the cover of her new teenage magazine. The protagonist did not want to, but upon hearing the amount they were going to pay him, he gladly accepted. Momo and Kendo will be his secretaries, but not before first doing a commercial for a hair product that makes curls. The week flew by. The green-haired man spent it in photo sessions. The only times when the green-haired boy had fun was at night and during the rest of the time he had, since they would talk about trivial things with Momo and Kendo, who were very friendly. But it wasn't all that. From time to time Iwabami took them on patrol. On the last day of the agency, it was already night. The green-haired man was ready to sit with his friends and start gossiping, but he received a call from Melissa, so he answered. The girl told her that Todoroki, Ida and she had fought against Stain, the hero killer, and luckily they won. Izuku, how incredible, Melissa-chan, you've been making a lot of progress, smiling. Melissa, thank you, Izuku. In fact, I wouldn't have done any of this without you. If you hadn't come to pick me up from my island, I would never have experienced what happened this month. Izuku, don't say that, Melissa-chan. You are achieving all this for yourself, and I'm glad you are having a good time. Melissa, but it's the truth, Izuku. I feel very happy to be able to do what I had once taken for granted that I would never experience. I would never have imagined having beaten a villain like this. Izuku, but you were already doing what you liked? Melissa, yes, but you helped me experience it firsthand. Do you know something, Izuku? Izuku, what, Melissa-chan? Melissa, every time I talk to you and we greet each other in the morning, it makes me happy. Remembering the times they greet each other in the morning at the green-haired man's house. Melissa, I guess it's a little weird. Ever since we met, I've been nothing but happy. It makes me feel like I want to be with you always. The blonde hadn't been measuring her words. The moment she realized what she was saying, she went ballistic. He started to stutter and try to change the subject, but out of embarrassment he couldn't take it anymore and ended up hanging up. Without realizing it, the blonde had declared herself to the protagonist in a certain way. The internships were over and everyone returned to the routine. When they got to class, everyone knew what happened with the hero killer and they were excited to know what had happened, so most of the class was bombarding Melissa, Todoroki, and Ida with questions. The three answered the questions, omitting what they could not tell. The green-haired man was sitting in his chair waiting for them to calm down, and when he turned to where the blonde was, he exchanged glances with her. Melissa instantly turned red and turned to the other side. The truth is that since that call, the blonde has been distant from the green-haired boy. Every time she runs into him at the Midoriya house, she blushes and locks herself in her room. The protagonist did not understand why. The last time they spoke was the call 2 days ago. After the classmates satisfied their curiosity, they began to get ready for their practical hero training, but the green-haired boy had to clarify things with the blonde, so when she was about to leave the classroom, he took her hand and he stops her to ask her to stay to talk. The blonde blushed and wanted to avoid it, but seeing the concerned expression that the protagonist had, she accepted. The minutes passed and now both teenagers were alone in the room. The blonde was nervous about what the protagonist wanted to talk about. Izuku, why are you avoiding me? Melissa, and I'm not avoiding you, looking away. Izuku, you're doing it right now. Melissa, it's not true, nervously playing with her hands. Izuku, I know something is bothering you, can you tell me? The green-haired man insisted, looking straight into her eyes. The blonde inhaled deeply and began to gather the courage to speak. Melissa, it's just that. The last time we talked I said something I shouldn't have said and I feel very embarrassed about it. The blush appeared on her cheeks. The green-haired man frowned, trying to remember whatever was causing Melissa's distress. He started thinking until he hit the nail on the head and felt like a fool. Since the sports festival she had started reading romance mangas. She even stayed with Nijire chatting on the phone until dawn about these mangas, and she couldn't realize that her friend had confessed to her the previous time. He felt like a bucket of cold water had been dropped. Now everything was fitting. The embrace they gave on Island, the way he behaved with him compared to his other teammates, and his reaction in the fight at the sports festival. Midoriya Izuku realized that his friend Melissa liked him. The protagonist was going to speak, but before he could do so his friend stepped forward. Melissa, you see, nervously playing with her hands, well, I accidentally confessed something to you. I didn't want it to be that way. The truth is that you... The blonde was extremely nervous. The word didn't want to come out of her mouth, but before she could continue trying she received a strong and warm hug from the green-haired boy. Melissa was surprised by his action. Izuku, forgive me for being so stupid and not realizing what you felt. You don't need to say it. Warm words that entered the girl's ears. There was hope that it was mutual. Melissa, no, I have to tell you, I can't hide it anymore. I can no longer hide my feelings. The girl began to breathe deeply to calm down and gain courage. Melissa, Izuku, I like you. I like you and I would love for us to go on a date. The green-haired man with a radiant smile extended his hand towards her. Izuku, I would love to have a date with you, Melissa-chan, taking the girl's hand tenderly. Let's have one after the final exams. The blonde couldn't hide her happy face and threw herself into the green-haired man's arms to hug him again. Time had passed and Aizawa announced that in a week the final exams will be held and those who fail will not attend the camp organized by the UA. Upon hearing that, some became nervous about failing the written exams. After saying this, the teacher proceeds to leave. Kaminari, don't study at all. I didn't have time. I'm going to fail. Izuku, don't say that, Kaminari. I believe in you, raising his thumb. Todoroki, it's strong to fail if you pay attention in class. Kaminari, watch your words. It's easy to say when they're at the top of the class. Momo, if you want, I can help you study. At the time of saying this, several classmates who were having trouble with the subject began to ask her for help, so she decided to help them study with Izuku, who was dragged into this for obvious reasons. While Momo was talking to those who wanted help, the blonde approached the green-haired boy and lightly pulled his shirt to get his attention. Izuku, what's wrong? Melissa, is it okay if we reschedule the appointment for after camp? The girl started playing with her hands while waiting for the boy's response. Izuku, of course. The blonde got excited and started talking about trivial things with the green-haired man with total happiness. She was more animated than usual. Both teenagers were happy, while the black-haired girl was organizing the study with her classmates, but she could hear what the blonde had said at the beginning. She was totally sure she had heard the word date with her dear friend and a pang in her heart felt. I present to you. Sometime later, at the Yayarosa mansion on the same day, but in the afternoon. Momo, Mina, Kaminari, Jiro, Siro, Ojiro, Melissa and Izuku were studying. The black-haired girl and the green-haired boy were helping everyone study except for Melissa, who had only gone so she could spend time with the protagonist. Although the black-haired girl was a little distracted and the green-haired boy could notice that, he was giving his all to help his teammates. The blonde got up from the table and asked permission to go to the bathroom. When she came out she could see that the black-haired woman was waiting outside the door. Melissa, Momo, Melissa. You could tell there was tension in the air. Melissa, if you're going to use the bathroom, it's all yours, moving to the side. Momo, I didn't come for that. Head down. The blonde had a slight idea of what was happening. She wasn't stupid not to realize why her partner came. Since she saw her outside the door she knew why she was there. Melissa, can I tell you? The black-haired woman remained silent for a few seconds. Momo, no, I heard it in class. Melissa, I see. There was silence in the room, but what could it do? That was life. Melissa, with your permission I'm going to go back to the others. The blonde started to walk back to the others, but the raven girl grabbed her arm to stop her. The black-haired woman looked up and you could see that she had crystal-clear eyes. Momo, I liked him first. Melissa, and what does he have? Is that why I should give it to you? I remind you that Izuku is a person, not a thing that you can have on the whim of a spoiled girl. Momo, you don't know what you're talking about. Tears began to run down her face. I clearly know that Izuku is a person and that he can go with whoever he likes. But still. I like him. I like him too and I will fight for it. Melissa, Momo, you better not do what I think I'm thinking. The black-haired woman wiped her tears and maintained the same expression of a principal, one full of determination. Momo, what I want to say is that I'm not going to give up easily. I accept that you got ahead of me, but remember this well. People's feelings change. So whether you like it or not I'm going to make Izuku fall in love with me. Melissa, just know that I'm ahead of you. Momo, I don't care about that. I don't mind. The black-haired woman began to think about what to say. Momo, or did he confess to you? Those words surprised the blonde, an expression that the raven woman did not ignore. Momo, did he confess to you? Did I propose to you? If not, then don't claim victory. Melissa, that. The blonde, looking back, realized that the green-haired man had not proposed to her, but only accepted the date. When she realized that, she bit her lower lip and looked at the black-haired girl with annoyance. The Yayarozu still had hope. Momo, I'm a Yayarozu and I know how to take care of my own things. Melissa, he's not yours. Izuku belongs to no one. Momo, whatever you say. The blonde's heart was pounding. She watched as Momo walked away with a firm step towards the bathroom. Melissa turned around and walked back to where the others were. After a while Momo returned, who had wiped away her tears and had returned with a different atmosphere. The black-haired girl sat next to the green-haired boy, who was explaining to his classmates about physics, but she noticed that the green-haired boy did not explain an important part, so she approached him, resting her bust on his arm. The green-haired man noticed his friend's beasts and blushed slightly. Momo, I need to explain that since they are constant, heat does not exist. Izuku, Buelia? The boy is a little nervous. The blonde realizes the black-haired girl's intentions and gets up from the chair and stands behind the green-haired boy and then leans on his back and affectionately surrounds the boy's neck with her arms. Melissa, come on, I'll help you explain that. Izuku. Momo, no need, I'll help him explain that, I'll just teach him what he knows, in our quality time alone. The girl hugs her friend's arm while subtly looking at the blonde. The protagonist was nervous because now he felt more and more the bust of his boss's daughter. Just thinking about him finding out about this made him nervous. Kaminari, it is not necessary for everyone to explain, that will not be included in the test. Melissa, of course it matters, it's the beginning to understand the sea. So come on Izuku, I'll help you explain it. The blonde lightly rubs her cheek with the protagonist's cheek. They both blushed at the act, but she wasn't going to stop when the Raven girl declared war on her. Izuku, no, it's not necessary. I can do it alone. The boy was embarrassed by the situation he was going through. He still hadn't gotten to part of the love manga he was reading. Momo, don't worry Melissa, Izuku wants me to help him, right Izuku? Izuku, Melissa, no. Izuku wants me to help him. All his classmates were watching the scene that was being created and how Melissa and Momo began to argue about who helps him, but for some strange reason, a pink tea classmate realized something that was happening here. Mina, it smells like gossip here and that smell is my favorite. Smiling. The days passed and the final exams had passed. Everyone had passed except some who failed the practical exam, but they were still allowed to go to camp. It had already become recurrent these days that Melissa and Momo argued, and Momo's attempts to conquer the green-haired boy, who was blushing because of his friend's actions. There were times when at lunchtime they would argue while the green-haired boy was in the middle, but Nijire would appear and take Izuku out of that situation to talk to him about trivial things that had happened to him on a daily basis. Time passed, the camp had arrived, the entire class along with their teacher were on a bus on the way to the camp. On the bus, Izuku had sat next to Momo, who was resting her head on his shoulder while they were talking to Melissa, who was sitting in front of both of them. The blonde was jealous of the situation. Since that talk she had with the black-haired girl, there was no moment in which the Yaoyorozu was separated from the green-haired girl. The good thing about all this is that since a week ago both girls stopped arguing, the reason for this? It's because if they continued like this they were going to scare the protagonist, since every time they fought he would disappear, since Nijire would steal him. After a while the bus stopped in a ravine. Izuku, where are we? Stretching his arms, don't tell me we'll have to make camp ourselves. Kirishima, it looks like it's a rest area. Momo, I don't think so, there aren't even chairs to sit on. Jiro, where is Class B? Aizawa, there's no point in stopping for no reason. Everyone, Mineta, where is the bathroom? Holding back the urge to pee. Suddenly a car arrived and 3 people got out of it. They were neither anything more nor less than the group of heroes Pussycats. Mandalay, this entire stretch of land belongs to us. You will stay at the foot of that mountain, pointing out the area. Everyone Izuku, so far. The green-haired man began to put together the puzzle and realized the intentions of the professionals, so with one arm he grabbed Momo by the waist. Izuku, stay close to me. Momo, blushed by the protagonist's sudden action. The blonde was also surprised and looked at the boy with some annoyance. Izuku, do you want to? Offering his other arm, if you are going to accept it has to be quick. The blonde blushed at the green-haired man's proposal. She got nervous and started to stutter. The green-haired boy was about to close his arm when he feels a person get in and wrap himself in this. Melissa, silly. Izuku is silly. Izuku, sometimes I think that's my name because they tell me so much. Mumbling. The 3 teenagers were doing a little act, meanwhile their classmates are doing the next thing. Uraraka, Then why are we stopping here? Two, could that mean? Sato, no way. Nervous. Shiro, why don't we go back to the bus, huh? Highly strung. Kaminari, yes, let's do it, the majority nod. Mandalay, it's 9:30 a.m. at the moment. If you hurry, maybe at noon? Kirishima, no way. Guys, let's go back. Abort the mission. Mineta, Bakin. Mina, let's get back to the bus. Mandalay, kittens who do not arrive by 12:30 will not be able to have lunch. Isua, I'm sorry guys. But the training camp has already started. Most of the class begins to return to the bus, but Pixie Bob gets in front of them and makes the ground rise to get them out of the ravine. Mineta, I curse you Aizawa-sensei. Peeing on himself. Everyone was falling abruptly to the ground. The green-haired boy began to collect water with the humidity of the nearby vegetation, but the black-haired boy created an improvised parachute and softened the fall. Momo, you would have warned me that this was going to happen. Izuku, time was short. Melissa, you would have clarified it before, with a slight blush on the cheeks. Izuku, sorry, I didn't mean to. Melissa, no, it's okay. The blonde was ashamed of herself for misunderstanding things. The entire class of heroes was together when suddenly a rock golem had appeared behind Mineta. He was about to attack it when Melissa appears with her OFA, full cowl, and easily destroys the beast. Melissa, are you okay, little one? Kaminari, hey, Mineta is over. Mineta, that's not true. What I tell you is not true. Embarrassed, this happened because of Midoriya's gift. Right, Midoriya? The green-haired man looked into his partner's eyes. Just seeing his gaze, it was obvious that he was asking for help. Izuku, it's true, forgive me Mineta, I accidentally splashed water on you. The purple-haired man was surprised. He didn't think that the green-haired man was going to help him, so he thanked the one above. Mineta, it's okay friend, sometimes those things happen. More monsters began to come out. Another rock golem appeared, only this time behind the blonde. It was about to defeat it, but a cannonball appeared from the side, collapsing the monster into pieces. Both teenagers looked into each other's eyes and instinctively transmitted a message to each other, a competition of who defeated the most golems, so they both quickly moved and began to destroy the monsters left and right, while the green-haired boy stayed away from them, all trying to keep the black-haired girl safe. Hours passed and Class 1A had arrived. The students have just arrived at the camp where they would stay. When they arrive, they find the pussycats and their teacher quite surprised. Izawa, these brats, smiling. Mandalay, seeing is believing. I told them to arrive at noon, but I was only joking. The class had arrived just at noon. Most of them were tired and dirty from the confrontation with the monsters, especially the black-haired one and the blonde who had lost count of how many they destroyed and didn't know who won. The only one who looked good was the green-haired boy who only intervened when necessary. At the camp, there was a child who was grumpy with the presence of the students, and the pussycats reveal that he hates heroes. The class was surprised by this, but they quickly changed their mood when they began to serve lunch at a table, although before eating they sent everyone to wash since they were disgusting. At lunch, Melissa became interested in the little boy, whose name is Koda, and she talked to Mandalay about the reason for her hatred. The next day, the entire Class 1A was training strong from very early on. Everyone was training their gifts to the limit. Momo's training was similar to that of the anime, only she produced more and more complex things, while Melissa trained her way of fighting without her support items. Izuku's training was about training the technique he used in his fight against Melissa, that of controlling people through their BLD, so he tried to control the squirrels. I call this technique bloodbending. After several hours, the students had finally finished their training. During this, they had been joined by the parallel class. Everyone was exhausted after their training, but the heroines told them that today they will have to prepare their dinner. That's how we got to this situation. Izuku, Todoroki, don't cut vegetables like that. Annoying. Bakugo, take care of something else, you're really bad with a knife. Todoroki, let me cook. Let me cook. Izuku, drop that knife. You're going to kill someone. Tried to take the knife from him. Todoroki, no, over my corpse, moving the knife dangerously to prevent the protagonist from taking it from him. Bakugo, drop the diamond knife. holding the bicolor so that the green-haired man can take the knife from him. Izuku, give me the knife. Holding Todoroki's knife, but he didn't let go. Better help with the fire. Todoroki, no, I'm not going to use my left side. Bakugo, I don't care what you do with your life, but put down that knife. You make me sick just watching you cut. Todoroki, your face makes me sick and I don't tell you anything. Bakugo, shine. Todoroki, shine him this. Raising the middle finger. Kirishima, hey, let him cook. Bakugo, over my dead body. Kirishima, I say let him cook. Izuku, shut your mouth. Kirishima, if you had seen him cut you wouldn't say that. While the green-haired boy and the blonde boy were trying to get rid of Todoroki's walking danger, the rest of the class was cooking that day's dinner. Time passed and finally after an intense battle over a knife, the class finished cooking and were now eating. Izuku and Momo were serving the food as the representatives of the class, while Melissa was keeping them company, but the blonde, after seeing how Koda went alone to the forest, decided to follow him to give him his share of the dinner. The green-haired boy tried to stop her, but he didn't pay attention to him. The next day they trained again all morning. The heroines together with their teacher decide that at night they are going to have a test of courage. Time flew by and it had already gotten dark. Those who had failed the final exams could not enjoy the courage test and had to do reinforcement. Pixie Bob explains the game and relates that Class B would be the first to be the one to scare, while Class A would go out in pairs every 3 minutes. There are tags with your names written on them in the middle of the route, so bring her back. 1. Tokoyami y Shoji. 2. Bakugo and Todoroki. 3. Jiro y Hagakure. 4. Aoyama y Yayorozu. 5. Uraraka and Tsu. 6. Ojiro and Mineta. 7. Ida and Koda. 8. Izuku and Melissa. Melissa thought, move. Izuku, I'm counting on you, Melissa-chan. The blonde and the green-haired boy were excited that they had to get together, while on the other hand, Momo, why? Depressed of all of them because it was her turn, whispering it to herself while she made little drawings on the floor. Melissa, finally it's my chance. I can't waste it, smiling. Little by little the couples began to enter. There were fewer and fewer left until it was the turn of the green-haired man and Melissa, but something began to happen. Pixie Bob, and this smell? Sniffing. Mineta, sorry. Embarrassed. Pixie Bob, that doesn't. It smells burnt. Mandalay, by the way. A large blue fire was in the forest of the camp. Everyone was watching the fire that was in the forest and without warning Pixie Bob began to float and was attracted to 2 people. Everyone present looked at the heroine to see how she was on the ground with a pillar stepping on her head. Mineta, scared, I thought they had secured it. Why are there villains here? Mandalay, sheet. Melissa, and Koda? Where is Koda? 2. How are you tonight, Udata High School? We are the Vanguard Action Squad of the League of Villains. Ojiro, the League of Villains. Melissa, Mandalay is Kota. Mandalay, he must be in his hiding place. Melissa without hesitation started to run but was stopped by a grab on her wrist. Izuku, but what are you doing? It's dangerous. Concerned. Melissa, Koda is alone, I have to go after him. Izuku, don't go, it's dangerous. Melissa, I can't leave a child alone in the woods. The blonde breaks the green-haired man's grip and starts running to Koda's hiding place. Izuku, Melissa, Mandalay, where are you going? Melissa, I know where his hiding place is. Keep running. The green-haired boy was about to follow her, but he remembered someone, Yayorozu Momo. Izuku's heart raced uncontrollably as he assessed the situation, but anxiety took over. A wave of panic clouded his mind and made his hands shake. The pressure of having to choose who to help paralyzed him, leaving him breathless. Having to choose between Yayorozu Momo, the person he has known for years and helped him in his worst moment, or helping Melissa Shield, the person who just by being close to her makes him feel happy, the person who shared his first embrace and changed his life. Life in less than 2 months. The seconds became an eternity as Izuku fought against his own mind. Unable to make a decision, he crouched on the ground and curled into a ball. The voices of his companions mixed in his head, a whirlwind of sounds that increased his desperation. He tried to concentrate, trying to find a solution, but anxiety wrapped around him like a heavy blanket, smothering any clear thoughts. Tears began to blur his vision as he struggled to control his ill-bred breathing. The green-haired boy was suffering an anxiety attack, but before he could continue, a hand lifted him up and a strong slap brought him back to his senses. The one who helped him return had been none other than his partner Mineta. Mineta, Midoriya. Don't worry, everything will be fine. At first glance, the purple-haired man looked confident in his words, but his hands were shaking. He also felt afraid of the situation. The fear was everywhere in his body, but seeing how his partner was doing, he knew that he needed someone and that someone would have to be it. Mineta, everything will be okay, Midoriya. The heroes are watching over us. Pointing to the pussycats, the green-haired man looks at the situation and gets up to slap himself strong in the face. His purple-haired companion was surprised. Izuku knew what he had to do. He knew who he had to choose between Yaoyorozu Momo or Melissa Shield. The answer was obvious. The green-haired boy doesn't say anything and starts running into the forest. Mandalay, but what are you doing? Izuku, my job. With a lost face, the green-haired boy gathers a mass of water and creates a wave to ride it and move at high speed into the enormous forest. Midoriya Izuku was still having a mental debate in his head, but he was sure of one thing: he is a bodyguard and will be a bodyguard until the day he dies. Nothing else mattered. His feelings didn't matter, his doubts didn't matter, not even his life mattered. All that mattered right now was one thing: keeping Yaoyorozu Momo safe no matter what the cost. The green-haired boy's face was lost. With the wave he had formed, he began to follow the route of the test of courage until he found Momo. Feelings that Melissa might be in danger were washing over him, but he just ignored them and buried them deep within him. During the road, the green-haired boy sees how Uraraka and Tsuyu were being attacked by a blonde-haired villain. Both women had seen their classmate. Uraraka, Midoriya over here. Help us out. Tsuyu, Midoriya, Ayuda. The green-haired man noticed that the brunette had a cut wound on her arm. Concern immediately arose in him, but he just turned his head and continued forward. The brunette witnessed how her friend continued walking by and ignored them. Uraraka, me Midoriya? In shock, the protagonist tried to maintain his sanity, but every time he advanced, more companions were found. He could see how Tokoyami and Shoji were fighting each other, desperately asking for his help, but he ignored them. The heartbreaking screams that Tokoyami was making echoed in his mind. The deeper he went into the forest, the more people he encountered. He saw colleagues from 1B fainted, but he simply ignored them. The green-haired boy was ignoring anyone other than Momo. He could hear their screams and how they were asking him for help, but he completely ignored them. In his mind he could hear how Mandalay said that the villain's target was Bakugo, but he didn't care. All that mattered to him was saving Yaoyorozu Momo, but the feelings of guilt he was having were too much. Izuku, sheet. Sheet. The protagonist was being consumed by guilt. That feeling managed to distract him, causing him to be distracted for a moment and crash into a tree. When he got up, he heard a scream of pain again. He tried to ignore it, but this time he recognized that scream. The scream was Momo's. The protagonist starts running as fast as he could and could see his friend who was fighting Anomu. The black-haired woman was injured. She had a cut on her left arm. Izuku, seeing the black-haired girl, went blank. The green-haired boy couldn't take it anymore. He felt like he was going to go crazy, but a scream made him come back. Momo, Izuku. The green-haired boy, in a desperate attempt to protect himself from the avalanche of overwhelming emotions, forced himself to tune out his feelings. He convinced himself that there was no room for weakness in a situation like this, and that he needed to maintain his composure at all costs. Izuku began to run against the Nomu, and a pillar of ice with a very sharp tip emerged from the grass and completely pierced the Nomu. The protagonist, looking around, sees that the black-haired girl was breathing heavily, while on the other hand there was a classmate from Class 1B. The green-haired boy wanted to say something, but the Nomu got up and the hole in his stomach regenerated. Izuku, may it end soon. Mumbling to himself, the green-haired man made a posture and water began to float from the grass. In the place where the Nomu was, water came out of the grass and covered his legs, which immediately froze, paralyzing him right there. The water that was floating took the shape of mini ice spears and quickly headed towards the Nomu, but it had no effect on it. The Nomu quickly breaks the ice that had his legs and directs a strong blow to the closest one, which in this case was the boy from Class B. The green-haired boy was about to form a wall of ice to stop the Nomu, but an idea passed through my head. In case this fight dragged on, he would need all the energy possible, so he needed to save it and not use it. The green-haired man watched in slow motion as the Nomu's blow was about to hit his partner, but he stopped short. Everyone was surprised. The Nomu stopped attacking and started walking away from them. Momo, did you do your job? So Bakugu. The black-haired girl creates a tracker and passes it to her classmate B. Momo, always use your gift and stick to that. The guy saw the object and quickly ran to the monster to weld his back. The black-haired woman saw how the Nomu was leaving, and when she turned to her friend, she saw how he had a terrified face. Momo, are you okay? The green-haired boy reacted to the black-haired girl's words and turned to see her. She changed her expression and tried to respond naturally. Izuku, yes, I'm fine. Momo, are you sure? The green-haired man nodded. The truth is that the thought that he could protect Aways and that he preferred to save his energy was eating away at his mind. He was feeling afraid of himself and what he was becoming. The villains had won. They achieved their objective. That night Bakugo Katsuki had been kidnapped and several UA students. They were damaged. Among those students was Melissa Shield, who had both arms destroyed and was unconscious. In the following hours, everything was in chaos. The accident at the camp had become public and the UA was being lynched on the news for his incompetence. All of the seriously injured were taken by ambulance to a nearby hospital, while those with minor injuries were being treated there. The paramedics had already taken Melissa away, so now they were taking Yaoyorozu Momo to check her respective wounds. The green-haired man was clearly going to accompany her, but as he was getting into the ambulance, he could feel the gazes of his companions. He had his head bowed as he got into the vehicle, but he felt the pressure of those glances. Time passed. The black-haired woman was resting on a stretcher, while in the next room Melissa was unconscious. Izuku was talking on the phone in the hallway outside the Raven's room. He was talking to Momo's father, who had been informed of the situation. Mr. Yaoyorozu was in a business meeting abroad and would return to Japan in 3 days. For that reason he did not go to the hospital in person. Yaoyorozu, well, why is my daughter hurt and you are completely unharmed? The man had a tone of annoyance in his voice. Izuku, we had separated because of the UA activity. Yaoyorozu, and it didn't occur to you to follow her? There's a reason I'm paying you to be his bodyguard, right? Izuku, yes sir, but I was also part of the game. Yaoyorozu, I don't care, you are her bodyguard, I pay you to keep my daughter safe, I don't care in the least if you lose the opportunity to participate in a silly game. Annoying. Izuku, si senor. Yaoyorozu, this is the last chance I give you. If you fail again, you will have to face the consequences. Izuku, of course sir. Hearing that last comment from his boss, he got goosebumps for a moment. For a moment he had remembered something that happened a few weeks after joining the Yaoyorozu, and fear presented itself to him. Mr. Yaoyorozu had already hung up the call. The green-haired man turned to look at Melissa's room, but something was happening there. The medical staff was rushing into the room, their faces tense and worried. The protagonist did not want to look into that room. He did not want to see his friend in that situation. He didn't think he could bear the weight of that guilt, but he knew he had to. She began to walk to the room to look out, and what she saw caused her blood pressure to drop. Melissa was convulsing violently, while the doctors and nurses frantically fought to stabilize her. Izuku stood paralyzed at the door, a feeling of anguish and despair overcoming him as the weight of guilt overwhelmed him. The green-haired man returned to reality when a nurse closed the door to the room. The protagonist walked slowly down the hallway to get to Yaoyorozu, but fell to the floor after a doctor bumped into him to enter Melissa's room. The protagonist did not want to get up, he just wanted to cry on the floor. He felt that at any moment he would fall into madness. Izuku, I am a bodyguard. I am a bodyguard. I am a bodyguard. Holding back tears, I'm just a failure. Treacherous tears escaped and ran down the green-haired man's face. He tried to hold back his tears, but they just came out. Izuku's heart raced uncontrollably, anxiety wanted to take over him again, his hands were shaking. The protagonist was about to have another anxiety attack, but just when the green-haired man thought he couldn't take it anymore, he sees how all the doctors start to leave the blonde's room. He only felt like a current ran through his entire body, and in one moment he started running to Melissa and looked out the door pushing a doctor. The green-haired man looked at his friend and saw that she had stabilized and breathed a big sigh of relief. The doctors looked at him angrily and chased him out of the room and told them not to interfere with their work. The green-haired man sat on the floor leaning against the wall and let out a sigh of relief. Izuku, I'm sorry. Mr. David. 2 days passed, the entire Class 1A was gathered in Melissa's room who had just woken up. Although everyone was happy about that, the atmosphere in the room was a little tense due to the presence of a person, Midoriya Izuku. Since the accident, it was the first time they had seen the boy. Melissa, did everyone in the class come? No one wanted to answer, but Ida took the step forward. Ida, no, Jiro and Hagakure are still unconscious from the villain's gas. Except for those two, everyone. Todoroki, Bakugo is not here. Mina, Todoroki. Melissa, I see. So we lost. A treacherous tear escapes the blonde. Melissa, my gift is to save people. I tried my best to save Koda, but I couldn't help a classmate. Kirishima, so, let's save him this time. All his classmates were surprised. Kirishima, actually, Todoroki and I came yesterday and heard that Yaoyorozu implanted a tracker in Inomo. Ida, do you want Yaoyorozu to make another receiver? Todoroki, what's with that? His blue-haired companion was going to respond angrily, but the green-haired boy interferes and joins the conversation. Izuku, did you at least ask Momo if she wants to make the other receiver? Serious. Todoroki, no, but there won't be any problems with that, right, Yaoyorozu? Momo, I'm not sure, I have to think about it. The black-haired woman was not sure about doing it, she would be exposing her companions in danger. Kirishima, Yamamo, please, insisting. The green-haired man interferes. Izuku, don't insist, Kirishima, he told you that you should think about it, calm down. During these last 2 days, the green-haired man convinced himself every day that he did the right thing. He is Yaoyorozu Momo's bodyguard, the others should not matter to him. Kirishima, stay out of Midoriya. Angry, how can you be so calm after what you did at camp? Melissa and Momo were surprised, what Izuku had done at camp to make his partner upset. The blonde didn't know why she was unconscious and Momo doesn't know either because the green-haired boy hasn't told her anything. Momo, Kirishima, calm. Shoji, it's true. How can you be calm after you abandoned us to fate? The green-haired man just took a deep breath and let it out. Mineta, please guys, let's calm down, trying to relax the atmosphere. Todoroki, Midoriya, you abandoned your teammates to their fate. You have no right to have an opinion on the rescue of your partner Bakugo. Tokoyami, Todoroki is right, it's better not to talk. Midoriya, sad about the situation. Momo, hey guys, please stop, what's happening to you? Kirishima, what's wrong with us? What happens to Midoriya to abandon his companions? Izuku, Kirishima, watch your tone. Don't talk to him like that. Shoji, now you care about someone. But to the others what? You just ignore them while they are in danger. I saw how you turned to look at me and then ignored me and left Midoriya. Angry. Mina, please don't scream. Shoji, you only care about Yaoyorozu. And what about us? We are also your companions. Melissa, hey, stop, we're in a hospital. The green-haired boy couldn't deny those words. He understood the anger of his classmates and he didn't blame them for that. The only one he blamed was himself. Izuku, you're right, I only worry about her. The whole class remained silent, but a certain person broke the silence and approached the green-haired boy with his head bowed. Uraraka, weren't we friends? Depressed, please tell me that everything that happened at the camp was a lie. Please tell me that when you passed by me you didn't see me. The tears of the chestnuts were present, running down her face. Everyone was quiet waiting for the boy's response, but his reaction surprised everyone, a cold expression that did not react even a millimeter. Izuku, Uraraka. Uraraka, please tell me it's all a lie. That I just hallucinated and saw wrong. Please. Izuku, Uraraka. If necessary, I would sacrifice everyone in this room to save Momo. I don't care what they think or what they do as long as it doesn't affect Yaoyorozu Momo. I didn't get involved to be a hero, I didn't get involved to make friends, I got involved because my job and only objective is to keep her safe, because I am her bodyguard. Silence was still present in the room, several of his classmates looked down, others were angry, others sad, but one was totally angry and that was Kirishima. Although he was not present since he was in the reinforcement, he heard everything the protagonist had done and it was unforgivable. For him, his companions were everything, he wanted to be a hero just like such a man. In the end, everything is like the saying in an anime. In the ninja world, those who break the rules are scum, it is true, but those who abandon a friend are worse than scum. At this point, for the red-haired Izuku he was worse than scum. He couldn't trust him, much less consider him a partner. Out of anger, Kirishima approaches the protagonist and punches him in the face. Kirishima, but what are you saying? Are we nothing to you? How can you tell us that? Everyone was surprised and some tried to stop Kirishima, who was totally angry with Midoriya. The green-haired man just cleaned himself up. It seemed like he didn't care about the situation at all. Izuku, you're right Kirishima, you are nothing to me. An overwhelming silence was present. Nobody wanted to say anything, which the green-haired man noticed and saw the expressions on everyone's faces. Although she could also see worried and confused faces on her friends' faces. Izuku, I'm ruining the atmosphere, I better leave. Get well, Melissa. The green-haired man turns around and leaves the room. As he leaves the room he lets out a sigh and walks to a vending machine to lean on the side of it. The remorse of leaving his colleagues was consuming him. Sometimes he thought, what would have happened if you had never accepted this job? What would have happened if they had never had a financial problem and he became the hero he wanted? The weight of guilt was slowly killing the green-haired man until he hit his face strong with both hands. Izuku regains his composure and begins to inhale and exhale deeply and then says to himself, Izuku, I am a bodyguard. I am Yaoyorozu Momo's bodyguard and nothing more. Minutes passed. The green-haired man was waiting patiently outside the room. A few minutes later the black-haired woman left the room. Type, Izuku. The black-haired girl already knew everything. Her companions told what had happened at the camp, but she still needed to know her friend's version. So the black-haired girl shakes hands with the green-haired boy and they leave the hospital to go to the cafeteria. The girl quickly orders 2 coffees and a couple of cookies and proceeds to stare into her bodyguard's eyes. Momo, are you okay? Worried. Izuku, of course, why wouldn't it be? The black-haired girl didn't like that answer. She knew the green-haired boy very well and she noticed that these last 2 days he has been acting very strange. She assumed it could be because of the villain's attack, but if what they said was true, perhaps his behavior was due to something else. Momo, are you sure? Izuku, yes, more than sure, forcing his smile. Momo, don't you want to talk about what happened at camp? The green-haired man stayed quiet for a few seconds and thought about what he was going to say. Izuku, what do you want to know? Momo, anything you want to tell me. The green-haired man tells everything relevant to the black-haired girl. He only tells the events he did to save her. The black-haired girl, upon hearing everything, realizes that what she had been told was true. Midoriya Izuku had ignored his classmates. The black-haired woman knew that everything he did was for her. She couldn't blame him, but she knew that he would never do this. Doing this had to be too much for him. Momo, are you sure you're okay? You know you can tell me whatever you want, we are friends. Izuku, of course Momo, I'm fine. If I feel bad I wouldn't be able to take care of you. Forcing a small laugh, which didn't end up completely convincing the Raven girl, she knew something was up. Furthermore, his response was not as if he were talking to a friend. She knew she wouldn't tell him anything else, so she decided to change the subject. Momo, what do you think about going to save Bakugo? Izuku, that would be tremendously irresponsible, we have to leave it to the professionals. Momo, but Kirishima and Todoroki are going to go save him. And it seems that Melissa will also go. Izuku, like I said, it's tremendously irresponsible, they're putting themselves in danger and possibly hindering the hero's work. Momo, but aren't you worried about Bakugo? They are childhood friends. Something should worry you. Izuku, what worries me the most is you. Katsuki and I broke up since he started acting like a G. I hope they save him, but he is not my type. The black-haired woman did not understand what was happening to her friend. He had changed drastically. It seems as if it is a programmed robot whose only purpose is to protect. Izuku, you should drink your tea, it's getting cold. The black-haired girl grabs the cup and starts sipping, thinking about what is happening. Momo, you know something. I'll go save Bakugo too. The protagonist frowns. Izuku, I can't allow you that. You can't go and risk yourself for someone like you're doing. Momo, Izuku, you and I are class representatives. I have to go to prevent Todoroki, Kirishima and Melissa from putting themselves in danger. Izuku, but just by going they are putting themselves in danger, it's stupid. Think about it, Momo. Your job as president has limits and this is one of them. Momo, you may be right, but as a future heroine it is my duty. The green-haired boy was losing his patience. Izuku, but you won't be a heroine, you just need the license to. Trying to control himself. The green-haired boy was getting more and more agitated. The black-haired girl had realized a while ago that this was bothering the green-haired boy, but she had to bring him to this if she wanted to know what was happening. Momo, Izuku, I'll go whether you want it or not. They are our companions. Izuku, well, those companions are worthless, you will risk your life. Momo, is Melissa worthless? Izuku. Momo, is your Melissa-chan worthless? Izuku. The protagonist did not know what to respond. He knew that he had to respond, but he would know that what he would say is not what he truly feels. Momo, Izuku responds, is it? The girl could not continue speaking when she felt how her friend had instantly stood up from the table and covered her mouth with his hand. The girl looked at her friend in surprise. She had never seen him as serious as now. Izuku, your tea is getting cold. The boy removes her hand and sits down again. A silence has formed between them. For the first time Momo felt that look from her friend. The boy had a mess in his head, but the only thing he could do is cling to the role they gave him. But the feeling of not wanting to leave Melissa alone after seeing her in the hospital ate away at him. Izuku, okay, let's go save Katsuki. The Yaoyorozu was surprised. She didn't think she was going to give in after refusing and not changing her position. Izuku, but I want you to know that I will only go to protect you, not to take care of others. We'll go to Katsuki and get him out without getting into conflict. Am I clear? The black-haired girl nodded while trying to figure out what had happened for her friend to end up like this. Izuku, and your tea got cold, do you want me to order another one? Momo, no. Time passed and it had already gotten dark. Everyone who was going to go was at the door of the hospital except for the green-haired boy and the black-haired girl, but within minutes they had both arrived. Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, thank you for coming. Momo, I'm thinking about accompanying them so I can stop them if something happens. The bicolor and the redhead stared at the protagonist. The bicolor just looked at him indifferently, but his other partner was irritated that he came, but he knew that his help was needed. Furthermore, Kirishima trusts Yaoyorozu, so he will do his best to cooperate together. The green-haired boy, noticing the silence, decided to speak so that his companions would stop seeing him. Izuku, I only came to protect Momo. Kirishima, we already know, you already made it clear before I answer irritated. The entire group began to walk, but a few steps later they found Ida who had gotten in their way. Ida, why? Why are the same people who tried to stop me doing this? Looking at the bicolor and the blonde who has been silent all day, you who stopped me when I got carried away. Why do you want to make my same mistake? Kirishima, what are you talking about? Ida, UA is already in a bad position, why do they want to do this? Looking at the green-haired boy and the black-haired girl, you are the class representatives. Why are you allowing them to continue with this? Momo, we can't force them not to do this. That's why we accompany them. As class president I have the obligation to take care of my classmates. Todoroki, besides, we're not going to fight, we just want to rescue Bakugo without anyone noticing. Ida, but the blonde, who has been quiet since that discussion at the hospital, as if she was mulling over something, decided to speak. Melissa, Ida, we aspire to be heroes. If we see someone in danger we decide to go rescue them. I haven't been with you for a long time and I don't know you very well, but I know one thing. And that is, That we all aspire to the same thing, and that is to save people. Bakugo is our partner and we have the chance to rescue him, why not take it? After saying that, the blonde turns her gaze and looks at Izuku. They both locked eyes for a second and the protagonist quickly turned his head away, avoiding their gaze. The blonde continued talking. Melissa, furthermore, we have the responsibility to help those who do not ask for our help, to help those who are suffering in silence. The green-haired man noticed a current that passed through his entire body and swallowed. An intuition told him that the blonde realized something. Ida. Then I'll go with you. Everyone was surprised by their partner's decision, they did not expect it. But before Midoriya, I didn't trust you, but I do. Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, Melissa and Kirishima. The green-haired man just nodded and everyone continued on their way. The teenagers took the train to get to another city. On the train, the green-haired boy sat next to the black-haired girl and in front of them were the two-tone and the red-haired boy, while on the opposite side were the blonde and the blue-haired boy. Everyone was talking about what they would do, but the blonde got up from her seat and approached the green-haired boy. Melissa, can we talk privately? The green-haired boy stayed silent for a few seconds thinking he was going to reject her, but before he could speak, his friends spoke for him. Momo, yes, I'm sure you can talk privately. The protagonist turned to see Yaoyorozu. Momo really didn't like Midoriya talking to the blonde, but she knew that maybe this could help her friend. The change in attitude she had in the cafeteria was just for naming her. Izuku, Pero. Momo, don't worry, our colleagues are here, nothing will happen. The green-haired man did not want to talk to Melissa, he did not have enough courage to see her face. He had a bad feeling that if he talked to her his mask would fall at any moment, but he could no longer refuse this, he had to face it, for he just stood up from his seat and followed her, where they both walked ahead and sat in other seats. The green-haired man was completely silent, avoiding his gaze. Melissa, since I arrived in Japan, I think it's the first time I've stopped to look at the sky and it's appealing, don't you think? The blonde had her gaze on the train window and her eyes fixed on the vast canvas of the starry sky. That night she was totally appealing. The green-haired man took a deep breath, trying to relax, and spoke. Izuku, yes, the truth is that the night is appealing today. Melissa, I wish I could see a night like this every day. The blonde turned to look at the green-haired boy and they both exchanged glances again, but the green-haired boy instantly turned his head and avoided looking into her eyes. Izuku, yes. I wish it could be like that. The blonde approached the green-haired boy and grabbed his chin so he could look at her face. Melissa, why are you avoiding me now? The green-haired man was surprised by the blonde's action, but he still didn't look her in the eyes. Izuku, Melissa, I just woke up today and I just found out what happened at the camp. To tell the truth, I know that something had to happen at the camp for you to be acting this way, because when I woke up you seemed like a different person. The one you usually are. The girl tried to read the gestures the boy was making, but he just avoided looking into her eyes. Melissa, I'm not going to force you to tell me that, I'm going to listen to it when you want to tell me, but still. I don't understand why you avoid looking at me. Izuku, hey. The protagonist didn't know what to answer, but the blonde kept insisting. Melissa, Izuku, why are you avoiding me? The protagonist remained silent, thinking, but again his friend insisted. Melissa, please tell me. Izuku, tell me why from one day to the next you can't see my face. Did I do something wrong? Izuku, no, the truth is that. He breathes deeply and looks into her eyes. The boy takes a deep breath. He had to get rid of the emotions that were interfering with him, and to do that he had to nip one of his many current problems in the bud. Izuku, you're right, something happened at camp to make me change my attitude and I realized my mistake. I am Momo's bodyguard and I would sacrifice anyone for her to be safe, including you, Melissa. The blonde was a little shocked by the answer but knew that what she said was not true. Melissa, you're lying, I know you're lying, Izuku. And I told you not to call me Melissa, because for you my name is Melissa-chan. Izuku, you're wrong, Melissa, I'm not lying to you. At the camp I had a feeling that you were in danger, my whole body was screaming at me that you were in danger and that I should go help you, but even so I decided to Momo before you. To me you are nothing. You are just the girl who needed to give him a gift. The green-haired man expected the blonde to react badly and slap him, but that never happened. Instead she was totally serious. Melissa, stop calling me that and start being honest. Izuku, I know you're lying, head down. Izuku, I'm not lying, I really. Interrupted. Melissa, stop lying. I can totally see how you're crying while you say that. The green-haired man is surprised and touches his face to realize that it was true. He had not realized when his eyes began to water. Melissa, I know you're Momo's bodyguard. That's precisely why I knew you, and I know better than anyone that you are his bodyguard. The camp thing may be true, but let me clarify something for you. I decided to become a hero and I know the danger that comes with it. And I told you that for you my name is Melissa-chan. The green-haired boy began to dry his tears quickly, but the blonde took his hands and looked at his face. Both exchanged glances. A Melissa who changed her expression to one full of determination along with an Izuku who was trying to stop his tears. The green-haired boy didn't want the blonde to look at him that way and tries to look away, but Melissa wouldn't let him do that again and leans forward, joining her lips with Izuku's. The second they separated and Izuku's eyes were full of different emotions that he couldn't understand. Melissa, I know something has you in that state and I promise that I will do everything I can to help you. Izuku, Melissa too. Melissa, that's not my name. Izuku, Melissa-chan. The blonde's face couldn't help but smile, she had just made a breakthrough. Izuku, he looked at his friend who was only smiling sincerely. Thank you. The green-haired boy begins to wipe his tears and the blonde helps him. After a while they both return to the others. After a while they arrived at their destination and decided to wear costumes, so they went to a nearby store and each one was dressed in a different costume. They all walked and reached a narrow alley that was right next to where the sign marked. They walked down the alley until they were under a window with metal bars. Todoroki, we can go in there, but we won't be able to see because of the darkness. Momo, I can create glasses. Kirishima, no need. Yaoyorozu, I brought this with me, taking out night vision binoculars. Todoroki, bien, Kirishima, why? The bicolor was going to mention the green-haired man, but to avoid dramas he decides to let another person see inside the structure. Todoroki, Melissa, you guys look. Midoriya and I will carry them. Following the bicolor's orders, both teenagers climbed on top of the protagonist. Then the bicolor. The redhead looked at his binoculars and what he saw made his blood run cold. Todoroki, what's wrong? What do you see, Kirishima? The totally terrified redhead hands the binoculars to the blonde. Kirishima, back left. Melissa. The blonde paid attention and looked where her partner indicated to be surprised. Melissa, what are those things? Surprised. Izuku, what do you mean? Kirishima, nomus. All the students were surprised. It wasn't just one or two nomus, there were dozens of nomus. Not even a few seconds had passed to think about the situation and they noticed that outside the alley was the professional heroine Mount Lady who was kicking against the structure. The heroine's attack made a huge hole. Several more heroes were with them and they neutralized all the nomus there were. Apparently that place was the hangar where the nomus were kept. The teens were watching the scene and heard that All Might was aware of the situation. Ida, the heroes were already acting before we arrived, relieve. Izuku, then let's get out of here, we'll only get in the way of your work. Kirishima, wait. Izuku, Kirishima, I know you're upset with me, but don't let that cloud your judgment. You listened as did everyone who is in an operation with All Might. We won't do anything except get in the way, and it seems that Katsuki isn't here so we can't do anything else. The redhead knew he was right, but listening to the protagonist give orders bothered him too much. The teenager only clenched his fists tightly. Kirishima, okay. All the students began to leave, but they only managed to take a few steps to hear a thick voice and the entire hangar to be destroyed. All the heroes there had been defeated in a matter of seconds and the hangar was missing half of it. Tamura was finally starting to think and decide for himself. I wish they hadn't intervened. There was no time to think, it was a matter of a moment in everything that had happened. The presence of that man was terrifying, all the Udata students were terrified and could not move. For Izuku, that presence reminded him of when Mr. Yaoyorozu was totally upset. He knew firsthand that such a presence meant danger and that they should leave immediately. Suddenly the green-haired boy feels on his arm that someone was grabbing his clothes and notices that it was the Yaoyorozu who was holding her breath to make as little noise as possible. Izuku to leave. No one could move because of the fear they felt. The protagonist was about to pick up the black-haired girl to get her out of there, but a familiar voice made everyone come to their senses. Bakugo, what the hell? The gray-haired man was coughing while some portals appeared around him where the League of Villains began to emerge. Shigaraki, sensei. You failed again, Tamura, but don't be discouraged, try again. I brought your partners and even this boy who you thought was an important piece. Do it as much as you need. That's why I'm here. Stretching a hand to the villain, it's all for you. The students were still scared, but they knew they had to get away from there as soon as possible. The thing is, one wrong move and they could alert the villains. Are you here? The teenagers had broken out in a cold sweat, but the villain was not referring to them, but to All Might who arrived from the sky to bump fists against him. All Might, I'll make you give it all back, all for one. Defo, will you kill me again, All Might? Both began to fight frantically. The gray-haired man tried to escape but was surrounded by the villains who began to attack him. The green-haired boy had already made the decision and grabbed the black-haired girl's hand to get out of there, but he was stopped by his partner Ida. Izuku, release me. Ida, what are you doing, Midoriya? Izuku, withdraw, we'll only get in the way. Everyone agreed with him, but seeing that Bakugo was fighting for his freedom prevented them from leaving just like that. Melissa, there must be a way where we don't have to fight and save Bakugo. Izuku, there isn't, Melissa, one must know when to retreat and this is one of those cases. Todoroki, but we haven't even tried. Izuku, because if we try we can die in the process. Momo, wait Izuku, there must be a way. Izuku, you too Momo? Momo, we can't just abandon him, we have to do something. The green-haired boy began to scratch his head to release the frustration he had, but nothing. He looked for a second at the situation his former childhood best friend was in and gave a small sigh. The words of Mr. Yaoyorozu were a bucket of cold water for Midoriya. During the years that she has been with him, it is the first time that he has asked her to kill a human being. The protagonist was quiet and was immersed in his own thoughts, but was taken out of them by the voice of his boss. Mr. Yaoyorozu, what's wrong? Do you want me to fire you? Irritated. Izuku, no. I will do it. Let me remedy my mistakes, bowing his head in forgiveness. Mr. Yaoyorozu, this is the last time I give you a chance like this. I have invested a lot in you so that you end up being a failure. Izuku, yes. Mr. Yaoyorozu, swallowing deeply. Mr. Yaoyorozu, in a few days, I will personally send you the location of the League of Villains. I want all those villains dead. Izuku, of course Mr. Yaoyorozu. Senior Yaoyorozu, and one more thing Izuku. The protagonist looks at the black-haired man. Mr. Yaoyorozu, I am your boss, my daughter is not yet. My orders are your priority, so if my daughter asks you to go rescue a friend and put herself in danger, you will avoid it anyway. You alone keep her safe. Am I clear to you? Izuku, see Senor Yaoyorozu. Mr. Yaoyorozu, you are mine. Your life belongs to me and I can get rid of it if it is no longer useful to me. Remember that before you make a mistake and harm yourself. Izuku, entendido Senor Yaoyorozu. Mr. Yaoyorozu, now retire and take these days off until U.A opens again. The green-haired man goes to the door and leaves through it. When he closes the door, he stands for a few seconds and swallows strong about what he will have to do. He still remembered that when he was 4 years old he watched his favorite All Might video with his mother dreaming of being a hero who saved everyone with a smile, but he was getting further and further away from that reality. Joe, hey kid. The green-haired man looks at his superior. Joe, don't worry, everything will be fine. Remember that the League of Villains are not innocent people, they are criminals who have committed crimes classified as terrorism. For Izuku, the head of security is a person who has always cared about his well-being and has taught him several things. He's the closest thing to a father figure he's ever had. Izuku, but they are people just like us, we have no right to take their lives. Joe, please Izuku, a year ago you caught some Yakuzas and we tortured and killed them. This is not so different from that time, The only difference is that this time you won't turn a blind eye and you will see the dirty work behind it. Izuku, yes, but... His superior was right. It is not the first time that they have killed someone who attempted against the Yaoyorozu, but he never expected that he would be the one who would take their lives. Joe approached the teenager and put his hand on his head. Joe, don't worry, you won't do anything wrong, you're just doing your job. Remember who you do it for and move on. The first person he could think of was his mother. Remembering the situation his mother was in before made him upset. She worked so much, and they could barely support themselves. I didn't want them to go back to that situation. For that reason, he had most of the money he had earned in investments so that in the future those funds would be larger in case of emergency. Joe, is that okay? Izuku, yes. The green-haired boy continues on his way and begins to leave the Yaoyorozu mansion, but a voice stops him before he leaves. Momo, Izuku. The green-haired man looks at the raven-haired girl. Are you okay? Did something happen to my father? Hurried. Izuku, oh yeah, I'm fine, smiling. We just talked for a while about some unimportant things. Don't worry about that. The black-haired girl already knew that something had happened. She had heard screams and things breaking from her father's office. Plus the green-haired boy had been acting strange since the camp, and now that this normal guy was not giving her a good sign. Momo, you know you can count on me for anything, right? At the end of everything we are friends. Izuku, of course I know Momo, I'm your friend and also your bodyguard, smiling, don't worry, nothing bad happened. The situation increasingly gave the black-haired woman a bad feeling. Izuku, I have to leave you, you have to rest and so do I, that's where we'll talk saying goodbye. Momo, yes of course. Take care. The black-haired woman only watched as her friend left. She knew something happened and she was going to find out what it was, so she quickly went to face her father to find out the answers. She entered her father's office and saw that he was not in a good mood. Mr. Yaoyorozu, what do you want? Can't you see I'm busy? Moody. Momo, what did you say to Izuku? Senior Yaoyorozu, so no tea income. Momo, of course it's my business, he's my bodyguard after all. Mr. Yaoyorozu, he is your bodyguard because I ordered him to. I'm your boss, you're not your boss yet, so don't get involved in this. Momo, but he will be one day, so I want to know what you told him. Mr. Yaoyorozu, why so much concern about a DMN bodyguard? Annoyed, he is just another pawn who will be useful in the future. A pawn who would give his life for you, a pawn who will protect you even with his teeth, but right now, he belongs to me. Midoriya Izuku belongs to me and will obey all orders I give him. So now that we're talking about this, don't ever give him those orders to go rescue a partner or any that put you in danger again. Momo, but father. Mr. Yaoyorozu, no, father, nothing. The only reason you're going to a hero academy is so that the Yaoyorozu can compete in the hero market by setting up a hero agency. And stop worrying about a DMN bodyguard. We are the Yaoyorozu, they should bow down to us. Not you. Do you want to know what I said to your DMN bodyguard? Momo, yes. Mr. Yaoyorozu, next time you don't do your DMN job right, you'll be fired. Back with the protagonist, he has just arrived home and sees his mother with Melissa talking in the kitchen. Inko, Izuku. His mother started running to her son and hugged him. Inko, you made me so worried. Aren't you hurt? Checking his son. Izuku, I'm fine mom, you don't have to worry, you already know I'm strong. Inko, but I still worry about you, I'm your mother, hugging him. The green-haired boy hugs his mother back and looks at the blonde. Izuku, aren't you going to sleep yet? Melissa, I was waiting for you. Izuku, I see. Well, I'll go rest. Inko, aren't you going to eat first? I made katsudon your favorite. One thing that his mother knew very well about her son is that the green-haired boy is a fan of katsudon. If it were up to him, he would devour an entire pot of that dish. The blonde, who has already been living with them for a few weeks, also realized that the protagonist had a type of addiction to that dish, but the answer that the green-haired boy gave them baffled them. Izuku, no thanks, I'm not hungry. Inko, what? Are you sure you're okay? Izuku, yes mom, I'm just tired. Melissa, but you did sleep a little on the train back. Izuku, it's just, I slept badly, I really want to go to sleep. That answer didn't convince either of them, but but they let him go to his room. When he enters his room, he falls into bed and begins to remember about the camp, the hospital, the rescue of Bakugo, and now having to kill the League of Villains. It was too much for him, but he knew that he had to do it. I had to move on. He started to remember his life when everything was so easy and he dreamed of being like All Might, but if that 4-year-old looked at him now he would be scared. A treacherous tear escaped her eye. She began to clean herself, but she felt a knock on the door, so she hid her face in the pillow. Inko, son, I forgot to tell you that a while ago. They called me from work and tomorrow I have to go on a business trip for about 2 weeks. Izuku, ya mama. Inko, are you sure you're okay? Right. Izuku, you're a mom. Inko, I see. Rest Izuku. I love you. The mother leaves the room and closes the room. Izuku, I love you too. The green-haired man just sighed and tried to fall asleep. After a while he succeeds and falls asleep. The next day the green-haired boy said goodbye to his mother and wished her luck on his work trip. The green-haired man and the blonde had been left completely alone. Melissa, hey Izuku, can we walk for a while? Izuku, no thanks Melissa-chan, I'm still tired so I'm going to bed. The blonde was not convinced by the answer. How can someone be tired after sleeping all day yesterday? Melissa, a scientific study says that walking relaxes the mind. Izuku. The protagonist reconsidered the offer again. Izuku, okay, let's go for a walk. Melissa, great. Both young men left the house and began walking towards a nearby park. On the way, the green-haired man was quiet. Melissa, with everything that's been going on lately, it feels good to be able to relax a little, don't you think? Izuku, yes, I guess so. Melissa, although I feel a little guilty relaxing now after Uncle Might has retired, scratching the back of his neck. Izuku, yes, All Might retired. Thoughtful. The green-haired boy remained silent after saying that. The blonde noticed it and took him out of his thoughts. Melissa, Izuku. Izuku? Sorry, but look on the bright side, your uncle defeated All for One so you don't have to worry so much about beating him anymore. Melissa, well yes. But that still doesn't mean I stopped training strong like I'm doing. Everyone else has had their gifts for more than a decade and I received it this year, so I have to work strong if I want to keep up. Izuku, well, tell that to those you beat in the sports tournament, laughing. Melissa, but I only won because I had my support items. I don't know what would have happened if I didn't have them. Izuku, yes, but that doesn't take away from the fact that you won. It's not like someone gave you first place. Melissa, you're right, but even if I have to give everything for those who trust me. Izuku, yes. Give everything for those who trust you? He was thoughtful again. The blonde couldn't be calm, the changes she has been going through with the green-haired boy, his strange behavior after the camp, but since they arrived there was another big change in him. And now that he remains thoughtful in the middle of the conversation, he was making it clear to her that that problem is still there. Melissa, hey. Izuku, oh yes, tell me. Melissa, you know Izuku, the words I said to you on the train weren't empty. Do you want to talk about what's been bothering you? If you don't want to talk about it, I'm not going to force. The green-haired man thought about it a little and decided to speak. Izuku, Melissa-chan. Did I ever tell you how I became a Yayarosa bodyguard? Melissa, no, you always changed the subject when we talked on the phone. Izuku, before I worked with them, I only lived with my mother. My father worked abroad so I didn't see him much. We were happy. At that time I dreamed of being a hero like All Might. They were good times, with a nostalgic smile. But one day my father passed away and my mother had to get several jobs to put bread on the table. I helped my mother as much as I could, but I never felt like I was doing enough. Plus at school they bullied me, so to defend myself I learned to fight on my own. One day I went to the public library to read books on how to make money. Laughing, now that sounds very silly to me. It's not like reading a book was going to make me rich overnight. The green-haired man stopped talking and took a deep breath. He felt a hand on his back that made him calm. Melissa rested her hand on her friend's back and they both sat on a nearby bench. As soon as they sat down, the green-haired man continued with his story. Izuku, looking for a book, I found Momo who had run away to read a book and her bodyguards were looking everywhere for her. I helped her get out of there, but they caught us anyway. They wanted to take me to where their father was and I didn't want to. I thought they were drag traffickers, so as soon as I felt they touched my shoulder I put him in a headlock and knocked him to the ground. It didn't help much either, because they outnumbered me, so I stopped resisting. Laughing, Momo's father had seen it all and offered me a job, and as you might be imagining, yes, it's that of a bodyguard, but that's for now. Her father wants me as Momo's personal assistant. Momo's father gave me a job, a better education, a good friend, and he got my mother a job that makes her super happy. I owe too much to his father. The green-haired man began to lower his voice and lowered his head so as not to look at the blonde, but he felt her hand begin to caress his back so that he would calm down. Izuku, if a person who has given me everything asked me to do something, let's say something bad, very bad, what should I do? Melissa, is Momo's father forcing you to do something? Izuku, no, it's not Momo's father. It's someone random, a hypothetical case. For the blonde, it was obvious that she was referring to Momo's father. There was no point in trying to hide it. Melissa, it's difficult, but I would say that as long as it doesn't go against your own values and your principles, you could do it. Izuku, what if what he asks of me goes against my principles and values? Melissa, I wouldn't know what to tell you. Izuku, I see. The blonde gently grabs him by his head and makes him lean on her shoulder. Melissa, you would have to give me some time to think about the answer. I don't think that can be decided in a while. Izuku, yes, you're right. And where did you read that walking relaxes the mind? Melissa, I made that up. I just wanted you to get out of the house so you could feel better. Izuku, Melissa, and did it help you? Izuku, yes, it did help. Thank you, Melissa-chan. The days passed. The green-haired man trained daily to stay calm and think clearly. On the fourth day, the message from Mr. Yaoyorozu arrived and sent him a location to an abandoned aquarium. A black car had picked him up, so he got in silently. After a few hours, he reaches his destination and infiltrates the place. It seeped through the ceiling and got into the ventilation duct. He advanced further and further until he began to hear some voices. He began to approach them and arrived where the League of Villains was. He still couldn't attack. Not everyone was there, so it wasn't the time yet. Looking under it, he sees that the aquarium still had water in its fish tanks, although they were in very poor condition. Twice, I love this place. / this place Essex. Toga, everything is so abandoned and ugly. I like it. Will this be the new base? Shigaraki, no, this is just a temporary shelter. Irritated. Mr. Compress, and with how good it looks, perfect for a magic trick, taking out a deck of cards. Toga, I want to see. Do it again. Twice, yes, I love it. / boring. Like, Callens. Magna. Come on, Dobby, we have to have some fun. The scarred black-haired man just clicks his tongue and begins to explore the place. Twice, Toga, Magna, and Mr. Compress put on a magic show, while Shigaraki is on the sidelines of everything. Shigaraki, Demon Kurogiri, where the hell have you gone? Spinner, I think I heard him say he was going to find someone. Shigaraki, this is not the time for that. We have to. A portal appears in the center of everything, and a guy in a suit with a black mass on his head comes out of it along with another person with white hair. Kurogiri, sorry for the delay. Shigaraki, don't let it happen again. Before they could continue their conversation, the green-haired man comes out of the ventilation and falls on top of Kurogiri, burying some ice claws that he had made with his sweat. The green-haired man had buried his claws in his head. The villain had died instantly. Shigaraki, Kurogiri? In shock, the green-haired man had fallen on top of the villain's body, and when he got up from the ground he saw that his hands were full of BLD. Everyone was shocked by the death of their partner and by the sudden appearance of the protagonist. Shigaraki, Kurogiri. The first to react from the League of Villains was the blonde who had launched herself with her knife against the green-haired boy who had his back turned. Toga, die you effing idiot. The protagonist was shocked. Seeing the villain's BLD on his hands caught him off guard. The boy's mind was blank trying to process what he had done, but there was no time for that. The protagonist felt that they were going to attack him from behind, and in a moment the water in the entire aquarium began to shake. In one quick movement, a huge blade of water comes out, breaking the glass and cutting the girl. Being a sudden attack, The attack had not been entirely successful and ended up cutting both of his legs. The teenager's screams did not take long and her cries of pain were throughout the aquarium. Twice was angry about what they did to his friend and took advantage of his gift, showing dozens of his clones who went against the green-haired boy. The clones were centimeters away from the protagonist, but several sharp pillars of ice appeared beneath the clones, piercing them. The ice pillars went in the direction of the villain who could only watch as the pillars quickly destroyed his clones to get to him, until finally it was his turn and 5 pillars crossed him completely. Shigaraki, Timon, don't attack like crazy. Coordinate. Magna used his gift and the green-haired boy began to float and was quickly dragged to where the blonde was who was being protected by Mr. Compress and Magna. The green-haired man uses his BLD control on both villains and they are completely paralyzed. A huge pillar of ice emerges from a glass panel, piercing both villains. The green-haired boy stops floating and falls into a pool of BLD next to Toga who was screaming in pain. The girl's screams clouded the boy's mind. He was not thinking clearly about what he was doing, so he had to nip the problem in the bud. The green-haired man gets up and is about to finish off the blonde to put her out of her suffering, but a blue fire appears from her side, making her step. The black-haired man who had returned began to attack the green-haired boy, with the latter 3 pillars of ice at him, but the villain's fire evaporated them instantly. The villain began to make the protagonist retreat and without him realizing it, he was being directed to where the villain's companions were. The protagonist had Shigaraki and Spinner behind him, who were ready to attack him. Izuku had been surrounded. In front of him was Dabi attacking with his gift and behind him he had the blue-haired man and the lizard man. In the blink of an eye, the green-haired man turns around and grabs the head of the league by the arm and with all his strength throws him against the black-haired man. Instantly the green-haired man creates claws with his sweat and buries them in the throat of the lizard shoulder, which kneels, drowning in its own BLD. Dabi, move. The black-haired man tried to get his boss off of him, but it was too late. Several pillars of ice crossed both villains. The green-haired man takes a deep breath and heads towards the white-haired man who accompanied Kurogiri, but a powerful blue flame heads towards him. The ground began to disintegrate, unbalancing the boy and losing control of his gift, causing him to burn. The green-haired man quickly creates a blade of water and finishes off both villains who were on their last legs. The boy got up from the ground and started walking towards the white-haired guy again. Jiren, hey wait. I'm not part of this. Don't kill me. Izuku, what are you talking about? You are the informant, right? The green-haired man had his gaze lowered. His hair was completely covering his expression. He got closer and closer to the man. The man takes out a gun that he had in his pocket and points it at the teenager. Jiren, if you come any closer I'm going to shoot you. I swear to God I will. The green-haired man just ignored him and continued advancing to end the villain's life. The villain was totally terrified and in an act of fear he pulled the trigger and a flame of fire came out from the tip of the gun. Jiren, I'm really going to shoot. Get away. The green-haired boy ends this and drives an ice stake into his heart. The protagonist raises his gaze and looks at the ceiling thinking that everything was over, but a cry brought him back to reality. Someone was still missing. The green-haired man began to address the blonde who was leaning against the wall. The girl was missing both legs and one arm was completely burned. The girl was crying. The protagonist had arrived where she was and crouched down to be at her level so he could finish her off. Toga, this is all your fault. Crying, you're supposed to be a student. How is it possible that you did this? Izuku. Toga, answer me. Why did you do that? Izuku. Toga, damn and say something. Even if it's just a word. Make fun if you want. If you want to do it, do it. If at the end of everything you won. Crying. The boy was prepared a water knife. Izuku. Toga, please say something. Say something, damn it. Izuku, I'm sorry. For a moment the tears stopped and there was enormous silence in the room, but the silence did not last long. Toga, what the hell is wrong with you? Why are you apologizing? How disgusting to see you like this. How can you apologize after doing this? How is it possible? The blonde was totally angry at the green-haired man's words, but the tears came back and there was a lump in her throat that made her not want to say the last thing, but she was finally able to let it out. Toga, I don't want to die. The villain's tears became more intense. She tried to wipe her tears, but she was crying her eyes out. Toga, I don't want to die. The green-haired man couldn't stand it anymore and his eyes began to water. He gets closer to the villain and hugs her, undoing the attack. Toga, I'm scared. I don't want to die alone. Izuku, don't worry. I'm here. Toga, it's your fault I'm like this. You are nothing to me. If only you hadn't come. If only you. You. Please don't leave me alone. The blonde's crying could be heard throughout the aquarium. Toga, I don't want to die alone. I don't want to die alone. The blonde clung more and more to the green-haired man's embrace and cried uncontrollably in him. Izuku, everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. The green-haired boy creates an ice stake in his hand and drives it into the blonde's head so she can be free from her suffering. The green-haired man separates himself from the blonde and stands up. He was soaked in blood, soaked in tears and full of dirt, in addition to having part of his face burned. Izuku begins to leave the aquarium with a lost look. When he left the building, a black car was waiting for him and he got into it. Inside the car was Joe, who was impressed by the protagonist's appearance. There was silence in the car, but this was broken by the Yaoyorozu's security chief. Joe, took care of Jacko Tamakia and the villains they captured at the camp. Izuku. Joe, we also killed All for One and the doctor who helped him make the Nomus. Izuku. The head of security remained silent and did not say anything else. He understood that this was shocking for the green-haired man, so he was going to respect it if he wanted to be silent. The boy was looking out the window with lost eyes, but unexpectedly for the man the boy spoke to. Izuku, entendido. A 12-year-old Izuku Midoriya was in the forest with two other children. A 15-year-old girl and a 16-year-old boy. Izuku, it looks like the forest from last year. Child, if you mean the first test, you are wrong. That forest was different because of the kind of tree that surrounded them. Girl, don't pay attention to Toya, he doesn't know anything about trees. Toya, what are you talking about? My grandfather taught me, so you know my grandfather was an explorer known worldwide for his explorations in forests. Izuku, seriously? Toya, no. The girl and the boy laughed lightly at the green-haired boy. Izuku, yeah, no se burlen de me, Toya, Hanako. Hanako, I'm sorry, but sometimes you are very innocent. With that mentality we cannot all be bodyguards of the Yaoyorozu together. Izuku, maybe. Toya, oh come on, don't get like that. The three of us will be bodyguards, I assure you. The green-haired man smiled at the boy's statement. He had met both of them in bodyguard training. The three of them were the youngest and the most promising. Now they were in one of the many surprise tests they gave to the bodyguards. Toya, now we have to think about how to get out of here. The teenager began to look around, but all they saw were trees and more trees. Toya, I think it's over there. Hanako, is it a random address? Toya, no of course not, who do you take me for? Hanako, for the boy who just pointed at a mountain hundreds of meters high. Toya, thought it was to see if you're paying attention, of course it's not that way but this way it's this way. Follow me. The teenager began to take the lead while the girl followed him along with the protagonist. They walked for hours while they talked and tried to find their way out of the forest. Hanako, are you sure it's this way? We have been walking for hours. Toya, of course, I have never let you down and it won't be the first time, right, Izuku? Izuku, yes, of course Toya. Everyone fell silent when they felt a branch break. They hadn't realized but they were not alone in the forest. The two teens activate their gifts while Izuku takes a defensive pose. Armed men began to appear from the bushes and began shooting. The boy. The gift of a barrier so he covered everything he could with him and his friends. Man 2. Remember, each child is $1,000. There were 6 men who fired everything at the boy's barrier. There were some bullets that went through the barrier and hit him, but if the barrier fell, everyone was going to die. When he turned to look at his friends, he noticed that Izuku was scared just like Hanako, so he couldn't give in to turning off his gift. The green-haired man was scared and couldn't move, It was the first time he had seen someone get shot. He didn't know what to do. When she turned to see her friend, she noticed that she was also scared, but seeing that they were both in that state, she decided to act. The girl crosses the barrier and with her gift begins to throw large rocks towards the guys. Pillars of earth came out and attacked the men. The girl was against a rock and a strong place, so she did not hesitate to lethally attack the guys, until she finally defeated them. The green-haired man was still in shock, but when he saw the lifeless bodies he began to vomit, just like the girl who began to vomit. Toya deactivates her gift and falls to her knees on the ground, which worries both boys. Izuku, the green-haired man didn't know what to do, so he quickly ripped his shirt and put pressure on where he was shot. Hanako, you're doing it wrong. The girl took the boy's hands and helped him put pressure on the right point. Hanako, now. Izuku. The boy raises his gaze that showed a certain terror at the girl because of the situation they were in. Hanako, everything will be fine. Don't worry about that, you're still just a child. Izuku, Pero. Both boys heard something move and quickly turned around where there was noise. They realized that one of them was still alive. The green-haired man was surprised, but suddenly he felt like he was being pushed. Turning his gaze, he saw that Hanako had pushed him next to Toya to cover them from the attack. The green-haired man suddenly woke up and realized that he was still in the car. He had just arrived home. He was sweating and a little agitated from the dream he had. Joe, we're here. Are you okay? Izuku, yes. The protagonist gets out of the car in silence and sees that it was already dark, so he quickly enters his house. When she enters, she looks around and luckily there was no one in the room, only the television was on, so she takes advantage of this and goes to the bathroom, but Melissa comes out of her room when she hears the noise of the front door and goes to the bathroom. He finds a completely destroyed Midoriya Izuku. The protagonist was covered in dried BLD, dirt, and stank in a way that made no sense. The blonde's heart sank in her tea when she saw her friend's condition. Melissa, Izuku, my god. But what happened to you? The blonde was running totally worried towards the green-haired boy. The protagonist, upon hearing his friend's voice, stopped short. Of all the people who could have seen him like that, the one he least wanted to see him like was Melissa. The protagonist just lowers his head so he doesn't have to look at her. Izuku, yes. I'm fine, speaking in a low voice. The blonde was going to hug him, but the green-haired man quickly moved away. Izuku, don't touch me. I'm dirty. Melissa, I don't care that you're dirty. The blonde tries to hug the green-haired man again and succeeds. Melissa surrounded the protagonist with her arms. She felt how his body trembled from her touch. In an instant, the green-haired man separates himself from the hug. Izuku, I have to take a bath. The green-haired boy quickened his pace and opened the bathroom door, but the blonde grabbed his wrist and stopped him. Izuku, I have to shower without looking at her. Melissa, okay, but I want us to talk later. Izuku. Melissa, please Izuku. I just want to support you. Izuku, okay. The girl lets go and lets the boy into the bathroom. The green-haired man lets out a heavy sigh and enters the shower. The warm water began to clean all traces of BLD, dirt and sweat that was all over my body. His face burned a little from the burn, but it was bearable. When he felt that pain, the memories he had made in the aquarium did not leave him alone. The villain's last words continued to echo through his head. Time seemed to have stopped and memories of everything he had done in the week began to torment him. The memories leaving his teammates to their fate, the memories of Melissa convulsing in the hospital, the memories of Uraraka crying, the conversation with her boss and what she did at the aquarium. His entire mind was being consumed by acts that he caused himself. The green-haired boy closes the shower and leaves the bathroom to enter his room, and the first thing he sees is all the hero decorations he had. The boy let out a heavy sigh and changed his clothes. When he finished doing it, he was about to leave to talk to Melissa, but he stopped short at the door and started cleaning. He begins to clean all the hero things that were there, put away the posters, the figures, everything related to the heroes, leaving only his life-size figure of his hero. For a moment he stands in front of her and stares at her, remembering the little boy wanting to be like him. That memory made him mad and he grabbed the figure and threw it strong against the floor. The figure spreads around the area, The green-haired man gives a heavy sigh and picks up the pieces of the peace symbol figure and puts it in his closet along with the rest of the other things he once wanted to be. The boy leaves his room and goes to the dining room to talk to the blonde. When he arrives, he sees that the girl is watching television, so he approaches. The blonde noticed his presence and looked at him sadly. The green-haired man didn't understand until he turned his gaze to the television. In the news, they were confirming the death of the League of Villains, who had been hanged in the place where the symbol of peace had the last fight. It had been confirmed that the villains had ice stakes and holes that went through them. Memories of that time came back to his mind as he stared at the television, but he stopped when he felt arms surrounding him. He blinks a few times, as if he's struggling to focus his mind on the present, and sees Melissa hugging him. The protagonist was surprised. He knew that the girl found out about the situation. She was not stupid, she just didn't understand why she was hugging him. Melissa, Izuku. I'm so sorry, if only I had answered you that day. The green-haired boy reciprocated the hug while keeping his gaze on the television and the censored images they were showing. Izuku, even if you had answered me, I would have still done it. I would have still done it. Melissa, was it Momo's father who ordered this for you? Izuku. Melissa, Izuku. The blonde was waiting for her friend's response. When she didn't hear anything, she separated from the hug to look at the green-haired man's face, but she saw that he turned his face away so as not to see her. Izuku, that doesn't matter, Melissa-chan. I just did my job. Her friend wasn't going to insist, she couldn't imagine what was happening, so she just took her hand and with the other hand held her cheeks so she could see it. The green-haired man looked at the blonde and felt how the hand that was on his cheek began to caress him. The girl noticed the burn that the boy had on his face, but decided not to say anything. Melissa, I'm here for you, Izuku. I always will be, you know that, right? Izuku. The green-haired man had looked away, but the blonde turned his face again with her hand. Melissa, you know that, right? Izuku, yes. Melissa opened up to her friend, but the green-haired boy still couldn't get out of his mind what he did to the villains. When the blonde hugged him and his head was looking at the television, he saw again the disaster he caused. The lives he took and the way he did it, the latter while focusing on the blonde-haired villain. The blonde separates herself from the hug and looks him in the eyes. Melissa, do you want to rest? If you want, we can have a sleepover. The green-haired man did not clear his view of the television and responded. Izuku, it's not necessary, I want to be alone. Melissa, okay. Let me know anything, I'm here for you, remember that. The boy nods and heads to his room. He goes into his room and closes the door. Tears began to run down her cheeks. She still couldn't assimilate what she had done. He tried to stay calm, but memories and regrets began to eat away at his head. He tried to breathe calmly, but every time he began to get more agitated, in an act of desperation he took out all the hero things that he had saved and looked at them to calm down, but the opposite happened. Just seeing his dream frustrated, seeing that he was getting further away from what he dreamed of was poisoning him. Without thinking about it anymore and in an act of desperation, he began to tear the posters he had one by one. From the signed ones to the unsigned ones, but when he saw the poster autographed by All Might, he completely lost control and began to destroy everything abruptly. He began to throw the figures angrily against the walls. Seeing that there was nothing left in the closet and he couldn't see what else to break, he became desperate and his gaze crossed a nearby piece of furniture, so he kicked it strong. The furniture broke and several things began to fall from the drawers, but above all several photos began to fall. As they fell, Izuku looked and could see one of him with his parents. He stayed still in the place and wiped away his tears a little to move to the place where the photos fell. He bent down carefully and carefully picked up all the photos and began to look at them in silence. Photos of his family together when he was 3 years old, photos of him and his mother, photos he had taken with Momo in his free time, photos of him and All Might on their trip to Island, and photos he took with Melissa. The green-haired boy sorts them and keeps them on his desk. He looks around and sees the mess he caused, so he starts to organize what he could. He forced everything he had broken from heroes into the closet, although there were still broken pieces of the figures on the floor. He picked up the piece of furniture he broke and put it where it was, not even caring that it was broken. He was going to repair it in no time. After finishing cleaning what he could, he changed his clothes for training and left his room, but at the door he found the blonde. Melissa, is everything okay? Izuku. Yes. The girl was going to say something to him, but the boy walked ahead while walking quickly. Izuku, I'm going to train. The protagonist, without wanting to talk anymore, goes out to the patio. The blonde stared for a few seconds at the back of the green-haired boy who was walking outside. She had heard quite a bit of noise coming from her friend's room, so she went in and looked at his room. The blonde was surprised. Everything about the hero had disappeared. He began to look more closely at his room and noticed the broken furniture and that there were pieces of toys on the floor. The blonde looks sadly at her room and goes to her window to see her friend who had started training. Melissa goes to her room and grabs a jacket to put on and goes out to the patio to accompany him. She sits on a chair somewhere and watches the boy train. Melissa, it's getting cold. Can I bring you a sweatshirt? Izuku. No. The blonde no longer insisted and remained silent while her friend trained. Melissa didn't know what to do. The only thing she knew was that she had to support him and not leave him alone, so she just watched him while he trained. During all the time, the green-haired man never changed his expression, and also something was missing in his eyes. A shine was missing. Hours passed. The sun had risen. The blonde had fallen asleep in the chair, but a bell that had been ringing for a few minutes woke her up. He blinked a few times and realized that his friend was still training. Melissa, Izuku, you have to stop now. You have to rest. Worried. Izuku. Melissa, even take a break. Izuku. Melissa, Izuku. Izuku, yes. Take a break. The protagonist had a lost look. His clothes were full of sweat just like him. You could see that he had fatigue in his eyes, but he just trained and trained. The sound of the doorbell kept ringing, so the girl hurried to answer the door to stop the noise and stop her friend. Melissa opens the door quickly. Momo, hello. Momo had arrived and was being accompanied by Joe. The black-haired woman seemed anxious, something the blonde noticed. Momo, is Izuku here? He has not answered my calls or messages. Melissa, I'm running. The blonde let them both enter the house. The black-haired girl was going to ask again while anxiously playing with her hands, but the blonde stepped forward. Melissa, he's training outside. The black-haired woman doesn't say anything else and looks out the window that overlooks the patio. It was the first time she had seen him, so she got worried and tried to go out to where he was, but the blonde grabbed her wrist to stop her. Momo, what are you doing? Agitated, she lets go of her grip. Melissa, first of all, you need to calm down. Momo, I'm calm. Melissa, no, you're not, pointing her arm. The black-haired girl was scratching her forearm very energetically, and when she realized, she stopped and quickly started playing with her hands. The blonde puts both hands on the shoulders of the raven girl. Melissa, Momo, you have to calm down. Take a deep breath. Momo, I. The blonde gently shakes the raven girl. Melissa, Momo, take a deep breath. Momo, this is my fault. The black-haired woman begins to sob and falls to her knees on the floor. Momo, I didn't have to pressure him to come with us to rescue Bakugo. The blonde crouches down and wraps her arms around the black-haired girl who was crying uncontrollably. Melissa, it's not your fault, Momo. Momo, of course it is. I pressured Izuku to go even though he refused. I had to listen to him. What was I thinking? Melissa, Momo, crying won't fix anything. If you care about Izuku, you should support him right now. Momo, I tried that, but you stopped me. Melissa, but to do that you first have to calm down. Momo, you can't go like that. The black-haired woman began to slowly wipe away her tears. The blonde helps her stand up. Melissa, better? Momo, yes. Melissa, then let's go. Both women along with the bodyguard went out to the patio. The protagonist continued training with that lost look. The black-haired woman, upon seeing him closer, became worried and stood next to him. Melissa and Momo were always attentive to their friend who was always looking for the opportunity to train. Training was the only way he could clear his mind other than sleeping pills. The days passed and the time came when everyone had to move to the UA. The entire class was outside the facilities. They were talking among themselves, although clearly to no one's surprise. They ignored the protagonist, or almost all of them. His appearance looked good if it weren't for the fact that he had dark circles under his eyes. Mineta, oi, Midoriya. The green-haired man was surprised that someone was speaking to him, so he lowered his gaze a little and saw his purple-haired companion. Izuku, is something wrong, Mineta? Mineta, do you think All Might lives here too? Izuku, even though he has retired, he is still our teacher. Mineta, yes, but he can still live at home while he teaches us classes. The green-haired man thinks for a moment. When he puts his hand to his chin, he notices that he was wearing a bracelet on his hand, an accessory that his partner did not overlook. Mineta, hey, your bracelet is great, where did you buy it? Izuku, this one? They gave it to me, I couldn't tell you. To tell the truth, that bracelet was more of a security measure that her friends gave her that notifies them when her heart rate rises or falls to a risky level. After a while, their head teacher appears in front of them and gives them a tour of the facilities, showing them where their rooms were, the common areas, and all that. After taking a tour, they decided to have a room contest. The whole class had agreed except for someone, the green-haired boy who was going to go to train, but someone stopped him. Momo, Izuku, wait. I think you should participate in this. Izuku, is that an order? Momo, no, it's just for you to have some fun, don't you think? Melissa, come on Izuku, it will be fun. Izuku, I don't think so, I'll just ruin the atmosphere. Mineta, come on man, don't say that, it'll be fun. Izuku. Mineta, just think about it, approaching him to whisper something, what's better than snooping around the girl's room? The protagonist just sighed. He doesn't know why he thought for a moment that something that wasn't perverted would come out of his mouth, although he can't say that after he helped him at the camp. The green-haired boy just looked at his friends who wanted him to go. Izuku, okay, why not? When his friends heard that, they became happy and took him by the hands to take him to the rest of the class. While the three of them walked away, his purple-haired classmate watched him from afar. Mineta, that how lucky some people are. The entire class 1A was going to participate in the room contest, and the first person to show it off was Izuku. Of all those who could start, it was his turn to be the one. No one wanted to enter their room, but when they saw that Momo, Melissa, Mineta, Bakugo, Todoroki, and one or another classmate were entering, they decided to go in so as not to remain curious. Upon entering the room, they only saw an ordinary room. It had a bed, a desk, and on the wall where the desk was there were several paintings with photos of their parents and friends. Everyone thought their room was going to be different, but it was as normal as possible. Katsuki, and your All Might posters? You had too much when you were a kid. The green-haired boy was silent for a moment. His entire class looked at him waiting for his response. They had forgotten for a moment that he was All Might's #1 fan. Izuku, I didn't bring them. Katsuki, Yavio. Everyone was about to leave the room and continue, but Kaminari approached the photos that the protagonist had and realized something, so he decided to ask. Kaminari, don't you have any more photos with your father? It's just that you only have 2 while with your mother you have like the entire class remained silent waiting for Midoriya's response. Several had noticed but decided not to get involved. Bakugo, Momo and Melissa wanted to kill the blonde after asking that. They were going to say something to change the subject, but the green-haired man spoke. Izuku, he's dead. The protagonist had said it in such a crude way and with an indifferent look that surprised everyone with his way of responding. Kaminari quickly lowers his head before the green-haired man. Kaminari, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Izuku, it's okay. It happened a long time ago. Uraraka, we better continue with the next room. Everyone opted for their partner's suggestion and left the room. Bakugo, Momo and Melissa looked at Izuku, who was very normal. They did not expect that reaction from him at all. Continuing with the rooms, it was Yaoyorozu's turn. Due to her father's influence, Momo stayed on the same floor as the protagonist, as did Melissa who, with her uncle's influence, stayed on the same floor as both of them. Everyone entered the black-haired girl's room and was surprised at how luxurious it was. They continued with the next one and it was Melissa's turn. When they entered, everyone was surprised since there was a bed and a desk, but in the other half of the room there were several machines that were from the support course. Mina, why do you have those machines? Melissa, they are to repair and maintain my support equipment. Kirishima, Wouldn't it be better for those in the support course to do that? Melissa, no, seriously, an inventor does not leave his inventions in the hands of another person. They continued looking at each other's rooms, and when they finished looking at them, they began to vote for the best decision. The winner of the vote was Sato, who won thanks to the cake he had baked. After that contest, the green-haired man retires and goes to train. Momo and Melissa accompany him to observe him. For the protagonist, it was already customary for both girls to look at him while he trained, so it didn't matter to him. It's not like he could prevent them from doing so. The three headed to the training field and it was empty, so Izuku began training in silence. While Izuku was training, Melissa and Momo began to discuss something between themselves. Momo, how are we going to get the class to talk to Izuku again? Melissa, we won't be able to do anything, Momo. It's a matter of time. Momo, not even a party? The blonde just shook her head. Melissa, have you never had a fight with a friend? The black woman shook her head. Momo, my only friend is Izuku, and no matter what I do he never gets angry with me. And that frustrates me sometimes. Sometimes I wish he would also get angry with me and be honest with what he feels. Melissa, and you've never told him about it? Momo, I told him about it once, but he told me that that is a limit he can't cross, hugging his legs. Melissa, but how long ago did you tell him? Momo, at 12. The blonde lightly slaps her face and looks at her friend. Melissa, you don't think Izuku could have changed his mind? I mean, it's been almost 4 years and they were more immature than they already are. Momo, do you believe? Melissa, of course Momo, it's been a long time since that. Momo, then I think I'll tell him. After he gets better. Melissa, yes, I think that's better, putting her hand on the black-haired girl's shoulder. Momo, why are you helping me with my relationship with Izuku? I say you like it too. Melissa, it's true, I like Izuku, but I also like helping people. I feel that if you get along better with him and he can be honest without having to repress his emotions, he will be happier, you will both be happier. I'm not jealous to not let the person I like have friends. The girl looks away for a moment and watches her friend train. Melissa, in a relationship there must be trust, and I know that Izuku is not one of the people who would cheat on his partner. Momo, you're right. Melissa, besides, we're friends, Momo, aren't we? The black-haired woman couldn't help but smile when she heard that. Momo, yes, we are. Friends, Melissa. They both hugged each other for a few seconds. Melissa, on second thought, I think there is a way for the class to forgive Izuku. Momo, really? Melissa, yes, we could try, but it would be better if we talked about this in my room. Momo, and what will happen to Izuku? Melissa, he has the bracelet, anything he tells us. Also remember that Joe told us that training was good for him. Momo, I know that training is good for him, but this is the first time we will let him train alone. Melissa, so let's give him the painkillers now, and in a while he'll go to his room to rest. The black-haired woman thought about it and agreed to what her friend said. They both approached the green-haired man and Momo took the protagonist. They both waited for the green-haired man to take it, and when they saw that he did, they decided to leave. The green-haired man continued training for a while, but because of the painkiller he decided to rest for a while on the ground. Izuku, until when am I going to be like this, mumbling? The green-haired man looked at the training field for a bit, and without realizing it, someone shouted from the entrance of the training field. Nijire, hello Izuku. Energetically, the green-haired boy turns to look and realizes that it was the blue-haired girl. He saw how his friend began to run tenderly where he was and stopped short at his side. Nijire, I said hello, right now you should say hi back to me. Izuku, ah? The green-haired man was a little disconcerted by the painkillers. Izuku, aola Nijire. Nijire, hello Nijire? That's all you're going to tell me after ignoring me for a week? How bad, and I was so worried about you. Izuku, forgive me Nijire, I've been a bit busy. Nijire, why so downcast? Or because so? Would? Are you taking drags? Acting in over-exaggeration. Izuku, no, shaking quickly with his hand, I'm not taking drags. Nijire, it's not what it seems, you should know that drags are bad, very bad. Izuku, Nijire, I really don't take drags. The blue-haired girl started to laugh a little, The green-haired boy took a while to understand that his friend was embracing him. The protagonist only let out a sigh. Nijire, seriously, you had me a little worried, you didn't even respond to a message. Izuku, I really have been busy, I haven't looked at my phone since what happened at camp. Nijire, did they hurt you? That would be impossible after seeing you at the sports festival. Izuku, no, they didn't hurt me. No scratches. Nijire, so? Does facing villains scare you? It can happen to most people, I mean you're still in your first year, although come to think of it, you experienced the USJ so I don't think it's that. Izuku, I wasn't scared of the villains, it's just. The Blueonette squatted down, getting closer to the protagonist and seeing him better up close. Nijire, hey, are you okay? Did you sleep well? Izuku, of course I'm fine, I'm just a little tired after training. Nijire, Izuku, it doesn't seem like that. Do you want to talk to me about it? You're not obligated to tell me everything, but at least trust me. The final year student holds the protagonist's hand. Midoriya stares at Hato and wonders whether to do it or not. Izuku, can I trust you? I don't want anyone to know this. Nijire, of course Izuku. We'll make a pinky promise, so you know I'll be attuned with this. Izuku, pinky promise? Nijire, yes, a pinky promise. No one breaks those promises. Who in their right mind would want to swallow 1,000 needles? The green-haired man couldn't help but laugh. Nijire, what are you laughing at? I'm being serious. Izuku, sorry, okay, let's do it. Both teens made a pinky promise. After doing that act, they both stood up and decided to sit in the stands of the training field. Izuku just took a deep breath. He didn't know where to start, but Nijire held his hand. Nijire, everything will be fine, Izuku. Tell me what you want to tell me, I'm here for you. The protagonist lets out a big sigh and begins to tell him from the beginning, from the death of his father and what it meant for his family, that he started working for the Yaoyorozu, about everything that happened in the camp and that he was the one who killed the League of Villains. I told him about his nightmares, his feelings of guilt, his regrets, everything. He even told him about his frustrated dream of being a hero. He let out everything he felt, and the Blueonette was silent at all times and only limited herself to loving Midoriya's back so he could vent about what he wanted. Izuku, now I have to take a painkiller to sleep or else I see Toga in my dreams. I really feel that I wish things hadn't ended like this. I wish I could have been an ordinary child and not have become this, pointing to himself. The green-haired boy felt like sheet. He didn't want to look at Nijire's face for fear of seeing disappointment on her face. He didn't want to have to part with Nijire like he had to do with the rest of his teammates. In a very short time, Nijire had become a close friend who always made him smile, and thinking that that could end now scared him. The green-haired boy just looked at the ground waiting for any word from his friend, but the only thing he could feel was a warm and strong hug. Nijire, it's not your fault. Izuku, this is... Nijire, no, it's not your fault. The green-haired man was not understanding anything. Nijire, everything is fine Izuku, you have endured enough. The protagonist was shocked by Fate's words and action. He did not expect them at all, and they had taken him by surprise, and for a second, just for a second, the green-haired boy's mask fell and Nijire noticed it. The girl for a moment saw her friend's mask fall. His face held a world of conflicting emotions. Just for that second, and when the mask went back up the next second, she understood everything. No one could bear the weight of all those conflicting feelings all the time, so they buried them. Izuku, thank you. Thank you for listening to me, Nijire. The Blueonette breaks away from the hug and looks her friend in the eyes. Nijire, do you want to eat something? In my room I have leftovers from what I have left for dinner. I think it will do you good. Izuku, okay Nijire, thanks for the gesture. Both teenagers stand up and head to the Blueonette's room. They both walked in a comfortable silence, and luckily for them to avoid misunderstandings, all of Nijire's classmates were sleeping and they managed to get to the student's room without any interruption. Izuku asks his friend for permission to use the bathroom and she easily lets him use it. The protagonist began to see himself in the mirror and thought for a moment about everything that had happened to him. The painkiller kept him relaxed, and not thinking about things too much made it easier for him to say the things he felt. The protagonist finally decided to leave the bathroom. When he came out of it, he could see the plate of food that Nijire heated up for him on the desk. For a moment it came to mind when his mother cooked him food when he returned from those tests that Ayato gave him. For a moment he remembered when Melissa and Momo cooked for him for the first time and how ungrateful he was at that moment. Suddenly all the armor he had put on to survive the weight of his actions collapsed. A lump formed in his throat and his vision blurred. I slowly lift the spoon and take a bite of the home-cooked food. As he did so, he gave in to the weight of it all. Tears flowed freely. He cried silently as the food that Nijire had prepared for him. In a few minutes Izuku finished the plate of food and began to wipe away his tears. Izuku, thank you, Nijire. The brunette, who had been on his side the entire time, wraps her arms around the greenhead's head and draws his head to her abdomen. Nijire, don't worry, everything will be fine. Do you like me? Izuku, yes, I loved it. Without realizing it, the green-haired boy separated from his friend's embrace and approached Nijire's face, his eyes searching hers with an intensity that he could not ignore. He gently took Nijire's face in his hands and leaned down to capture her lips in a soft but passionate embrace. The brunette was surprised by the boy's unexpected gesture, but she soon let herself go and began to reciprocate the embrace. When they separated from the embrace, they were both breathing heavily. Izuku, before he could continue, Nijire started embracing. Passion began to burn between them as they lost themselves in the heat of the embraces. Izuku stood up from the chair while continuing to embrace Nijire. They both began to walk until they reached the bed and fell onto it. The embraces became deeper and more urgent. Clothes began to fall to the floor, each caress and whisper fueling the flame of longing that burned between them. The glimpse of dawn filtered through the half-open curtains, softly illuminating the room. With a sleepy sigh, Izuku opened his eyes slowly, feeling momentary confusion as he realized he wasn't in his own bed. He realized that he felt a certain weight on his torso, and when he lowered his gaze he saw Nijire sleeping pleasantly on his easy. Memories began to invade the protagonist's mind. Everything they had done yesterday he remembered perfectly, and a blush appeared on both of his cheeks. He turned his gaze to the nightstand and realized that it was 7 in the morning. Izuku, what have I done? Whispering to himself. Although the green-haired man's noise was minimal, it was enough for Nijire to hear it and wake up. The brunette began to open slowly while she yawned. The first thing he saw was his friend. Nijire, good morning, Izuku. The young woman closed her eyes again and began to snuggle into the boy. The green-haired boy was surprised for a moment, but Nijire just realized what was happening and woke up suddenly. Nijire, you. The green-haired man, upon seeing the young woman, looked away a little and blushed. Izuku, Nijire, isi venlas. The green-haired man began to point, and the young woman, realizing it, took part of the blanket and covered herself with it. Nijire's cheeks were completely red. Nijire, you have to take responsibility. Izuku, responsibility for what? Nijire, you saw me naked. You have to take responsibility. Izuku, what are you talking about? You're not PRDNT for you to say that. The green-haired man thought about the last thing he said and analyzed it for a moment to get nervous. Izuku, or are you? Nijire, I don't know. Do I look PRDNT? Nervous, the brunette dropped the blanket while she checked her belly and touched it. The green-haired boy blushes again and looks away. The brunette realizes what she did and covers herself again. Nijire, why are you ashamed if you've already seen everything about me? Embarrassed. Izuku, like that. The green-haired boy blushed and started to get nervous, so he laid his head on the pillow and covered his face with his hands. Both teenagers remained silent, thinking for a moment and analyzing well what they had done. They were silent for a long time until the brunette broke the silence. Nijire, so we really did it. Izuku, yes. And we don't use protection. Nijire, what will we do if I get PRDNT? We are too young to be parents. Izuku, if you get PRDNT we will find the solution. Nijire, if it happens, will you be responsible? Are we getting married? Izuku, of course yes, there will be no doubt about that, Nijire. The green-haired man looked her in the eyes and could convey that she was not lying, and there was no hint of doubt in her words. Hearing that, the brunette relaxes more and lies down on the green-head's seat. Izuku, what are you doing? Highly strung. Nijire, does it bother you? Izuku, no, it doesn't bother me. The green-haired man begins to caress his hair. Nijire, Izuku. Tim. Nijire, that was my first time. The green-haired boy looked at her surprised and then remembered that Nijire had never had a boyfriend. The protagonist lets out a soft sigh. Izuku, same for me. Nijire, that's good that I don't know why, but that makes me a little happy. The teenager raises her gaze to see Izuku's face and begins to play with his curls. Nijire, so, we're a couple now? The green-haired boy was surprised by the question. He didn't know what to answer. Izuku, I don't know Nijire, I'm not sure. Nijire, huh? Because? I mean, we did everything, we almost jumped from step 3 to the last step. Izuku, that's why I feel like we're going too fast. Nijire, do you think what we did was a mistake? Izuku, no, not at all, he denied quickly. In fact, I quite liked it. The green-haired man blushed when he said the last thing and looked away a little. When the brunette heard that, she became happy and had a big smile. Nijire, I think the same, I don't regret anything we did, and I liked it too. Both teens looked at each other and smiled. The green-haired boy hugs the blue-haired girl. She begins to feel the comforting warmth of his embrace around her and begins to snuggle into him. The teenagers stayed hugging in bed until the green-haired boy decided to return to his class dormitories, so he separated from the hug and began to get dressed. Nijire, can't you stay a little longer? Izuku, I think it would be problematic if one of your classmates saw me hanging around here. Nijire, but it's still too early. The brunette began to crawl in bed with the blanket until she reached the nightstand to see the time. Nijire, it's 10 in the morning. Izuku, what? But a while ago it was 7 o'clock. Nijire, you must get out the window. Izuku, what are you talking about? We are on the 3rd floor. Both teenagers became nervous. Nijire, what if you stay here until nightfall? Izuku, I couldn't. Momo and Melissa-chan would start looking for me. Both teenagers didn't know what to do. The brunette got out of bed to get dressed, but something happened. Nijire, Izuku, I can't stop. My legs are shaking. The green-haired man turned to look at her, but blushed and looked away. Izuku, then don't get up. Rest a little more. Nijire, I can't do that. Izuku, why? Do you have to do something now? Nijire, it just made me hungry. The green-haired boy, upon hearing the blue-haired girl's response, remained silent for a moment, but instantly a laugh escaped him. Nijire, what are you laughing at? Izuku, you're welcome, it's just. Let me help you. The green-haired man helps his friend sit on the bed. Izuku, where do you have your clothes? Nijire, but I have to take a bath first. Izuku, do you want to take a bath? But you can't even stand up. Nijire, yes I can, it's just. I'm taking my time. Izuku, yes, take as long as you want, laughing. The brunette puffed out her cheeks and crossed her arms. Izuku, you shower longer, let's go have breakfast first before it gets late anymore. The brunette didn't say anything else, and with the help of the protagonist she was able to get dressed. Now there was still one problem left, and that was how they were going to get out. Without the others finding out. Nijire wrote to her friend Yuya to find out if there were people in the dining room. Luckily for both of them, the 3rd-year generation planned to go to the mall in the morning and recently left there. Her roommates had knocked on her room door at 9, but since they didn't hear anything, they thought she was still sleeping and left without her. When both young people found out about this, they were happy and decided to leave, but not before the protagonist tidied up his friend's room. They both left the room and didn't really hear anything. The brunette leaned on the boy to walk. Izuku, Nijire, Izuku, before we can go to my class. Nijire, huh? I can barely walk and you want to take me there. Izuku, I feel like I have to apologize to Momo and Melissa-chan for how I behaved towards them. If you want. Nijire, no problems, let's go there then. Izuku, thank you. Nijire, although it would be better if you carried me. Izuku, do you want me to do a wheelie for you? Nijire, I wasn't thinking that, but I don't dislike that idea either. The green-haired man squats down with his back to Nijire. The green-haired boy begins to carry Nijire on his back and they head to the dormitories of Class 1A. Nijire, now that I think about it, couldn't they misunderstand if your classmates see me like that? Izuku, I don't think so, they ignore me so they wouldn't care. Nijire, well, you're a little right. Someday they'll get over it, you'll see. Izuku, well, I don't blame them either. I brought that on myself so there's not much I can do. Nijire, of course you can do something, don't give up. Izuku, and this is... Nijire, remember that they are your colleagues and friends, just give them time to see that you care about them. Izuku, maybe that we just have to move on. The brunette begins to rub her cheek on the greenhead's back. Nijire, if you feel bad at any time, remember that you can always come to me and I will listen to everything you want to tell me. Izuku, thank you. I really appreciate it, Nijire. Nijire, although we won't do that again. Or maybe. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. The brunette was embarrassed by the last thing she said and hid her face in the greenhead's neck. The green-haired man only laughed a little as he advanced. Izuku, don't put your head there, you tickle me, holding back laughter. The blue-haired girl started rubbing her hair on the green-haired boy's neck. The protagonist couldn't take it anymore and started laughing. They both stopped when they saw a second-year student walking past them. When the student was away from both of them, they laughed and continued. Some time had passed and finally the protagonist arrived at his class dormitories. He was in the dining room and saw that several of his classmates were there. Several looked at him for a second and continued with their things. The green-haired man walked over to an armchair and left his friend there. Izuku, wait for me here, I'll be right back. The brunette just nodded and the protagonist headed to his friend's room. When he arrived at the apartment where they were both, he decided that he was going to apologize to Melissa first. The green-haired man took a deep breath to calm himself and quickly knocked on the blonde's room door. Izuku felt footsteps approaching the door and when he opened it he saw his well-dressed American friend. Izuku, good morning Melissa-chan. Melissa, good morning Izuku. The blonde stayed processing for a moment. Melissa? Izuku? The blonde was surprised. It was the first time in several days that her friend knocked on her room door. Normally she and Momo go to her room to look for him and check that he is okay. Izuku, can we talk for a moment? Melissa, talk? Talk for a moment. Yes, it happens. The blonde was excited. After so long the green-haired man wanted to talk to her. The green-haired man was about to enter, but he saw Momo begin to peek inside the blonde's room. Izuku, Momo? Melissa, oh yes, Momo is here with me, if you want we can talk outside. Izuku, no, it's okay. I also wanted to talk to her in every way. The green-haired man enters the room and looks face to face with his two friends who were not understanding what was happening. The green-haired man who had entered with great confidence began to feel a little nervous when he was face to face with the two young women. He had planned to do it one by one, but it didn't happen as he expected. Izuku, Momo, Melissa-chan. The green-haired boy had a lump in his throat as he struggled to find the words. The two teenagers looked at him worried and with some expectation of what he was trying to say. It was the first time in days that he took the initiative to talk to them. Izuku, I want to start by saying how grateful I am for what you have been doing and how much you mean to me. The green-haired boy lowers his head. Izuku, they were both there for me when I wasn't in my right mind. They were taking care of me and supporting me even though I didn't treat them in the best way. I had too many things to think about at home and I had to solve them on my own. I cannot express how much I value everything you have done for me and I realize that I have not been the friend that you deserve. Thank you for everything you did for me. Before the boy could continue, he felt his hand being touched and his head lifted. Looking at her friends, she realizes that they are both crying. Momo was sitting on the bed while she had her hands on her and Melissa was on her side holding the protagonist's hand. Melissa, lift your head. We've told you before, we're here for you, no matter what. Tears of happiness ran down the girl's cheeks. Momo, you can lean on us whenever you want. We are with you through thick and thin. The protagonist is surprised by his friend's words and tears begin to fall. The blonde wraps her arms around him and they give each other a warm hug. The boy extended his other arm and the raven girl also joined the hug. Izuku, I feel like I should tell you what happened. Momo, no need. Izuku, you guys deserve an explanation. It's the least I can do. The protagonist takes a deep breath and I tell them what really happened at the camp, how he felt and the guilt he feels about it, but that he now lives with it. He told them everything they wanted to know. He told them that he could hardly see Melissa's face after she ended up dying in the hospital because of him. It cost them everything that had happened to him until murdering the League of Villains, but that is no longer a problem. He had already understood everything. He just had to move on and live with what he did and became. Melissa, Izuku, all that isn't your fault. Izuku, yes, it is Melissa-chan. I could have intervened, but I decided not to. Melissa, but Izuku, Melissa-chan, I promised your father that I would take care of you and I failed him. I have failed you, but this will never happen again. I don't expect you to forgive me and I will understand, but I will tell you I swear that my words are not empty, so I will also show you with my actions. Melissa, I don't blame you. I understand you, and besides I already told you everything on the train. I know the danger that comes with being a hero. Izuku, what a joy to hear. The boy wraps his arms around the blonde and gives her a warm hug. Tears again appeared on the girl's face as she clung to the hug. Izuku, Melissa-chan, is that appointment we have pending still available? The blonde didn't say anything and just nodded. Her head, which was attached to her friend's torso. Izuku, how about we do it tonight? Do you like that idea? Melissa, see. The green-haired man separates from the hug and with his sleeve begins to wipe the girl's tears. Melissa, I can do it alone. The green-haired man ignored him and continued with what he was doing. The Raven girl was a little sad when she heard about the date and how the boy treated the blonde, but she also felt happy that her friend is better, so she just smiled at the situation. Without the Raven girl realizing it, she feels arms surrounding her. Izuku, I also want to apologize to you, Momo. Momo, what? If you already apologized to me before. Izuku, but it's not enough. Momo, don't worry about that. The Raven woman tightens the hug and hides her face in his torso. Momo, I should apologize to you. I shouldn't have forced you to go save Bakugo. Izuku, forced? When did you force me? It was my decision to go there. Momo, but I pressure you. The boy begins to caress his hair. Izuku, it was my decision to go, don't blame yourself for that. The girl started crying into her bodyguard's tea. The boy only touched his hair to calm him down. After a few seconds, the girl calmed down, but she did not leave the hug. Izuku, I failed in my mission to protect you, but that won't happen again. I won't let it happen. I will not fail again to protect you. The green-haired man turned to look at Melissa while he was still hugging the black-haired woman. Izuku, protect them both. I can't call myself a man if I ignore the promise I made with your father. The black-haired woman, upon hearing what he said, began to hug him more tightly, while Melissa approached him and began to caress his hair. Melissa, but I already told you that I don't need to be protected. I decided to become a hero. The boy was going to answer, but he felt that his childhood friend wanted to say something. Momo, Izuku, would you accept a whim of mine? The green-haired man thought about it for a moment, remembering what he said after camp. The boy just let out a light sigh and made a smile. Izuku, it depends on what you're going to ask me. As long as you don't put yourself in danger, everything will be fine. The black-haired girl couldn't find the words. A lump formed in her throat, but she began to feel the heat emanating from the green-haired boy's hug and how he wrapped her around her. Momo, can you be more honest with me? The jet takes a deep breath and lets out what she wants to say. Momo, I want you to open up more to me, to tell me how you feel, to tell me if something bothers you, to not hide everything just because you work for me. We are friends. Friends are supposed to open up. And tell whatever, but it seems that you can't open up to me. The green-haired boy was taken by surprise by the girl's request. He remembers that a few years ago he had asked the same thing, but he refused. He knew that he could not cross the limits of the frame itself, since the reason for that was marked in his head, but he still began to consider it. The protagonist had remained silent while hugging the Raven girl. She began to get nervous because of the silence there was. Momo, Izuku? I mean, it's just a request. If you don't want to do it, understand. Izuku, I will. I will open up more to you, Momo. The black-haired girl couldn't help but hide her happiness and hugged the green-haired boy tightly, causing the protagonist to lose his balance and both of them falling to the ground. Melissa, be more careful, you can get hurt. The blonde was smiling at the progress her friend had made. Izuku, I'm sorry. The black-haired girl was happy as she hugged her friend. They both stand up from the ground and laugh a little. Izuku, do you think we will have breakfast? They both happily accepted, so they left the room, but Melissa asked him if he was going to be dressed that way. The green-haired man didn't understand what he meant until he realized that he was wearing yesterday's clothes, so he quickly went to his room and changed his shirt. He leaves quickly and the three of them go down to the dormitory dining room. The two teenagers were going to the bedroom doors, but they realized that the green-haired boy turned away from where the blue-haired girl was. They both approached where their friend went. Izuku, Nijire, invite Melissa-chan and Momo. I hope you don't mind. The three girls were surprised by that. They all remembered each other since they met at the hospital at the sports festival and even shared an ice cream. Nijire, no, I don't have any problem. Izuku, that's good. The green-haired man crouches down in front of the teenager and carries her on his back. Momo and Melissa got a little jealous and confronted the green-haired boy. Momo, wait, what does this mean? Izuku, what? Melissa, why are you carrying Kato? The brunette was going to answer, but she blushed a little and hid her face in the protagonist's back. Izuku, Nijire can't walk, so I'm helping her. Melissa, I see. Momo, Kato, if you want I can create a wheelchair for you, is that okay? Izuku, no need, I don't mind carrying it. Everyone started their walk to the nearest cafeteria. They were talking calmly until they arrived at the place. Momo helped Izuku put Nijire on the chair and the four of them sat down. The four of them had a good time, although Melissa noticed a certain connection that Izuku had with the blue-haired girl. They finished breakfast, so they were going to return to the UDA, but Melissa had another plan. Melissa, come back, I have to go look for something I left at your house, Izuku. Izuku, okay, see you later. Momo, take care Melissa. Nijire, goodbye. Melissa, take care. Izuku, see you at night for the date. The blonde begins to walk away, while the blue-haired girl, upon hearing about the date, is surprised and looks at the green-haired boy who was smiling at the blonde. The protagonist felt a look and turned to see Nijire, who was obviously a little upset. Nijire, what, a date? Annoyance could be felt in Nijire's tone of voice. Melissa managed to hear what the blue-haired girl said, so she stopped short. Izuku, at night I will have a date with Melissa-chan. Nijire, are you going on a date with Melissa? Bothers. Melissa, yes, that's right, he's going on a date with me. Any problem with that? Nijire, of course there is a problem with that. How dare you go on a date with her? The blue-haired girl looked annoyed at the green-haired boy after everything they did last night, and he went on a date with another girl. Melissa, excuse me? What's the matter? Nijire, what's wrong with me? Angry, what happens is. Izuku, Nijire, please calm down. Upon hearing that, the brunette gave the green-haired boy a light blow on the head. She tried to contain herself, but it made it difficult for her. Momo, hey, don't hit him. The blue-haired girl looks at the black-haired girl and hits the green-haired girl again on the head, challenging the raven-haired girl. The blue-haired girl continued to look defiantly at the black-haired girl and was going to hit the green-haired boy again, but her arm was stopped by the blonde. Melissa, Nijire, let go of my arm, serious. Melissa, or else what? Izuku, stop it, this is going too far. The green-haired man steps back, making the blonde let go of the blue-haired girl's arm. Nijire looked helplessly at the green-haired boy who was about to hit her in the head again but stopped. The brunette was upset with him. Nijire, iris an idiota. Tanto, Izuku tanto. The brunette was angry with him, but she stopped hitting and getting angry with the rest. Melissa, hey, you still haven't answered me. Is there a problem with Izuku dating me? The brunette looked angrily at the blonde, but for a second she swallowed her anger. Nijire, no, none, forcing her smile. The blonde looked at her reaction and turned her gaze angrily. Nijire had made her angry too. Nijire, there's no problem, because Izuku and I will also have a date tomorrow, right, Izuku? The blonde frowned and looked angrily at the brunette. The green-haired man got excited and looked confused at the third-year student. Izuku, what? Yes? Nijire. Come on, don't play dumb, smiling. Don't you remember that you proposed to me this morning? After. Or do I have to remind you and tell your friends? Izuku, no need, I just remembered, nervously scratching the back of his neck. Melissa, hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? The blonde looked angrily at Nijire. Nijire, I don't know what you're talking about. Is there a problem with Izuku dating me? The brunette smiled mockingly at the blonde, seeing that expression on the teenager's face was driving her crazy. Melissa, no none, smiling. The blonde forced her smile, but inside she was totally angry with the brunette. Melissa, I have to go, goodbye. The blonde leaves the place upset. While all this was happening, the black-haired woman could only watch the scene helplessly. She couldn't ask the green-haired man on a date like the rest did since her relationship with Izuku just recently went to the next level. He just clenched his fists while watching all the fuss they had made. Momo, Izuku and Nijire were silent as they returned to Ua. They had just returned and were in the dining room of Class 1A. The green-haired boy says goodbye to the black-haired girl since he had to leave the blue-haired girl in her room. The black-haired woman understood and let her friend go to drop her off. On the way, Nijire was quiet until they reached the third-year dorms. There was no sign that they had returned, so Nijire spoke. Nijire, why are you going on a date with her? There was a certain tone of annoyance in the girl's voice. Izuku, we had planned it before the final exams, but for various reasons it ended up being delayed until now. Nijire, so you didn't do it on purpose? Izuku, what do you mean by purpose? Nijire, I mean, we slept together and you FANG idiot is planning a date with another girl. Izuku, of course it wasn't on purpose Nijire, I don't want to hurt any of you. The blue-haired girl noticed that the green-haired boy didn't seem like a liar, but she still gave him a small blow on the head. Izuku, and that? Nijire, for being a demon Don Juan pouting. Izuku, please Nijire, don't continue with that again. Nijire, but if that's what you are, you fool, Izuku you fool. The brunette hit him lightly on the head. After a while the brunette stops and rests her head on the protagonist's shoulder. Nijire, have you already planned where to take me to the date? Izuku, it'll be a surprise tonight. Nijire, you still don't know, right? Izuku, no, in fact I already have planned where to take you, but it will be a surprise. The brunette smiled slightly. After a few minutes, the green-haired boy arrives at Nijire's room. He was about to ask his friend for the key so he could leave her inside, but the girl stands up and starts walking normally. The green-haired man was surprised. Izuku, since when can you walk? Nijire, since I was 1 year old I think. The green-haired man let out a small laugh. He had completely fallen for Nijire's strategy. He says goodbye to Nijire to retire. The teenager is leaving but... Nijire, wait. The green-haired boy stops and turns to look at the young woman, but when he turns around, Nijire gives him a tender embrace. Nijire, if you're going to say goodbye, do it well. The green-haired man was surprised by the young woman's action. The girl was a little blushing while she was at the door of her room. Nijire, see you tomorrow. The brunette closes the door to her room. Izuku, yes. See you tomorrow. The green-haired boy begins to leave the third-year dormitories and heads to his class. It took a few minutes, but when he arrived at his class cafeteria he saw that Momo was there. Izuku, Momo? I thought you were going to go to your room. Momo, I was waiting for you. The green-haired man is surprised. Izuku, were you expecting me? Because? Momo, about Hato and Melissa, is everything okay with them? The green-haired man is surprised by the question. Izuku, of course everything is fine, was that just it? Momo, yes, that was it. Izuku, then come on, I'll walk you to your room, or do you want to go somewhere else? Momo, no the room is fine. Izuku, the green-haired boy and Momo begin to climb the stairs in silence until they reach the black-haired girl's room. When the room arrived, the green-haired boy was about to leave to go take a bath, but the raven-haired girl invited him to spend some time, so he accepted. Izuku, don't you think the room was too tight for you? Momo, yes, a little true. I didn't know the rooms were very small. Izuku, yes. It's possibly my fault. Your dad should have sent me the plans for the building, but I didn't care about the size of the rooms. Momo, it's not that big of a deal, I still have room laughing. The truth is that the bed took up most of the space. Izuku, if you want, in a while I can help you with the furniture, we could take out that bed and buy another one, what do you think? Momo, I thought it was great, but I don't want to be a bother, I mean. Don't you have your date with Melissa today? Izuku, yes, but it's at night, I have time to help you, although you should give me time to get ready. Momo, Izuku's understanding. Izuku, Momo, are you really being honest with me? When I asked you if everything was okay with Melissa and Nijire, you said yes, but I felt like it wasn't true. I want to know if you said it out of the pressure of the moment or just to not make me feel bad, or if you really feel like you want that. Izuku, Momo. The green-haired man stays for a few seconds thinking about what to say. Izuku, do you remember when I was 11 when I had to go away for a week? Momo, of course I remember that. It was so sudden that you failed an exam due to absence. They ended up scolding you for going on vacation during school time. Izuku, the truth is that that trip wasn't a vacation. Your dad made it seem like it was a vacation. The black-haired girl is surprised. Momo, what do you mean? The green-haired man takes a seat on the Raven girl's bed and she does the same. Izuku, your father organized a training trip for me that was going to last a few days, but it didn't go as they had told me and my mother. That day your father, Joe, and I went by helicopter to where it was going to be. The supposed trip, but we stopped in the middle of the road. We were flying over a large forest, and when I asked what was happening, your father threw me out of the helicopter. Momo, what did that happen? He could have killed you. Izuku, yes, but we weren't that high. The tree branches stopped my fall. Momo, but still, why didn't you say anything? How is it possible that your mother allowed that? Izuku, my mother doesn't know. Momo, but... Izuku, let me finish the story first, then ask me whatever you want. I'm going to be honest with you about everything from now on, so let me finish this. The black-haired woman only nodded. The protagonist, upon seeing the gesture of the jet, continued with his story. Izuku, after your father threw me of the helicopter, I didn't understand anything. I thought it had been an accident, but then I started to see how the helicopter was moving away. I spent a whole week surviving with what I found, surviving the animals that attacked me, but I made it. After spending a whole week in that Deepening forest, I managed to get out, but I fainted. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw that I was in a helicopter and your father and Joe were with me. I was about to complain to them, but your father told me that I had failed the test, that I should have done it in 3 days. Not since I did not meet your father's expectations, he made me train my gift until I reached my limit and fainted from BLD loss. Momo, oh my god. Izuku, since that day, I tried strong to meet his expectations and I put limits between you and me so as not to get distracted. And also because your father scared me a little back then. That was my first trip of vacations I had, but I had many more until we started studying here and they just ended there. The black-haired girl grabs the green-haired man's hand. Momo, sorry, I didn't know what my father did to you. The black-haired woman increasingly discovered things about her father that made her angry. How is it possible that she could do that to an 11-year-old child? Izuku, you don't have to apologize, it wasn't your fault and I don't hold a grudge against your father either. Momo, what? After everything he did to you. Izuku, Momo. He saved my family, it's impossible for me to hate him. The black-haired woman was perplexed by the protagonist's statement. How is it possible that she did not realize that her father was hurting her? He wasn't helping him, he was creating a faithful dog. Momo, Izuku, you will be mine one day. Izuku, of course I know Momo, but that's years away. Momo, I promise you that I will do everything possible to make you mine as soon as possible. I will not let you remain my father's. Be a little patient, I promise I'll get you away from him. Izuku. The black-haired girl grabs both of the green-haired boy's cheeks and looks him in the eyes. His black eyes, which seemed to contain a universe of mystery and depth, penetrated the emerald eyes of the protagonist. Izuku felt trapped in the girl's gaze, as if he were being absorbed by the radiance of her eyes. Momo, for that I need you to be totally honest with me, to open up to me. Don't feel this as if it were a responsibility, but feel it because you really want to. So Izuku, what do you think of me? The green-haired man remained silent for a moment, looking into his friend's eyes, as if he were hypnotized by her aura. Izuku, I feel that just as you have great virtues, you have flaws. For me, you are a great person who cares about others and tries to help them, you are a sincere person and you are my best friend that I can always count on. But you also have several defects, because to be one of the most intelligent I know you are a big fool, you are also stubborn and sometimes I wish you would pay more attention to me when it comes to your safety. But still, with all those flaws, for me you are perfect just the way you are. The black-haired woman was left speechless and hugged her friend, who reciprocated the hug. The warm hug makes them both feel good about finally being able to be honest with each other. The black-haired girl finally longed for this moment, in which both teenagers could open up to each other, so she decided to take a step forward. Momo, Izuku. Izuku. Momo, I felt like I had to tell you, I don't expect you to reciprocate me yet, but I just felt like I had to let it go, let it out. At first I only considered you a friend, but in the last year I realized that I didn't see you that way. But he saw you with other types of eyes. The green-haired man remained silent for a few seconds while he looked at the black-haired girl's face with complete tranquility. Izuku, I already knew. After the sports festival I realized that you liked me. The black-haired woman was surprised but her expression didn't change. Izuku, you know that I can't reciprocate because of your father, right? The black-haired woman just nods. Izuku, then why are you confessing to me? Momo, I just wanted to tell you, I wanted to let it out. Like I told you, I don't expect you to reciprocate, but I want to hear your answer, not now, nor tomorrow. The green-haired man understands what he means and smiles at him. Both teenagers remain silent. The protagonist felt that he had to leave, but he had to ask his friend something first, but it would be very uncomfortable to do so now. The black-haired woman notices her friend's discomfort. Momo, did I make you feel uncomfortable? Izuku, not at all, shaking his hands, it's just that. Momo, it's okay, just say it. Remember that you're being honest with me. Izuku, it's just. I wanted to ask your permission to go out on a date with Melissa-chan and Nijire. I mean I won't be in the UA during that time. So it would not be of service and… The green-haired man stopped when he saw how the black-haired girl had laughed. Momo, it's okay, don't worry about it. Izuku, are you sure? You won't be able to go out at night. Momo, okay. But with one condition. Izuku, which one? Momo, go on a date with me. The green-haired boy remained silent for a few seconds and when he was about to respond, he was interrupted by his friend. Momo, I was just teasing you, I'm not going to blackmail you into going on a date with me, laughing, of course you can go. Izuku, thanks Momo. Momo, but remember, one day I'm going to earn a place in your heart. Our protagonist was outside the UA dormitories, he was waiting at the entrance. It was already night, there was no one else near him. Melissa, sorry to keep you waiting. The green-haired man turns around and sees the blonde. You could tell he was waiting for this, it was impeccable. You could tell that the girl had taken her time getting ready, she was totally appealing. When the protagonist looks at her, he is amazed to see his friend that way, he had never seen her that way. Melissa? Izuku? Izuku? Yes, sorry, it's just that. You are very appealing tonight, Melissa-chan. The blonde blushed slightly. Melissa, Tage, thank you, you look pretty too. The green-haired man smiled and approached the blonde. Izuku, thank you. Shall we go? Melissa, safe. The green-haired man and the blonde began to walk. Melissa, by the way, where are we going? Izuku, it's a surprise. Melissa, and don't you want to give me a clue? Izuku, you'll like it. Melissa, oh come on, is that the clue? Izuku, you'll guess it very easily if I give you a clue. Curiosity invaded the teenager. She tried to guess the place, but she couldn't even get close to where the green-haired boy would take her. After a while they arrived at the place, the blonde was excited to see it. Melissa, a fair? Excited, I have wanted to come to one for a long time. Izuku, glad you like it, shall we go in? The green-haired man offered his hand to his friend, which she gladly took and they began to enter the place. The bustle of the crowd, the colorful lights and the enticing aroma of the food stalls created a vibrant and energetic atmosphere. While they were looking at the different stalls there were, one caught the blonde's attention. The stalls sold hats, headbands, stuffed animals and among various other things. Izuku, do you like any? The green-haired man pointed to some headbands shaped like animal ears, since the blonde seemed to be looking at those accessories a lot. The girl nodded, deciding which one to take. Izuku, come on, choose the one you want, I'll invite you. Melissa, the man at the stand grabs the two headbands that the blonde pointed out to him. Izuku, two? Melissa, so we can play, smiling. The green-haired man let out a small laugh. Izuku, okay, let's go play. The green-haired man paid for the headbands. The blonde grabbed one of the headbands and approached the green-haired man. Melissa, can you put it on for me? Izuku, of course. The green-haired man grabs a headband and puts it on the blonde. The headbands were made of cat ears. Melissa, how do I look? Izuku, you look cute. The white color makes you look adorable. The green-haired man caresses his cheek as he tells him. The blonde blushed slightly. Melissa, let me help you too. The teenager takes the other headband and puts it on the green-haired boy's head. She is surprised at how the protagonist looked. Melissa, you look wonderful. Izuku, do you think? Melissa, yes, you look very cute. The green-haired man laughed nervously at the compliments he gave him. They continued strolling through the stalls and began playing classic games, competing with each other in hoop throwing and target shooting. They were both laughing and joking while trying to win the awards, but it seemed like that would never happen because they were both terrible. After losing so much, they decided to go to the attractions, where they went on the roller coaster. The two young people were laughing and shouting excitedly on the roller coaster. After getting off the roller coaster, they got hungry, so they decided to explore the food stalls. The teens shared cotton candy and popcorn while they chatted and laughed, enjoying each other's company. Melissa, Izuku, let's go to that one. The blonde pointed out a place where you have to shoot down some ducks with a water gun. Izuku, okay, let's go. They both approached the position and the first to try was Melissa, who lost, and the boy tried too, but he still lost. The protagonist turned to see the blonde who had her gaze glued to a stuffed panda, but grabbed her hand to go to another stall. The green-haired boy stopped her and told her that he was going to try one more time, so the green-haired boy took a deep breath and with the help of his gift he directed the water shots at the ducks. The green-haired man and the blonde were excited since it was the first time they had won. Owner, choose your prize, you can choose anyone. The green-haired boy discreetly looked at the blonde who was looking excitedly at the panda stuffed animal, so he smiled and pointed to that stuffed animal. The stall owner hands him the stuffed animal. Izuku, here, I'll give it to you. Melissa, are you sure? We've been trying to beat the position for hours. Izuku, of course, keep it. Melissa, thank you. Melissa was happy for the gift the green-haired boy gave her and hugged him. The green-haired boy reciprocates the hug and they continue walking through the fair until they reach the last attraction they had left, the Ferris wheel. They both wait a little in line and after a certain time they can go up. They both sat next to each other. While the game gradually increased, the blonde decided to make her move and got up from the seat to sit on the green-haired boy's legs, looking at him face to face. Izuku, Melissa-chan? What are you doing? They both had a slight blush on their cheeks, but it was getting intensified when the teenagers started to shake her hips a little. Izuku, Melissa-chan, what are you really doing? That we are in public. Melissa, I don't see anyone. Izuku, I mean we're outdoors. Melissa, so can we do this in private? Izuku, that's not what I mean. The green-haired man was silent for a second. Izuku, I think we should stop. Melissa, are you sure that your friend downstairs seems to have a different opinion? The green-haired boy got a little nervous and started to get stuck while speaking, but he stopped when he felt Melissa's lips on his mouth. At first he was surprised, but he began to reciprocate the embrace, which increasingly began to intensify. When they separated their lips, they were breathing a little heavily. Melissa brings her face closer and puts her forehead on the green-haired man's forehead. Melissa, Izuku, yo? Melissa, what relationship do you have with her? With Hado? The question took the boy by surprise. Izuku, we're friends, of course. The green-haired man looks away, but the blonde draws his chin and they return to the same position as before. Melissa, you lie. I'm not stupid, Izuku. Izuku, we really are just friends, Melissa-chan. Or so I think. Melissa, so you sleep with your friends? The green-haired man looked surprised. Melissa, I told you, I'm not stupid. Your clothes, the way you dressed in the cafeteria. And let's not talk about how you couldn't walk. Izuku, it's just that. Melissa, also because you invited Hato first if we were in front of you, it seemed like they had been together since earlier. The teenager didn't want to admit it, but she was a little jealous all day. She was not one of the people who was jealous, as she had said before, but when faced with the situation itself, she realized that she was a little jealous. Or maybe he didn't like the idea of it being with her, Hato Nijire. Melissa, so be honest, Izuku. What relationship do you have with Hato? Izuku, I don't know. We got carried away at the moment. But we are friends. Close friends. The girl embraces the green-haired man again. Each time the embraces become more and more aggressive. Melissa, who do you prefer of the two? With heavy breathing, the protagonist once again avoids looking. Melissa grabs his cheeks and they look at each other face to face. You could see on the green-haired man's face that he had a little anguish. Melissa, okay, don't answer, but take charge. The blonde started to embrace the green-haired man again, but he separated for a second. Izuku, take care of what? Breathing. Melissa, from my jealousy. They both started embracing again. Each time the embraces were more intense and aggressive on the part of the girl. The girl embraced him as if she were marking territory. It seemed like an eternity what they were doing, that they didn't realize that the game was over. Worker, cough cough. The teenagers were not paying attention to their surroundings and were in their world. The worker coughed heavily again and the green-haired man noticed and separated from the embrace. Melissa, what's going on? Gasping for lack of air. Worker, your shift is over. Both teens had a blush on their face and separated. The two were a little embarrassed and left the attraction. The worker approaches the green-haired man and points out his friend who was fully awake. The protagonist didn't say anything and tried to cover it with his hands while leaving the attraction. The teenagers could feel the gazes of the people who were waiting in line. It seemed that everyone realized something. They listened to the laughter and the occasional comment that the ladies made. The boy puts the girl down and they start walking back to the UA holding hands. The teenager was in a very good mood. She marked her territory and that feeling of demps she had in the alley made her feel good. Although the green-haired man was still agitated after what happened, he tried to hide it, but he was too hot. As soon as they arrived at the bedrooms, the green-haired boy was trying to find a way to hide his little friend. The blonde noticed and gave a mischievous smile. The teenager hands him her bag that carried her stuffed animal that they won at the fair. Melissa, take it from me, maybe it will help you. The green-haired man didn't say a word and began carrying his bag. They both passed through the dining room, where as fate would have it, the majority of the class were hanging out. The two teenagers passed in silence and began to climb the stairs until they reached Melissa's bedroom door. Melissa, it's been an incredible night, thank you Izuku. Izuku, yes, it has been. The green-haired man passes his bag to his friend. The blonde noticed that the protagonist was still strong and looked at him with a mischievous smile for what he had achieved. Melissa, do you want to come in? The green-haired man did not say anything and remained silent, but he began to nod slightly. Izuku, yes. Melissa, what? I can't hear you. Izuku, yes. I want to come in. The blonde smiled. Melissa, I have to get up early tomorrow, so let's save it for the next appointment. The blonde gave the green-haired boy a small and tender embrace. Melissa, good night, Izuku. Izuku, yes. Good night, Melissa-chan. The blonde closes the door and the green-haired boy stays still for a few seconds without moving until he lets out a small sigh and heads to his room. Izuku, I have to take a cold shower. The protagonist opens the door to his room and enters. The room was dark, so he closed the door and turned on the light. When he turns on the light, he is surprised by what he sees. Izuku Nijire? The brunette was sitting on her bed while carrying pajamas with her. Nijire, hello Izuku, until you finally arrive. Izuku, you, how did you get in? Nijire, through the window. if you want some advice, you shouldn't leave it open. People can enter without you knowing. Izuku, yes, but what are you doing here? Nijire, I was bored and I thought I'd give you a surprise, so... Surprise. Izuku, were you with the light off all this time? Nijire, of course not, I turned them off when I heard you and her walking up the stairs. Izuku, I see. Next time don't enter through the window. I have an extra set of keys if you want them. Nijire, so already thinking about the future, laughing. Izuku, that's not what I meant. Entering through windows is dangerous and I trusted you, so I don't mind you having the keys to my room. Nijire, doesn't it bother you? Izuku, no, of course not. The keys are in my desk drawer. Nijire, and your little friend downstairs bothers you? The green-haired boy was embarrassed and covered it with both hands. Nijire, oh come on, as if I hadn't seen you. Izuku, I'm coming back, I'm going to take a shower. Nijire, wait. The green-haired man stayed still while the teenager approached him. The girl walked around this pair, then hugged him from behind and rubbed her friend. Nijire, you look so cute with those cat ears, smiling playfully. The dazzling flash of dawn infiltrated the curtains of the room, illuminating it slightly. Midoriya got up. With a sleepy yawn, the protagonist slowly opened his eyes. The teenager was sleeping, cuddling with his blue-haired friend. Izuku, Nijire, are you awake? The teenager moved a little and turned around to hug the green-haired man face to face. Nijire, 5 more minutes. The brunette began to snuggle into the protagonist's arms. The green-haired boy caresses her hair and tries to get up without waking her. When he manages to get up, he realizes that he had gotten up early on a Sunday, so he gets dressed and leaves the room to go to the kitchen. When you get to the kitchen, you take out a couple of ingredients and start cooking breakfast. He was totally alone, no one but him was up at that time. A few minutes later, he begins to hear someone arrive, and out of the corner of his eye he realizes that it was Uraraka. He begins to plate breakfast on 4 plates, and when he turns to pick up the plates, his gaze meets the girl's. They both looked at each other for a few seconds and then continued with their thing. The protagonist finishes plating and eats one and then begins to clean the dishes. When he finished washing, he realized that the brunette was looking at him, and when he turned to see her, she looked away. The green-haired man let out a sigh and grabbed the 3 plates to start returning to the bedrooms, but when he was about to leave, he stopped at the brunette's table and left a plate. Izuku, Uraraka. The protagonist looks at his partner, who tried not to see his face. Uraraka, what is happening? Izuku, I wasn't in my best state when I told you and the rest of the class that I didn't care about them, and that if necessary I would sacrifice them, and that I didn't consider them my classmates. Uraraka, what are you trying to get at with all this? Izuku, I wanted to apologize, not everything I said was true. To tell the truth, I do consider you a friend. Or well, I considered you a friend. I hurt you, like the rest of the class, and I don't expect you to forgive me for what I'm saying. I just wanted you to know. The protagonist grabs the plates and begins to leave, but stops when he hears the brunette's voice and turns to look at him. Uraraka, Midoriya. The brunette was no longer avoiding her gaze, she was looking into the eyes of the one who was once her friend. Uraraka, when I was fighting Toga and I saw you pass by, I was happy at first. I thought that you would help me defeat her so that we could rescue the rest of our companions, but when I saw that you completely ignored me and continued walking by, I thought that you had not seen me. I wished it were like that. Later in the hospital, when you told us everything, I realized that you had seen me. But you ignored me to save Yaoyorozu. Izuku. Uraraka, I don't blame you for that. You just wanted to rescue her and I'm trying to understand it, since as you said, you work for her as her bodyguard, but what hurt me the most was that you told me that she wasn't your friend. That everything we went through, everything we had, didn't all that mean anything to you? If you're telling me that wasn't true, then why did you say it? Why did you say you didn't care about us? Are you just saying this because you feel guilty or because everyone is ignoring you? Are you really serious or are you just saying it to feel good about yourself? If you want to feel good about yourself, then I forgive you, but don't talk to me again. Tears began to flow down the brunette's face. Izuku, Uraraka. I'm not doing it to feel better about myself. What I did will always haunt me and I know I failed you and the entire class. What we went through together does mean something to me. I really considered you a friend and I know that I hurt you and I will have to live with it along with everything I have done wrong in my life. I said all that in the hospital because I was not well and I wanted to keep my sanity with the only thing I could hold on to in the situation, and I didn't think very well about how I would hurt those around me. Like I told you, I don't expect you to forgive me. The green-haired man began to continue walking, but the brunette had not finished speaking. Izuku Midoriya. Although I'm the one who walks away, you're the one who walks away. Izuku, I don't expect you to forgive me for my words, but for my actions. Have a good day, Izuku. Enjoy breakfast. The green-haired boy leaves and heads back to the dorms. As he goes up the stairs, he checks the time and he was right on time, since it was just the time Yaoyorozu was getting up. The protagonist approaches the girl's door and lightly type, Izuku? Izuku, good morning, Momo. I brought you breakfast. Handing him a plate, the black-haired girl is happy and accepts the dish with pleasure. Momo, thank you, Izuku. Izuku, and I served you a double portion, how you like it? Laughing slightly. The black-haired woman was a little embarrassed. Momo, it's because of my gift, you know it's because of my gift. Izuku, I know, I just missed this. I missed being able to bother you. The black-haired woman inflates her cheeks and makes a tender pout. Izuku, yes, that's what I expected, laughing. The green-haired man started to laugh a little. The black-haired girl, seeing how her friends smiled and laughed happily, couldn't help but smile. Momo, dumb Izuku, do you want to hang out? Izuku, no thanks, I'm busy now, maybe longer, after training. Momo, yes of course. Izuku, see you later, Momo. Momo, yes, see you later. Izuku. The green-haired man enters his room and sees that Nijire was awake, but still lying in bed. Nijire, where did you go? Izuku, I went down to. Nijire, come lie down with me a little longer. I'm cold. The blue-haired girl pouted and indicated to the green-haired boy to sleep with her for a while longer. Izuku, your breakfast is going to get cold, leaving the plate on the desk. Nijire, did you make me breakfast? The teenager stood up in a very good mood and sat down in the desk chair. Izuku, of course, I thought you were going to be hungry. Nijire, and you're not going to eat with me? Izuku, I already had breakfast downstairs while you were sleeping. Nijire, here, eat some. The girl handed him the chopsticks with food. Izuku, but I already had breakfast. Nijire, eat a little more, you're very skinny now, say all. The boy didn't want to, but the teenager shook her chopsticks while she started humming the little airplane. The young man just let out a sigh and let the girl feed him. Nijire, so you only do it if they make you a plane, smiling mockingly. Izuku, you're wrong. Blushed. Nijire, you don't have to be ashamed of that, I can do it to you as many times as you want. The blue-haired girl started to laugh at the situation. The green-haired boy was embarrassed at first, but he let it go and started joking about it. Both teenagers started chatting while the brunette ate breakfast. Time flew by and Nijire had to go back to her room. The green-haired boy opened the window to say goodbye to her, but she started to leave through the door, so the green-haired boy was surprised and began to follow her quickly to stop her. The protagonist reaches her and stops her arm. Izuku, what are you doing? They can see you. You have to leave through the window, like you came in. The brunette smiled tenderly. The girl continued walking, while Izuku followed her to stop her. Izuku, Nijire, the whole class should be in the dining room by now, everyone will see you. Nijire, that's the idea. The girl takes him by the hand and they start walking together. Izuku, it's in pajamas. Nijire, we're in pajamas. The protagonist tried to convince her to stop, but she didn't want to. As soon as they get to the dining room, they see that a large part of the class was there. Everyone had a surprised look on their faces. The unknown girl from yesterday was coming out of their dorms. The blue-haired girl and the green-haired boy continued walking until a boy with glasses stood in front of them. Ida, excuse me, what are you doing here? A stranger can't be here. Nijire, I'm not a stranger, I'm also a UA student, plus Izuku comes with me. Ida, but... The blue-haired boy remains silent and looks askance at the green-haired boy. He doesn't say anything else and moves out of the way. The entire class watched Nijire and Izuku walk hand in hand to the exit of the dorms. Melissa, now do you understand why I proposed it to you? Momo, yes. Melissa, so what's your answer? The black-haired woman remained silent as she watched her friend walk hand in hand with Hato. Momo, I'm in. Meanwhile, with the green-haired boy and the blue-haired girl, they were talking on the way to the third-year dormitories. Izuku, Nijire, why did you do that? Now rumors are going to spread. Nijire, I don't care about rumors. Izuku, what? Really? Nijire, yes, I stopped caring a long time ago. The brunette changed her face to a worried one. Nijire, are you worried about the rumors? You should have stopped me. I didn't ask you if you cared. We could do something to fix the misunderstanding. I mean, it's not much to explain. I don't know we could. The blue-haired girl started to get nervous trying to figure out how to solve this, but the green-haired boy started to laugh. Izuku, don't worry, I don't care about the rumors either. I was just worried that they would affect you. The brunette sighed in relief and squeezed the greenhead's hand harder, so they wouldn't let go. Time passed. It was already night and the protagonist had dressed in a casual and comfortable way. She puts on some perfume and leaves the room. When he arrives at the dining room, he sees that Momo and Melissa were chatting. They both noticed him, so they approached. Melissa, oh Izuku, you look so handsome. Momo, you look very good. The green-haired man scratched the back of his neck. Izuku, thank you girls, smiling. Momo, we came up with a way for the class to forgive you. The green-haired man is surprised and tries to stay relaxed. Melissa, it won't be easy, since it will take time, but with this you will take a big step. Izuku, and which one would it be? Momo, you have to stop being vice president. Izuku, I don't think that will solve anything. Melissa, not only that, you have to step down and apologize for everything. It won't be easy since no one will take those apologies, or well, most of them, so you will have to show that you are really sorry. Momo, not with words, but with actions. The protagonist thinks about it a little, and before he could respond, he feels arms surrounding him from behind. Nijire, hola Izuku. Izuku, hola Nijire. The blue-haired girl kept her gaze on the blonde and the black-haired girl who were in front of them. Nijire, shall we go now? To our appointment. Izuku, yes, of course, bye girls. Melissa, goodbye, Izuku. Momo, goodbye. Nijire, bye-bye, smiling. The brunette breaks away from the hug and takes his hand. Both young men leave the bedrooms, while the blonde next to the raven girl watches them leave. Melissa, Momo, yes. Melissa, start getting ready. Momo, what do you mean? Melissa, today you have to move forward with Izuku. Outside the dormitories, the green-haired boy and the light blue-haired girl were walking down the street. The protagonist could see what the girl looked like, and she looked appealing under the boy's sight. Izuku, Nijire, TVS impression Andy. The girl blushed a little. Nijire, thank you, you look cute too. We make a cute couple, don't you think? Izuku, yeah, I guess so. The girl smiled at the answers and after looking at the scar on her arm. Nijire, you know, I wanted to ask you about that scar for a long time. What happened to you? The green-haired man lets go of the girl's hand and raises his arm. Nijire, what are we? The protagonist was surprised by the sudden question. Izuku, we're friends. Nijire, I don't want to be your friend anymore. I want to be more than just a friend. The green-haired man knew what the girl was referring to. Izuku, I don't know Nijire. Melissa-chan and Momo also like me. I don't want to hurt them. Nijire, I don't care about them. I care about you. Izuku, but they are my friends. I don't hurt them. Nijire, you're right. They are your friends, let them stay that way. But you and I can be something more. The teenager had the protagonist cornered against the stands, who began to think about what she was telling him. Izuku, Nijire. Suddenly a sound came from the entrance of the training ground. Melissa, cough cough. The blonde coughed loudly to get the attention of the two young men. The green-haired man raises his gaze to try to see her. The brunette had a look of annoyance. Nijire, come back later, we're busy. Melissa, I can't, this is urgent. Izuku, what is urgent? Melissa, Momo is going out shopping at the conviviality store. Izuku, thanks for letting me know Melissa-chan. The green-haired man began to get up, carefully moving Nijire, who was on top of him. Nijire, Pero. Izuku, don't worry, I'll be right back, it won't take me long. The green-haired man got up from the stands and began to approach the blonde. Melissa, it's in the dining room. Izuku, thank you. The green-haired man quickly went to where his friend was. The brunette looked angrily at the blonde, who only saw the brunette seriously. Nijire, what do you think you're doing? I didn't interrupt you on your date with him. Melissa, are you still on your date? Sorry, I didn't realize. The brunette began to get closer and closer to the blonde. Nijire, keep playing dumb. Do you think I didn't notice how you looked at us from the window when we came back from UA? The dining room windows don't hide you, in case you didn't know. Melissa, and what does he have? Can't one watch the sunset? Nijire, yes, of course. Melissa, why are you acting like this? You're also just a friend, you should stay that way, or is that what you said? Nijire, so you were listening to us, annoyed. Melissa, yes, listen to the most important thing. Nijire, are you jealous of my date? Melissa, you were jealous of mine first. Nijire, oh please, your date was a fiasco. Melissa, what are you talking about? Izuku loved it. Nijire, he loved it so much that I had to go calm him down. Melissa, what are you talking about? If you are going to say something, say it without so much detour or noise. Nijire, Izuku. Izuku was fantastic, tasting his lip. The green-haired boy has just arrived at the dining room and sees his friend sitting on the couch reading a book. Izuku, I'm here Momo, let's go. The black-haired woman looked at him confused. Izuku, didn't you want to go shopping at the store? Melissa told me a few moments ago. Momo, oh yes, let's go. The black-haired girl understood what was happening. The blonde gave her a chance to be alone with the green-haired boy. Both teenagers left the UA and they went to a nearby convenience store. When the girl entered, she didn't know what to buy and began to walk around the aisles of the small store. While the girl was looking for what to buy, the boy bought candy and chocolate. The boy paid for both and ate the candy. Izuku, it's not as good as I thought. The teenager made a strange face, so the teenager noticed and approached him. Momo, what happened? Izuku, nothing, I just didn't like this candy at all. The boy kept eating it since in the end he paid for that candy. The girl watched intently as the boy ate the candy even though he didn't like it, because no one could take away the strange faces he made. The teenager approached the green-haired boy, looking into his eyes. The green-haired man didn't understand what he was doing. They had been in the store for 5 minutes and she still hadn't picked up something to buy. Suddenly, the Yaoyorozu leaned forward. Without warning, his lips met Midoriya's in a sudden and tender embrace. The protagonist was shocked. For a moment time seemed to stop as Izuku stood motionless, processing what had just happened. The black-haired woman slowly separated from the embrace and had a slight blush on her face. He had a mischievous smile as his eyes searched those of the protagonist. Momo, ain't it tastes like blueberry. Izuku, well, what are you doing? Really strong. Momo, I wanted to try your candy with a mischievous smile. Izuku, your dad can see us. The green-haired man approached the windows of the store looking to see if there was anyone spying somewhere. Momo, my dad is at home. Izuku, not your dad, but his bodyguards. Nervous, they are going to tell them. Momo, Izuku, you are the only bodyguard I have. The only ones who have threatened me are. Well, they are dead. Izuku, Pero. Momo, relax, no one here can know what's happening. The girl approaches the boy's back and hugs him. Momo, you are the only one who is taking care of me right now. There is no reason for my father to give me more bodyguards. Izuku, you're right. But the protagonist turns to look at the black-haired girl who was looking into his eyes while he was surrounded by her arms. Momo, Izuku, just let yourself go. The black-haired girl embraced him again, and this time the green-haired boy reciprocated it. The embrace was soft and tender at first, but it became more and more intense and passionate. Their lips were in perfect sync, exploring and savoring every inch. When they finally separated, their foreheads rested gently, feeling each other's breath. Momo, you took my candy from me. Izuku, it was mine from the beginning. You want it back? Momo, yes. Izuku, come and take it from me. Both teenagers share a passionate embrace again until the black-haired girl finally manages to take the candy from the green-haired boy. Momo, now it's mine. Both young people were in romantic mode until the cashier started coughing, so they realized they weren't in the place for that, so they separated and continued. They were going to leave, but the green-haired boy told her that he had not bought anything, so the girl grabbed a candy and bought it. The teenagers returned back to the dormitories in silence, and upon arriving at the class cafeteria, they see Melissa and Nijire with some ice packs on their faces. Izuku, but what happened? Who did this to them? Neither of them said anything. Momo, are you okay? Neither of them answered anything. Uraraka, they were fighting among themselves, I had to separate them. The green-haired man was surprised and looked at both women who only avoided looking at him. The teenager gave a small sigh and looked at how both girls' faces were damaged and their heads were lowered so as not to see him. The protagonist approaches the blonde and takes her chin to get a good look at her face. Izuku, the good thing is that it didn't leave a mark. The green-haired man saw the girl's face in detail while he caressed her hair. The blonde was surprised and her eyes became crystal clear at the green-haired boy's action. The brunette, upon hearing that the protagonist cared about the blonde and not about her, became sad as she looked at the ground. He just wanted to go away. The teary eyes didn't take long to arrive. At any moment he felt like he was going to cry, but he felt a hand on his chin that gently pulled his gaze upwards. It was the protagonist who looked up at him to check his face. Izuku, your face will surely hurt tomorrow. At first glance, the brunette had a more damaged face than the blonde. Izuku, why is your face so damaged? The protagonist carefully checked the blue-haired girl's face while he wiped her eyes that were about to cry. Melissa, embarrassed, I used my gift accidentally. Izuku, what? Nijire, yes, he's a cheater, the fight was ungifted. Melissa, I really didn't want to. I accidentally occupied it, I'm sorry Hato. Izuku, the good thing is that recovery girl's help is not necessary, it will heal on its own. The protagonist continued to look delicately at the blue-haired girl's face. Izuku, and why were they fighting? Both girls stayed silent and looked at each other for a few seconds. The brunette who had been there was going to say what happened, but before she could speak, the blonde came forward. Melissa, for nothing. Izuku, how so? Nijire, it wasn't for nothing. It was just because of some girl nonsense, you wouldn't understand. Izuku, so they came to this because of something stupid? Both girls looked at each other, they had a look of complicity. Nijire/Melissa? See. The green-haired man just sighed, he wasn't going to get them both to say what really happened. The brunette who was going to tell what she saw decided to remain silent when she saw that both girls decided that nothing happened. The green-haired boy stopped checking the blue-haired girl's face and started looking for something from his pocket. Izuku, here, I know you like chocolate so I brought you this one. The green-haired boy passes the chocolate he brought to the blue-haired girl. Nijire, thank you. Izuku, Melissa-chan, I didn't buy it for you, I'm sorry, next time I promise to bring you one too. Melissa, don't worry about that. Thanks anyway. The brunette opened the chocolate and stared at it for a second before looking at the blonde. Nijire, hey Shield. Do you want chocolate? The blonde looked at her for a few seconds. Melissa, okay, thank you Hato. The brunette splits the chocolate in half and invites the blonde. Melissa, you can tell me Melissa. If that suits you. Nijire, and you can call me Nijire. Only if it suits you too, Melissa. Melissa, of course. Nijire. Izuku, it's good that you guys got ready. I was thinking about cooking something, are you guys hungry? The blue-haired girl and the blonde nodded shyly while the black-haired girl approached the protagonist excitedly. Momo, let me help you. Izuku, no, this time let me cook for everyone, as a thank you for what they have done for me. The green-haired man looked smiling at the black-haired girl who only nodded and sat at the table to look at him from afar while he checked that the girls were okay. The brunette, who had witnessed part of the fight, was relieved that it had been resolved without any further problems, so she was about to leave, but someone grabbed her arm to stop her. Izuku, Uraraka, you too, stay and eat something. The brunette remained silent as she watched the protagonist's hand holding her arm. Izuku noticed that and quickly removed his hand. Uraraka, no thanks, I'm not hungry. The brunette turned around and was about to leave, but her stomach began to give her away. Everyone stayed silent. Uraraka. Izuku, the offer still stands. The brunette didn't say anything else and sat at the table with the other girls. The green-haired man got to work while he started cooking under the gaze of the girls who looked at him from time to time from the dining room. The 5 young people had a nice dinner on their last day before returning to school. Izuku was sitting at the head of a dining table, surrounded by a dark and silent atmosphere. There was no light, only a lamp that illuminated the green-haired boy next to part of the table. The table was covered with a white tablecloth, decorated with elegant plates and cutlery. The protagonist had a feeling of restlessness. While observing the lonely environment he found himself in, he suddenly felt arms hugging him from behind. The protagonist already knew who he was. There was no need to turn around to know who he was. This dream was not the first time I had it, but it had been a few days since I had it. Izuku, Toga Himiko. Toga, did you miss me? Izuku. Toga, that's bad. I did miss you. My favorite assassin. The blonde rests her head on the teenager's shoulder and starts playing with his hair. Toga, it's been a while since you came to see me. I felt so alone without you. You know I don't like being alone. Remember that? The green-haired man maintained a neutral expression. The blonde who was behind him began to crawl and sat on the protagonist's lap. The protagonist, looking at her, sees that the girl was covered in BLD with half her body and face burned. Toga, do you like the way I look? It's your favorite. Like you left me last time. Izuku. The green-haired man remained silent while the blonde grabbed the protagonist's chin with her hands so that he could see her. Toga, why are you so quiet? You should be more courteous with visitors. Killer. The girl who had grabbed the boy's chin looked at the dining room table, where the light spread across the table and there were all the people that the protagonist had killed, the League of Villains had once met. Further, each of the members of the League was in the way Izuku had killed them. Everyone looked at them in silence, watching him carefully with judging glances. A powerful noise began to sound throughout the environment. It was the alarm that the protagonist had set and it had just brought him out of sleep. The green-haired man just let out a long sigh and turned off the alarm that indicated that it was 5 in the morning. The protagonist turns to look at his bed and realizes that he is alone, so he senses that thanks to Nijire he did not have that dream for a few days. The boy gets up and begins his new routine. He exercises for an hour, which consists of running only. After that he takes a bath and gets ready to start the day. The boy took advantage of making breakfast for himself and his friends, so at 7, the 3 of them were having breakfast in the dormitory dining room and then went to class and stayed talking there. They were the first to arrive and after a while their classmates began to come little by little and finally their teacher. Before the teacher starts the class, the green-haired boy asks for a little time to give a few words, so the sensei agrees and the protagonist stands forward in front of everyone. Izuku, I renounce being the vice president of the class. I am not suitable for the position. A vice president should be someone they trust. Clearly I am not that one. Nobody said anything, everyone was silent. Izuku, also. I wanted to apologize to everyone for my behavior that I had in the hospital and also for what happened in the camp. I don't expect you to forgive me and if you want to hate me, here I am and I will be there for the next 3 years. I only ask that you give me a chance to show you that I am truly sorry. With nothing more to say, the protagonist returned to his position. Everything was silent until some applause was heard that disconcerted everyone. Mineta had started to applaud. The green-haired man just laughed and returned to his seat. Aizawa, well, I don't care who will be the next vice president but do it quickly, you have 5 minutes. The class began to organize and by everyone's decision, it was decided that he would be one of those who went to rescue Bakugo, since they were the only ones to try to do something and the others stayed silent, knowing what they were going to do. The vote was between Ida, Kirishima, Melissa and Todoroki. At the end of the vote Melissa won, who was in a fight with Kirishima, but the blonde ended up winning since the others considered that the experience she would have would be good. Basically they voted her for old. The day continued as normal. There were a few uncomfortable looks between the green-haired boy and some of his classmates, but he accepted it. The only strange thing that happened to him was that his classmate Aoyama approached him and thanked him. He didn't understand what he meant, but it was obvious that his partner was grateful to him. In the last class, everyone was practicing a special move for provisional licenses. Only there was a problem for our protagonist. Izuku, Aizawa-sensei, Yokkei Hago? Aizawa, what do you mean? Get practicing with the rest. Izuku, I already have several special moves. Aizawa, really? Izuku, yes. Aizawa, and do they have names? Izuku, no. I think shouting the name of the skill will only alert the villains. The black-haired man sighed heavily. Aizawa, I won't deny that, but we are heroes of Midoriya, we must inspire people. Izuku, the green-haired man remains silent for a moment. Aizawa, go and help the rest of your classmates. That will do you good. Izuku, entendido, sensei. Aizawa, and think about names for your special attacks. The green-haired man began to walk towards his companions who seemed to need help. He approached Shoji who seemed complicated. Izuku, do you need help? Shoji, no, not at all. The green-haired boy understood this and continued to support his teammates as much as he could. Several had rejected him, but others accepted his help. Ida, Midoriya, I need your help. The green-haired man approached his companion. Izuku, well, how can I help you? Ida, I need a partner to serve as an obstacle. Could you with your gift create a difficult area to run in? Izuku, okay, but how will that help you create the special attack? Ida, it will help me use my gift in complex areas. Izuku, get to the point. Ida, what do you want to tell me? Ida, I saw that no one accepted your help, so I tried to ask you for help to make you feel better. Izuku, no need, rejection doesn't bother me. Ida, you know, this morning when you said what happened at the camp, I got a little angry. Izuku. Ida, but I remembered what really happened and I remembered how at first you were overwhelmed until Mineta helped you. It must have been difficult for you too, right? Izuku. Ida, it's okay that you don't want to talk about it. At that moment I was a little blinded and blamed you for no reason. You are also a student just like us. Even if you are a bodyguard, you are still our partner. Izuku, thank you Ida. Ida, now I'll leave you alone, you have more important things to do. The green-haired man was about to leave, but thinking about it, he stayed. Izuku, did you say to make you an area with obstacles? Ida, yes, but... The green-haired boy put his hands on the ground and tried to collect as much water as possible from the humidity just as he made a pipe explode. It occupied the water and created a large ice field. Along with water wells and elevations, it also made the area uneven and imperfect. Izuku, is that okay? Ida, yes, it's perfect Midoriya, thank you. The green-haired man left after he fixed the pipe with a little ice, although that was going to last a couple of hours before the ice melted, but it's something. The green-haired man continued to offer his help, until someone else called him. Kaminari, hey. Midoriya. Izuku, I'm going. The green-haired man approached his partner. Kaminari, could you help me? Izuku, of course, what? Kaminari, I want to have better control of my gift. I can't control it if I don't have a support item. Izuku, and how can I help you? Kaminari, you have great control of your gift. I thought you could help me with mine. The protagonist thinks a little. Izuku, your electricity goes in any direction, right? Kaminari, yes, and when I create strong electric shocks it gives me a short circuit. Izuku, you can concentrate your gift on a single point, release it in one area of your body, or you could constantly release a small charge of energy that would serve as armor. Kaminari, what do you mean by concentrating on a single point? I can't do that without a supporting article. Izuku, I mean this. The protagonist uses his partner's sweat and creates water claws. Izuku, concentrate your gift on your fists and constantly release energy from them. It would have to be at a small magnitude or else you would lose control and it would go out in all directions. For now it would serve you to attack at close range, but with a little practice, I think you could be able to launch lightning bolts from your fists. The blonde thought a little and tested what his partner told him. He concentrated as much as he could and the electricity began to come out little by little, surrounding his fists next to his forearms. Izuku, that, but try not to let the electricity reach your forearms. The blonde tried to concentrate more of his energy, but that was as far as it went. Kaminari, I can't concentrate anymore. Izuku, Then keep it like that, with practice you will achieve it. Kaminari, thank you Midoriya, I think I can use my gift in several ways I hadn't thought of. You just gave me a great idea. Izuku, let's put it to the test, Kaminari. The green-haired boy collects water like his arms and freezes it on his forearms to simulate a boxing spotlight glove. Izuku, attack me with your new attack. Kaminari, as you order. The blonde boy uses his new attack and hits his partner on the ice. The ice breaks and he hits his forearms. The green-haired man felt an electric current throughout his body. Kaminari, Midoriya, are you well? Izuku, yes, of course, your attack does not have a very strong charge, but with several blows of this magnitude you could incapacitate the enemy. With a little practice it could be a fatal blow. Kaminari, thank you Midoriya. I will train strong for the provisional exam. Izuku, don't worry, Kaminari, keep trying. The green-haired man turns his back and begins to leave. Kaminari, Midoriya. The green-haired boy turns again to where the blonde boy. Izuku, Kaminari, you also give your all in the provisional exams, give your all together with the whole class. As classmates, because that's what we are, classmates, right? The green-haired man couldn't help but smile at what the blonde was referring to. Izuku, of course Kaminari. The green-haired man retreated, leaving his companion. He continued to offer his help to those who needed it. The week flew by and Friday had arrived. Everyone had just trained their special attacks strong and the end of class came, so everyone would return to the dining room to rest and chat with each other. Izuku was returning to Momo and Melissa, but at the door was Nijire, who was apparently waiting for them. Nijire, hello Izuku. Hello girls. Izuku/Melissa, hola Nijire. Momo, hello Hato. Nijire, I need to talk to you in private. The green-haired boy looked at his friends for a moment and none of them seemed to want to. Izuku, of course, let's go to my room. Everyone went to the protagonist's room. The blue-haired girl was serious, so the green-haired boy sensed that it was something important. Upon arriving at the room, the blue-haired girl was silent. Izuku, paso algo Nijire? Nijire, yes, I think it's time. The green-haired man was surprised by the words. Izuku, time for what? The brunette looked at both girls. It was the first time that Izuku saw the girl that way. Nijire, you have to choose one. The protagonist was surprised, while the girls became serious at the words and took Nijire's side. Melissa, Nijire is right, it's time for you to choose. The green-haired man remained silent as he watched the faces of his friends. They all had a serious expression, trying to hide the anxiety of knowing whether or not they were going to be chosen. Melissa, before you choose, I want to tell you that Momo and I come together, we are a 2x1. The green-haired man is confused and surprised at the same time. Perhaps both girls wanted to go out with him at the same time. Nijire, hey, that's cheating. Momo, it's not cheating, it's called strategy. Nijire, it's not worth making alliances. Melissa, and who decided that? The brunette had gotten upset with both girls and they started arguing. The discussion had escalated and everyone looked at where the green-haired boy was so he could decide. But the protagonist was no longer there, he was gone. Nijire, he left. Melissa, yes, because you started arguing. Nijire, you guys started it. It's not fair what they did. Melissa, we don't see anything wrong with it. Nijire, you. While the two of them were arguing, there was one who was silent thinking about everything. The blonde realizes this and stops arguing with Nijire and looks at her. The brunette saw that the girl stopped arguing with her and looked at her friend, so she decided to talk to her. Nijire, Yayarozu, you speak too. Don't you like Izuku? Melissa, Momo, don't be shy and say what you think. Momo, I think making him choose will only lead to guilt and loss. That choice would be cruel and painful for all of us, including Izuku. If he decides on something, it has to be because he took the initiative. Nijire, so what do you suggest? The black-haired woman looked at the blonde for a second and understood what she meant. Melissa just lets out a sigh. Melissa, share it. What do you say, Nijire? The brunette is surprised. Nijire, how indecent. The blonde just clicked her tongue. Melissa, you are not obliged to accept. Nijire, I didn't say I didn't accept. But, meanwhile, the protagonist had escaped and was at the exit of the UA. I needed a little time to think it over. Izuku, and now what do I do? At the exit of the UA, Mineta was found eating ice cream. Izuku, Mineta? What are you doing eating ice cream so late? Mineta, I was hungry. The teenager just sighed and was going to continue on his way. Mineta, hey Midoriya, do you look down? All good? The green-haired man thought about it for a moment. Izuku, if your friends proposed to you and asked you to go out with one, what would you do? Mineta, I wish I had those problems. The green-haired boy was waiting in silence for his friend's response. The purple-haired boy, noticing his friend's serious look, tried to say something to relax him. Mineta, Midoriya, as the saying goes, when in doubt, choose the busiest one. The protagonist hits his head and decides to leave. He needs to walk for a while to think carefully about what he should do. Mineta, hey Midoriya, wait, I was kidding. The green-haired boy continued on his way while his friend ate his ice cream and watched the boy walk away. The protagonist began to walk aimlessly, trying to clarify who to choose. The decision was difficult because he didn't want to hurt any of them, but they couldn't continue like this. He didn't want the girls to feel that he was playing with them. The last thing I wanted was for them to feel that way. I couldn't do that to them. Izuku, what am I going to do? The boy was walking aimlessly down the street, trying to clear his head. Several moments of his life began to pass through his head. The moments he spent with Momo, the amount of hours they spent together studying, moments they spent in their free time, training, caring, they were always together since they were 10 years old. It was impossible not to generate a feeling for her after all that time. The moments he spent with Melissa and the conversations he had with her on the phone before everything. The way she came to live with him and his mother changed her life in a few months. And the moments he spent with Nijire, who despite having known her for less than 2 months, gave him a new horizon in his life. The way she showed up and turned him around 180 degrees when he was at his worst. Each of his friends helped him in his worst moment, and now he didn't know what to do. He didn't want to have to choose just one. He didn't want to hurt them, any of the 3 of them, but it wasn't right to go out with all of them. Society would disown him and it would affect all of them. Izuku, what if? Before he could finish what he was saying, he lost concentration when he heard music. On the road there was a musician playing his guitar while asking for money. The boy stayed to listen to him for a moment while he thought about what to do. The musician noticed that the teenager had a vague look. Musician, hey boy, is everything okay? Izuku, yes, everything is fine. The green-haired boy takes out some coins and puts them in the hat that was on the ground. Musician, well, it doesn't seem like everything is fine. The protagonist remained thoughtful while watching the musician. Izuku, how much do you know about women? Musician, if I told you. I'm an expert on women. When I was your age, at least 3 a week. No, I'm lying, for a week. Izuku, and did you ever date any of them? Musician, with lots, I lived a full life, what can I tell you? Izuku, and have any of them been friends of yours? Musician, no. Izuku, why not? Musician, oh boy, how can I tell you? When I was in school, I liked my friend. I had such a good time with her. Izuku, then why didn't he go out with her? Musician, out of fear, I was afraid that she would walk away from me. But it wasn't always like that. One day I had gathered all the courage and determination to declare myself to her. But she started dating another boy that I was never able to tell her how I felt about her. Izuku. Musician, and you? Have you fallen in love with a friend? Izuku, yes, 3 in fact. Musician, wow. Izuku, the 3 of them have just proposed to me, but I don't know who to choose. They are asking me to choose one. Musician, then go out with the 3 of them. Izuku, Musician, my point is this, when it comes to love you have to take risks, you know, and forget the rest, because if you don't, you will become a person who lives his entire life with regret. I know that telling those girls that you want to date all 3 of them at the same time will be a difficult conversation to have, but you have to do it. If you want to be happy. But it's just my opinion, laughing, I know, I'm just handsome, who makes a living playing music on the street. The protagonist thinks for a moment about what he says. Izuku, thank you. Musician, No problem, young man. Any contribution is welcome? The musician began to shake his hat, so the green-haired man added another bill. Musician, thank you young man and good luck with your friends. The musician said goodbye to the young man and watched him leave while counting the money by eye. Musician, oh Harrison, you are a genius. The protagonist was already decided then, he already had his decision. The protagonist decided to return to the UA to tell the girls his decision. It had already become night, but he arrived at the UA and upon entering the dining room of his class, he saw that the three girls were talking. The three noticed his presence, they were going to say something to him, but the green-haired man approached them. Izuku, I already made a decision. The green-haired man swallowed deeply while feeling the gazes of his friends. Type, Izuku, Espera. Izuku, no, I can't keep them waiting anymore. Nijire, no really, wait a second. Izuku, I can't, I have to be honest with you. The boy takes a deep breath and looks at the three girls, each one having an expression of anguish and concern. So many thoughts were going through the girls' minds about the decision the boy could make. Izuku, I don't want you to think that I'm playing with you, that's the last thing I want you to feel. I don't want to hurt them. I just want them to be happy, to each one who helped me and took care of me when I needed it most. The green-haired man took a deep breath as he gathered the courage to say it. Izuku, I want to go out with all three, I can't choose one. Melissa, Izuku. Izuku, I know, I'm shitty that I want to date three women, but I can't choose one because all of you are special to me. I have feelings for all three of them. The protagonist closes his eyes expecting blows, but he only receives hugs. He was surprised and opened his eyes realizing that the three of them were hugging him. Izuku, what? Surprised. Momo, you barely escaped, the three of us talked about it. Melissa, it would be very cruel to make you choose. Nijire, so we decided to share with you. Izuku, are you sure? Nijire, not so much. But we can try. Melissa, yes, we will make an effort, if it doesn't work. We'll figure it out later. Momo, but you must love all three of us equally. Izuku, of course, don't doubt that. The protagonist reciprocates the hug. Everyone was happy, but there was still some awkwardness among the girls, which was normal. The protagonist noticed that feeling when Nijire hugged Momo and Melissa and vice versa. After a while they went to the jet room and on the way they could also notice a little tension, so the boy had to do something to make them get along better. Izuku, I think we should become close. The girls missed that comment. Nijire, but we're already close, right? The brunette looked at the two women who affirmed what she said. Izuku, I meant that you were close to each other. Momo, we are already close with Melissa, right? The blonde nodded at the black-haired woman's comment. Izuku, and with Nijire? Momo, well with Hato. Izuku, that's what I meant. Melissa, and what do you propose to be closer? The green-haired man smiled at the question. Izuku, by exchanging secrets we can become closer. Nijire, I don't know. I'm ashamed. Izuku, there's no need to be ashamed, I'll go first. The boy sits on the floor, just like his girlfriends. Everyone had their ears wide open to hear a secret from the protagonist. Izuku, the truth is, Momo slept with a stuffed animal until she was 14. She still has it and it's in her closet. When I helped her renovate her room, I saw him. The green-haired boy received a strong blow from the black-haired girl, who was completely red with embarrassment. Momo, reveal your own secret. Embarrassed. Both girlfriends started laughing, while the protagonist rubbed his head. The black-haired woman tried to hide her face with her hands. Nijire, well, then it's my turn. I stopped believing in Santa until I was 14 years old. The brunette had a blush while avoiding looking at the others. Melissa, oh, how does it not exist? The brunette is surprised. Nijire, I don't. If it exists, it's just... The brunette got nervous as she tried to remedy what she said, but the blonde just smiled and laughed a little. Melissa, I was kidding. I stopped believing in him until I was the blue-haired girl relaxed and also started to laugh a little, as did the green-haired boy and the black-haired girl, who had already gotten over her embarrassment a little. Momo, now it's Izuku's turn, he has to tell a secret. Izuku, I can't think of any. Let me think. Momo, then tell the reason for your scar. The protagonist was going to say something, but the brunette speaks first. Nijire, he told me it was someone else's secret, so I guess we won't be able to know. Melissa, in fact, it's my secret why he has a scar. Both women are surprised and look attentively at the blonde. Melissa, Izuku, I couldn't tell anyone about this, because it's a secret between All Might, him and me. Now the two girls were curious to know why. Melissa, where do I start? Thinking. Nijire, from the beginning, enthusiastic. Melissa, my gift really does not belong to me. I was not born with this gift. It was inherited to me, and the person who inherited this gift to me was Izuku. Both girls were surprised and looked at the protagonist. Momo, what do you mean you transferred a gift to him? Nijire, are you a magician? Izuku, yo no. Melissa, wait, let me finish. Both girls looked at the blonde again. Melissa, this gift was passed down through generations. Before Izuku had this gift, one for All Might had it. All Might transferred it to Izuku, but he couldn't stand it, so they had to get someone else to carry it. That's how I got my gift. Nijire, and how did that cause Izuku's scar? Confused. Melissa, because he couldn't stand it, he almost lost his arm trying to occupy the gift. Nijire, what? Momo, wait a minute, when did All Might give you the gift? The black-haired woman looked at the protagonist. Izuku, after USJ's attack, I discovered his secret and he considered me as a candidate for One for All. Nijire and Momo began to satisfy their curiosity with more questions, which they then finished and continued telling everyone's secrets. Everything was laughter and talk. There was a good atmosphere among everyone, so Nijire excitedly went to look for something in her room. After a while he returned with a backpack. Melissa, what do you have there? Curious. The brunette started to smile and laugh while she began to take a bottle out of her backpack. Nijire, I bring sake. Everyone is surprised. Nijire, we have to make a brotherhood pact between Melissa and Yeo. And Momo, smiling. Izuku, wait a minute. Momo is 16, she's still a minor, and you pointing to Nijire are 17. How did you get alcohol? Nijire, I borrowed it from Yuyu, a friend, plus. I turn 18 next month, so this is valid. The brunette begins to take 3 glasses out of her backpack and places them on the ground. The green-haired boy was sleeping peacefully until he felt that someone was trying to wake him up. When he opens his eyes, he sees that he was surrounded by all his girlfriends. Melissa was drooling on his arm and Nijire was sleeping comfortably on top of him. Turning his head, he sees that Momo was awake with a slight blush. Momo. Alarm went off. Izuku, thank you. The black-haired girl was quite shy. Izuku, do you feel better? Momo, yes. The black-haired woman tried not to look him in the eyes. Izuku, do you want me to get you water? The black-haired woman thought for a moment and shook her head. Izuku, is everything okay? The black-haired girl nods timidly. Izuku, Siguro? Momo, I'm sorry. The green-haired man was surprised. Izuku, what are you apologizing for? Momo, about what happened yesterday. Izuku, you don't have to apologize for that, it's okay, just don't drink again. Momo, I didn't drink much. It was just the glass at the beginning. The green-haired man couldn't help but laugh. Momo, what are you laughing at? Puffing out cheeks? Izuku, you're welcome, just. The green-haired man started to laugh but then stopped and looked at his 2 other girlfriends to realize that they were sleeping like logs. Momo, you're bad. Izuku, sorry, how about when I get back from talking to All Might I bring you something? Momo, okay. Izuku, come on, be happy, if what happened yesterday is already over. The black-haired girl just looked at the green-haired boy and hid her face in her arms. Izuku, can you help me get out of here? I don't want to wake them up. The black-haired woman agrees and the green-haired man manages to get out of his bed. He quickly grabs a change of clothes and goes to the bathroom. When he leaves the bathroom, he goes to where she is and gives her an embrace on the forehead to leave with the former symbol of peace. After a while, the protagonist found himself outside the dorms. Specifically, he was on a bench that was near the U, a strange meeting point, but oh well. The protagonist was patiently waiting for the one who was once Japan's #1 hero. All Might, I'm coming like a normal person. The blonde appears in his strong form and then deflates and vomits BLD. Izuku, Ola All Might. All Might, young Midoriya, I have wanted to talk to you for a long time. Izuku, about what? If it's about Melissa-chan All Might, it has nothing to do with Melissa, it's about you. Izuku, about me? The peace symbol sits on the bench and puts his hand on the protagonist's shoulder. All Might, about what happened at camp. Young Koda told me that night you became overwhelmed and had an anxiety attack. Izuku. All Might, it's not bad to feel that way. Izuku, don't worry about it, I'm better now, it was just one time. All Might, anything, you can count on me young Midoriya, between carriers, we help each other. Izuku, but All Might, I only had him for like a day. All Might, so we help each other, and I didn't just want to talk to you about this. Izuku. All Might, I'm not stupid. Or not so stupid, I investigated the League of Villains and all for one. The first person that came to mind was you. Did you do it or am I making a mistake? Izuku, yes. Did. All Might, so what a shame, a 16-year-old shouldn't have to bear that. Izuku, are you going to arrest me? All Might, no, of course not. As I told you, investigate and assimilate that it had to have been an order from the young Yaoyorozu's father, or am I wrong? The green-haired man remained completely silent. For the former symbol of peace, the silence meant that what he said was true. All Might, like I told you, young Midoriya, a 16-year-old shouldn't have to be going through this. If you ever want to talk to someone about this, you can talk to me. Izuku, thank you. All Might. They both returned together to the UA, but the green-haired boy said goodbye to him since he was going to buy a couple of things first, things for the hangover. The days went by, weeks flew by, even the first semester had ended and the day of the provisional license exam had arrived. The entire class managed to pass and obtain provisional licenses and they were happy about it. To celebrate, Nijire organized a trip to the mall where they would take advantage of renovating Izuku's room. They all agreed and were going to leave first thing the next day, but Nijire and Izuku fell asleep, so they went later than planned. The protagonist along with his girlfriends had already arrived at the shopping center. They all wore a piece of clothing from their boyfriend. Nijire was wearing a t-shirt, while Melissa and Momo were wearing a jacket. Before going to buy things, they went to a place to have breakfast. The protagonist was reviewing the menu but there was nothing that caught his attention, so he was only going to order a tea. Izuku, what are you going to order? Momo, a black coffee. Melissa, me a soda. Izuku, just that? Aren't you going to eat anything? Momo, we already had breakfast while you and Nijire were sleeping. Izuku, the green-haired man turned his gaze to see his girlfriend in blue, but he only blushed a little while avoiding the girl's gazes. Melissa, now I understand why Nijire wanted to come here, she just wanted a bigger bed for her dirty tricks with you. Nijire, that's not true. Or just a little. I just thought we could all sleep together with Izuku from time to time, preparing for the future. Melissa, you have a point there. Both girls blushed a little. The green-haired boy dissociated a little when listening to Nijire talk about the future, but within seconds he came back to himself. Izuku, and your Nijire? What are you going to order? Nijire, and now it's your turn. The two girls were surprised. While the green-haired boy was confused, he didn't see that on the menu. Could it be a secret menu? Izuku, and what is that? Momo, wait Nijire, that's... Before the black-haired girl could say anything else, the blue-haired girl interrupted her and began excitedly narrating the description. Nijire, now it's your turn. Some pancakes with whipped cream and flakes, special to start your morning and be the next symbol of peace. It comes with a juice of your choice. Enjoy breakfast as if it were your last battle. The green-haired boy thought that breakfast was fantastic. He had never seen pancakes on the menu anywhere. Izuku, it looks delicious, I craved it too. Melissa, wait a minute Izuku. Izuku? Huh? Momo, it's the children's menu. The green-haired boy remained silent as he looked at Melissa and Momo who were smiling and laughing lightly. He turned to see the brunette who had an excited smile on her face. Before I could say anything, the waitress approached the table to take the order. Waitress, do you know what to order? Izuku, Nijire, yes, a black coffee, a soft drink, and 2 now it's your turn. The green-haired boy was going to say something, but he thought for a moment and the children's menu was the best thing that looked like on that menu. Waitress, what flavor of soda? Melissa, a Coke please. Waitress, and the juices? Nijire, may they both be fruitful. Izuku, one orange and the other pineapple. The brunette looked surprised at her boyfriend who had ordered for her. She was going to say something, but the waitress left. The girl pouted at her boyfriend, while he laughed blankly. They started talking about which stores to go to first, until breakfast ate quietly while talking friendly. They finished eating and the green-haired man paid the bill. As soon as they left the premises, 2 adult men approached them. Stranger 1. Hello girls, putting a flirtatious voice. Both girls looked at each other just like they looked at their boyfriend. Stranger 2. Don't be shy, how about we go out for a drink and get to know each other? Nijire, no thanks. Stranger 1. Oh come on, it'll be fun. Melissa, we're not interested. The 3 girls along with the protagonist were going to continue on their way. Stranger 1. Oh come on, at least consider it. The strange man was going to put his hand on the girl's shoulder, but the green-haired man intervened and grabbed her wrist. Izuku, they don't want to, please don't insist. Stranger 2, you stay out of it, DMN. Stranger 2 was ready to start a fight, but the other guy wasn't even thinking about that right now. He tried to free himself from the protagonist's grip, but his arm did not move even a millimeter. Something inside him told him that they were not opponents for the green-haired man. Stranger 1, I apologize, we didn't mean to sound rude. Laughing nervously, please continue what you were doing. The friend he was apologizing to was surprised by what his partner was doing. Stranger 2, but what? Stranger 1, we really didn't want to bother you. The green-haired man let go of his arm and the stranger began to rub his wrist. For a moment he felt like it was going to break. The protagonist along with his girlfriends continued on their way while leaving the 2 strangers behind. Stranger 2, what the F are you doing? Stranger 1, shut up. That guy, we are no match against him. Stranger 2. The hell are you talking about? Did you become his beach? We had 3. The subject showed his wrist to his partner and was surprised. The wrist was completely red. It looked like it was going to break. Stranger 1, they're not going anywhere yet. We have to get that guy out first. We have to organize the others. The other guy just nodded as he watched the protagonist walk away. Meanwhile, Izuku along with his girlfriends were walking through the mall looking for stores. Melissa, hey, why didn't you say anything to those guys at the beginning? Pouting. Nijire, yes, you had to tell them that we were your girlfriends. Pouting. Izuku, I didn't think it was necessary, they were just inviting them, but then they started to be very annoying. Nijire, you would have hit them. Izuku, oh come on, I'm not violent. The green-haired man approached his girlfriend and began to caress her hair. Nijire, you're a fool. Izuku, oh come on. Melissa, would you have told them something? Pouting. The green-haired man approached the blonde and also began to caress her hair so she would calm down. Izuku, come on Momo, at least tell me that you're on my side, smiling at his girlfriend. Momo, you would have hit them when we rejected them the first time. Izuku, are you upset about that too? Momo, yes, you would have defended us from the beginning. Izuku, and what would you have liked me to do? In what way would you like me to defend you? Smiling playfully, the green-haired boy asked the question as a joke, but the black-haired girl was surprised by the question as were the other 2 teenagers and they thought for a moment about the last question. Momo, that you would have claimed that I am your girlfriend and embraced me. The green-haired man got excited and made signs for him to lower his voice. Izuku, Momo, you have to be careful with what you say, your father can hear us. The black-haired woman pouted and turned her gaze. Type, Tonto, Izukudanto. Melissa, I would have liked you to take my hand saying that you are my boyfriend and for us to start running. Nijire, I would have liked that too, but I would also have liked you to fight with them. The green-haired man just laughed. They continued walking and the girl's annoyance went away a little when they reached a furniture store. They enter and start touring the store. They spend a long time saying what to buy and decide not to buy anything yet. Upon leaving the store, the girls seemed in a good mood as they talked about the next destination. but the boy was serious as he realized that someone was watching them from afar. While they were walking to another store, the green-haired man was quiet. He had made a mistake. They weren't watching them, they were following them. They went to another store and spent another good time and ended up buying the sofa in that store. They had found one that they liked and they were going to leave it at the UA, but the issue of the bed was still not resolved, so they decided to go to a furniture store that was outside the shopping center. The girls were a little surprised that the green-haired boy was so quiet. They thought it was because of the strangers from before telling him not to care about it anymore, but the boy changed his face saying that it was fine, that those boys didn't care about it anymore. Nijire, I hope there is a bed for 4 people in this tent. Momo, or else we'll have to have it made. Melissa, well, there's only one way to know, let's get into it. The girls were about to enter. Izuku, you guys go see, I'll wait for you out here. Nijire, huh? But if it's your room, you should also have a say in what we buy. Melissa, Nijire, he's right, your opinion is the one that counts the most. The green-haired man couldn't laugh when he heard that. Izuku, I trusted you, I know you will buy something good. Momo, but you should come with us, without you it's not the same. The black-haired woman held her only free hand. Izuku, don't worry, I'll be in a bit, I have to attend to something on the phone. His girlfriends tried to talk him into talking on the phone in the store, but he refused, so they had to go in to see the store without her boyfriend. As soon as the girls entered the store, the protagonist changed his expression and looked at the person who was following him, who went into an alley. The green-haired man began to walk calmly as he walked away from the store and entered the alley. As he enters the alley, he sees that several people began to come out of their hiding places. Recognizing 2 faces, the strange people from before were there. Izuku, wow, so it was you. The green-haired man was calm. He began to look around and found himself surrounded by 20 people. Stranger one, do you think we were going to just let you leave like that? Look what you did to my arm. The man showed him his wrist, which seemed to have bruises and looked in poor condition. Apparently that guy was the boss of all these people. Stranger 2, you could have avoided all of this if you hadn't gotten in the way of our conversation with those girls. Izuku, with those girls? Stranger 1, yes, the ones that accompanied you. Izuku, you mean my girlfriends. Everyone was silent for a moment, but then they started laughing out loud. Stranger 4, yes of course boy. And I am all might. Stranger 1, I believe that one is your girlfriend, but all 3? Laughing loudly, you're a complete idiot. Laughing. Stranger 2, so many excuses you could have said and you chose the dumbest one. Stranger 1, under other circumstances we would have left you alive for making me laugh, but you almost broke my hand so I'll consider killing you quickly. Stranger 5, yeah, and then we had fun with those girls. Stranger 8, I'll ask the blonde first. Stranger 14, me with the blue-haired one. Everyone began to take turns while the green-haired boy listened in silence and left the shopping bag somewhere. Stranger 19, they're talking a lot. The first to do it with the blonde will be me. I have the gift of the sleeping pill. The green-haired man kept his gaze with the stranger 19, he would be his first target. The green-haired man quickly analyzed the situation and decided to attack, but his gift was of no use. Stranger 1 who was looking at him sees that he wanted to activate his gift, but he couldn't, so he starts to laugh loudly. Stranger 1, what were you planning to do, kid? There's one here that disables your gift if you're in range. Laughing, in other words, you have no escape. Everyone started laughing at the protagonist. Stranger 1, we better get this started now. Brad, go take care of the girls. Brad, Stranger 19, it will be my pleasure. The guy started licking his lips as he started to leave the alley, but first he wanted to walk close to the green-haired boy so he could see what he was going to do. The guy was walking next to the protagonist, but at one point his arm was stopped. What do you think you do? Do you want to die slowly? Laughing. Izuku, don't you think it's a bit unfair? Everyone started laughing at what the protagonist said, but at one point he breaks the guy's arm and grabs his head and smashes it on the ground. Everyone who was laughing became silent. Izuku, do you think you can beat me? They had to have brought 40 people if they wanted to fight me. All the subjects began to take a fighting pose while activating their gifts. Stranger 15, don't brag so much, you'll die slowly because of what you did with Brad. While the green-haired man was not paying attention, a guy tried to attack him from behind with his gift. That transformed his arm into a sword, but he dodged it. Everyone was surprised. It was a blind spot, but the boy easily dodged it. The protagonist takes his arm where he has his gift and breaks his arm. The subject screams in pain, but the protagonist quickly breaks his leg and hits him strong on the back of the head, leaving him sleeping on the floor. Izuku, I told them that they should have brought twice as much. Stranger 1. Demon Brat. All against him. Time had passed. The girls had just left to buy what was missing. Luckily for them, the store had the bed. When they came out, they could see that their boyfriend was not there and they were surprised by that, but a few seconds later they saw that he was walking towards them with some ice cream that he had in his hands. Izuku, I hope you didn't wait too long. Buy ice cream. Momo, we just went out, what a coincidence. The green-haired boy gives each one an ice cream, but Momo does not accept it. Nijire, weren't you going to come in soon? Pouting while holding his ice cream. Izuku, I had to attend to something, I just got back. Laughing. The girl liked her ice cream and then embraced her boyfriend on the cheek, who felt a cold run through his body. The girls laughed at his reaction and Melissa did too and embraced him on the lips after eating ice cream. The green-haired man only smiled when he saw how his girlfriends were having fun, but he could tell that Momo was a little distant, so he approached her with her ice cream and took a bite of the ice cream to give the girl an embrace on the forehead, leaving her surprised. Momo, what are you doing? What if my dad finds out? Izuku, he's not here, is he? The green-haired boy takes a bite of her ice cream again and gives the raven girl a tender embrace on the lips, who opens her eyes wide. Izuku, I didn't have to say what I told you before, sorry. The girl looked him in the eyes and smiled, embraced him on the lips and hugged him. Momo, okay, I get it. It tastes like strawberry. The boy reciprocated the girl's hug, but a second later the green-haired boy received a hug from behind. Nijire, me turno. The boy smiled and gave his girlfriend a tender embrace on the lips, but she began to take control of the embrace and it became more and more intense. When separating from the embrace, the girls smiled at him, but the green-haired man did not have time to react before Melissa took him by the chin so that he could see her. Melissa, I'm missing. The girl leans towards her boyfriend's face and starts to embrace him. His girlfriends started embracing him while he couldn't do anything. Momo had him immobilized with her hug and had both hands filled with ice cream. After a while, they decided to continue with this in the protagonist's room, so they started walking back to the UA. More and more they moved away from the alley where the protagonist had taken care of the subjects, and for a moment what happened at the end came to mind. Flashback. All the subjects were on the floor, all were injured but none were dead. The protagonist had his arm covered in ice taking the shape of a blade as he approached the leader of the strangers. Izuku, I warned you. Look, I'm patient. Stranger 1, sorry. We were wrong. Izuku, yes of course, I forgive you. After defeating all your friends without my gift and now that I can use it there if you apologize. Stranger 1, let us go. You will never see us again in your life. The green-haired man approached the guy and ran his knife across the guy's neck, causing BLD to come out of his neck. Izuku, don't worry, I'm not going to do anything to you yet. I'm just tired of hearing your voice. No, I'm not going to do anything to you because I want you to see how I kill your friends first. Water slowly began to float from a sewer while ice stakes were floating above the 19 strangers that were on the floor and on the walls. Izuku, you know, I certainly wouldn't have been able to do this before. But, well, things have changed. People change. It's a shame you don't know how to accept rejection. The stranger began to breathe heavily as he watched helplessly as all his friends were pierced by the ice stakes. He thought it was all over, but another round of stake was created again on top of the subjects. Izuku, we have to confirm if they are really dead or not. I don't want witnesses to what happened here, because I will make sure that none remain. Again, a wave of stakes pierces the bodies of the strangers. The leader of the subjects began to cry as he watched his friends being massacred. Again, another wave of stakes was created and created and created. You could no longer recognize those who were there. The leader was crying on the ground in silence while all this was happening, but his body began to move on its own and he stood up even though both of his legs were broken and the pain he felt was unimaginable. Izuku was sitting at the head of a dining table, surrounded by a dark and silent atmosphere. There was no light, only a lamp that illuminated the green-haired boy next to part of the table. The same dream you sometimes have. The protagonist was serene, while observing the lonely surroundings until he suddenly felt arms hugging him from behind. The protagonist already knew who he was. There was no need to turn around to know who he was. Izuku, hello again. Toga Himiko. Toga, did you miss me? Izuku, no, Paranada. Toga, that's bad. I did miss you. My murder. The blonde rests her head on the teenager's shoulder and starts playing with his hair. Toga, it's been a while since you came to see me. I felt so alone without you. I don't like being alone. The green-haired man maintained a calm expression. The blonde who was behind him began to crawl and sat on the protagonist's lap. The protagonist looked at her. She was still the same as the other time. She has never changed since she had this dream. Toga, we should see each other more often, Izukito. You should leave your girlfriends and come back to me. Izuku. The green-haired man remained silent while the blonde grabbed the protagonist's chin with her hands and she began to sensually lick his face. The protagonist still maintained a calm expression, but he felt disgusted inside. Izuku, stop doing that. The green-haired man stopped looking at the blonde and turned to look at the table, where the light spread throughout the furniture and its surroundings, showing the League of Villains sitting and the strangers from the alley standing around the table. Each and every one was on the way that killed them, staring silently at the green-haired man. Toga, don't you feel bad about what you did? The green-haired man remained silent as he looked at the faces of those who were once alive. Izuku, no, not at all, that's a waste of time. Toga, you don't even feel anything for him, pointing to the headboard at the other end of the table. The one sitting there was neither more nor less than his bodyguard partner who was a collateral death. Izuku, he saw everything. He had to die. There can't be witnesses to what happened. I'm not going to let anyone hurt the people I care about. Toga, even if it meant hurting people? Izuku, even if it meant hurting people. Toga, even if it means killing innocents? Izuku, even if it means killing innocents. Even if it meant taking his own life and that of his family. I'm not going to let anyone hurt them. The green-haired man ended up raising his voice and shouting while looking at Toga. He had gotten a little angry and turned to look at the table again to find all the people looking at him. Silence as if they were judging him. Izuku, I no longer regret what I did. I killed them for a good reason and I won't stop because of it. You're not even the last people I'll take the lives of. I'll kill whoever it takes. Everyone was silent, staring at him in silence as they have done every day the protagonist has dreamed about them. Toga, even if that's a wrong decision? Izuku, I'm not the one who's wrong. The green-haired man looked seriously at the girl. As if he were losing control, the protagonist looked at the girl with a grim expression. The blonde just looked at him without saying anything and the green-haired man started to smile while laughing lightly. Izuku, see you next time. Himiko. The green-haired boy woke up from his dream and had his eyes open looking at the ceiling of his room. He looked around and looked for a few seconds at the tapestry that his girlfriends had put up and the photo frames that they had hung on the walls. He still wasn't completely used to his new room, but it was a nice experience to be able to sleep next to the people you love. He checks the clock lightly and it was 3 in the morning, so he just looks at the fact that he was surrounded by the girls. Melissa and Momo were on his side while Nijire, who should have been sleeping next to Melissa, for some strange reason was sleeping on top of him. The green-haired boy just smiled and closed his eyes to go back to sleep and be at 100% for his new school semester that would begin in a few hours. Time passed and they were already in the classroom. After a general welcome where the director gave a few words to all the academy classes. After a while they returned to their classrooms and in class 1A 3 young people presented themselves as the candidates to be the #1 hero, where Nijire was there. Everyone was surprised because it was the girl who passed by in the class dormitories with Izuku and the delegates. Among the big 3 was Mirio, Nijire and Tamaki, where Mirio fought with the entire class. After the fight, Aizawa told them that they had to do the internships and that as a first year, they can choose whether to enter one or not, but if they enter one they must go through the academy to check if they are suitable or not. That same day, But later, the protagonist was in his room studying his books that Mr. Yayarosa gave him when he suddenly saw how his room was invaded by his girlfriends who were talking loudly. Nijaya, Izuku, getting her boyfriend's attention, tell Melissa and Momo to join the Ryukyu agency. The protagonist looked confused at the blue-haired girl. Melissa, Nijaya, for the last time, I'm already at Nitai's agency. Nijaya, Pero. Melissa, I'm not going to change anymore. The blue-haired girl looked at the blonde imposingly, so she turned to look at the black-haired girl, waiting for her response. Momo, I'm not going to enter any agency, looking timidly at her friend. Nijaya, come on, you have to get into one. Momo, I don't feel like I'm ready to enter one. The blue-haired girl looked at her friends impressively and decided to sit on top of her boyfriend and hug him. Nijaya, tell them something. The green-haired boy was totally confused, so he just did the only thing he could think of. The protagonist hugged the brunette while looking at Melissa and Momo. Izuku, it's good that you get along well, smiling. The brunette looks at him and sticks her tongue out to hide in his torso. The blonde approaches her boyfriend and gives him an embrace. Melissa, have you already thought about which agency to join? The blonde sits on the couch, while the black-haired girl stands next to the green-haired boy and leans on his shoulders. Izuku, yes, none. Nijaya, yes. You're not going to join the agency I'm in either. Izuku, I'm Momo's bodyguard. If she goes to an agency I follow her, and if she doesn't go to any, there's no reason for me to get involved in that. Also, the Ryukyu agency only accepts women. Nijaya, being an all-female agency is no excuse. Izuku, didn't you hear the first thing? Nijaya, if it only accepts women, then you would just have to cross-dress. The brunette thought a little about the last thing she said. Nijaya, that's right. Get dressed. Smiling mockingly. The brunette said it as a joke, but the raven's eyes turned into stars as she looked at the brunette understood that. They both looked at the blonde at the same time. He completely understood the look, and Nijaya quickly threw Izuku to the ground while she stood on top of him and Momo grabbed his arms. Melissa used her gift and in a second she was holding the green-haired man's legs tightly so he wouldn't move. Izuku, wait, what are you doing? Laughing nervously. Momo, I don't know, you tell me. The black-haired woman began to create women's clothing that was the size of the protagonist. Izuku, upon seeing the women's clothing, changed his expression and began to break out in a cold sweat. Izuku, wait, don't do it. Nijaya, this is for your own good. Izuku, play. The green-haired boy began to get scared and Nijaya began to slowly lift his shirt. Izuku, I'll do whatever you want.